sign, click on it, use the photo, put a little note, tree in front of sign. You can post anonymously or as yourself, submit, complete. That's simple. Goes right to all the right people. You don't have to call, figure out who you need to deal with. And then there's a list. You can come back and check. Everybody else can see that it's been submitted so they know that their neighbor's already done it. And it goes right to them.
Great morning, everybody. My name is Gerard Jacobs. I live over in Boca Raton, Florida, about 3 hours away. Try and get over here 2 or 3 weekends every month just to go in the water. Now, that's why I'm here. I come here to get in the water. The water is very, very healthy. You see I'm on a scooter here. I've had multiple sclerosis now for 35 years. I've been in remission now for about 12, 13 years with MS. I enjoy my life. I'm a vegan. I go to physical therapy, take really good care of myself, see a chiropractor, and a very important addition in the last couple of years, the springs. Really just adds to the whole mentality of health and well-being for me. Just to come here and practice a vegan diet, all the other modalities, and get in the water has been very, very, very beneficial to help me get better and stay well faster. To be in that water, it's so warm, the buoyancy and walking around mentally and emotionally is so good. Once you're in the water, you get it. There's nothing you need to do. Just to be in the water and feel the health and well-being in the water is more than enough to be there. It's a wonderful thing. When I leave here, I have one thought. I want to go back. The people are so great. It's always nice to know that I'm doing so good in the water and hearing all their plans, things are coming up. The springs are so nice here. People help me out, people talk to me, you get to know some familiar faces. They have big plans to get this thing going. The city of Northport has big plans. Let's get it back into where it's going. The whole a touristy thing. Get Mother Nature back here. Just a beautiful place. I come to the springs because the feeling I get from the springs, I can't find any other place. I'm welcome here. I feel good being in the water. People are welcoming me. I welcome them. It's a sense of community. It's very nice. Why do you go to the springs? Go to the springs just for the health of it. I didn't know what to expect when I got in the springs. Like, the feeling of health and well-being, the response from my body of saying, oh great, you're doing the right thing for me. And it feels so good to be in that water, to walk around like a regular guy, chit-chatting with people, walking around for all the way around the back for a couple of hours. It's just so nice to be in the water. I feel it's just so healthy and well-being to know that what I'm doing there is just a normal course of life, but I'm helping myself out. I'm not specifically going to the doctor or going to physical therapy, doing something where I'm taking time just for that. Just a couple of hours just to be in the water, just feeling good, just enjoying my life. And I'm helping myself. You can't make that stuff up. You can't pay for that. It's just like, it's worth millions to me just to feel good.
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
Good morning. Today is September 7th, 2021. It is 9 a.m. and we're in the city chambers, and I call this City Commission joint meeting to order. With us today, we have Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner White, Mayor Luke, Vice Mayor Emmerich, Commissioner Langdon. Also, Interim City Manager Yarborough, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk Taylor, Recording Secretary Baker, and we have Fire Chief, I believe that's him, yes. And is that Captain King? Okay, thank you very much also. And Vice Chair Hester, would you tell us who you have for your? All right, thank you very much. With that, I'm going to ask Ms. Bramble if she would lead us in the pledge. She's our acting NBS manager.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. With that, we will go into the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon to approve the agenda as presented. Please go ahead and vote. That does pass 5-0. Do we have any online public comment?
We do not.
Any comment cards?
I don't have any here.
Mr. English, you're missing out. We'll hear from you later, I'm sure. All right, we're going into item 3, general business 21-1332, and this is discussion of possible action regarding the ULDC chapters 11 and 14. Interim city manager, do you want to introduce the item?
Thank you, ma'am. So we'll be doing a dive in on chapters 11 and 14 today. However, Article 5, which is the tree section of chapter 11, we're going to do a deeper dive next week, so that we won't be discussing that today. So with that, I will ask Monica Bramble, interim planning division manager, come up and take the agenda item and address it. Thank you.
Good morning, Monica Bramble, Interim Planning and Zoning Division Manager. So today before you, we have Chapter 11, other than the tree, and Chapter 14. This is our scheduled review of this. With each of these chapters, you received a clean copy, a strike through, the table of changes, the policy decisions, and if there was some definitions that were changed or were added, you have that also. What we'd like to do is have the subject experts go through the policy, then the changes, then the definitions, then answer general questions about the chapters, starting with chapter 11. When you look at the policy document and the changes document, the numbers refer to the strike through and underline version of that chapter. So unless you have any general questions about the process, I would ask Allison Christie to go through chapter 11.
And I appreciate the order. But I believe every time we have one of these meetings, the process goes easier and easier, and I definitely agree with the structure that you have. Thank you.
She reminded me, one of the items in chapter 11 is wildlife protection. I just want to point out that on September 28th, the FWC and FWS representatives will be here to discuss items with the scrub jay and gopher tortoise. And staff will have a lot of information at that meeting. So some of the questions that you may have regarding those would better be left for that discussion. If after that discussion, Commission has direction that they want some changes to be made, then we can make those and bring those back to you. But at this time, without having that discussion yet, it may be a bit premature to decide what we want to do concerning regulations pertaining to the gopher tortoises or the scrub jays.
Thank you very much for stating that. It was one of the questions that I had asked previously and had received that answer, and it is premature to go through things and then have a discussion on the 28th, and then things have changed again. That's a waste of time and energy. So thank you very much.
Okay, good morning. Allison Christie, Planning and Zoning Division. So as Monica stated, we can start with the table of policy decisions for Chapter 11. The first one is from line number 1368 to 1370, and it's referencing a special revenue fund to be created for violations and penalties concerning the archaeological section. So I had this as a policy decision about whether this fund should be created. I found out it actually has very recently been created, so it is already established, and if that is the will of the commission, there does not need to be any change. Or if there's something that you would like changed, then we can change that.
I had a follow-up question to that when I questioned this one previously. If you have the fund established, is the process to get the money into the fund addressed? I mean, is there an SOP that tells you how to go about doing it?
To my knowledge, no. It goes through the regular code enforcement process. So if there's found to be an issue, they would be fined through code enforcement. It would go before the code enforcement hearing officer, and if there is a fine levied against them, then it would go into this fund at that point.
I would highly suggest that an SOP be made for this. I mean, this is a fund, and you need to, in my opinion, have clear direction as to how that fund is, the sources, the revenue goes into it, so that there's no question. Commissioner McDowell, your light's on.
Mayor, you pretty much hit my question right on the head. I would also like to take it a step further. When code enforcement hears these things and it goes before the magistrate, we have to pay the hearing officer, sorry, not magistrate, hearing officer. And we have to pay for code enforcement, which is in the general fund. This money going into this special fund, I agree 100%, but I also believe we need to take some of that money out to be able to reimburse the costs for the hearing officer and for code enforcement, not put the whole 100% in. I don't know what those costs entail, but I know that our hearing officer doesn't work for free. So to put 100% in, I don't think is correct, because if we didn't have that hearing officer, we wouldn't be able to collect that fine. So maybe a percentage, that's kind of where I'm leaning, to make the process whole. So, but thank you for that question, Mayor, because that was exactly where I was going.
Okay, we'll continue that idea. I'm not really for that idea. We have the hearing officer hired specifically to hear these types of cases. And so if we were going to pull this one out and charge them for it, why aren't we charging any other violation? And I would not want to single out one violation for and segregate it in a different violation form, something. So to me, I wouldn't, I don't know, city attorney, would you have any kind of issue with choosing one violation over others to?
Not necessarily from a legal perspective. I mean, I would say if you're trying to figure out the actual cost of the hearing officer hearing these types of cases, we're not billed that way. We're simply billed for his time, for the hearing overall, which as we're going forward and have been amending the city code as well, consists of code enforcement and the fire code and parking and provisions of the ULDC. So he has a lot of categories that he's hearing under that code enforcement umbrella. So I think, I don't know, practically speaking, I'm not sure about what the departments would say about tracking that type of thing. It might be difficult, but legally there's no issue.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes, thank you. I'm assuming this would be a historic and archaeological fund, both?
Yes, I think it's actually called Historic Preservation Fund,
Right,
but it
right.
covers all of that.
Okay,
Mhm.
great, thank you.
And Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, and Mayor, I appreciate your thought on that. Any other fines collected for parking infractions or tree removal infractions, those all get put back into the general fund. And that's where the money comes out to pay for the hearing officer. Because this is specific to the archaeological, and it is not very common to have those kind of infractions. I don't think it would be very difficult to segregate, and then just take out that small percentage for the specific fund that this money would go into if we had it set, since we have it set up. That's the only thought process I had behind it. Archaeological is very, very minuscule. I don't even think the hearing officer has ever heard anything.
Just one.
Just one? Okay. So one out of how many years? That's pretty good. So I just was sharing a thought, that's all. It's going to be the will
City
of the board.
attorney, did you want to comment? Okay, I thought I saw a little reaction. Ms. Hester?
I just have one question. What is that money used for?
That's what we.
So
Go next step.
it's been designated to be used for historical preservation purposes in the city. As far as I know, there's only been one instance of funds being placed into it, and that money has not been spent as of now.
But that's why we would have to have an SOP.
Yeah, I'm going to be asking for a consensus for that too. And who knew, you know? Who knew there was that fund, there was money in it? We are preserving War Mineral Springs. And so definitely could have, should have been used for something like that, undoubtedly. So, Commission, I'm going to ask if I can get a consensus for SOP to be drawn up for the historical archaeological fund, however that is worded. Commissioner McDowell?
Absolutely.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, is anyone else, PZAB, do you have anything further over line 1368 to 1370? Mr. Sawyer, do you have anything on that section? Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so the next few policy decisions are all coming directly from the EAB. So the Environmental Advisory Board made some consensuses for this, for the rest of Chapter 11 without trees, and so that's what you have here. The first one is line 12, to add clarity on groundwater wellhead protection regarding pollution runoff, testing frequency, and number of testing sites. And staff didn't make any changes here. We know that efforts are being made by Public Works and some of the other city departments regarding pollution runoff and additional testing. And we're recommending that if this is an issue that Commission wants to address, that that's addressed with either additional language in the city code, since this isn't directly land use related, or potentially during the budget process. But we don't really think this is the right place for it.
City Clerk, I keep seeing flashes on our screen about IT. Are we all right with our meeting being broadcast?
I have not heard anything from them.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McDowell, go ahead.
Stormwater is very much a part of land development. And are we speaking about just the runoff going into the stormwater ponds?
I think they're specifically talking about testing for pollution and runoff and number of testing sites.
So I'm trying to think outside the box, because when I read this, I was trying to really wrap my head around what they were asking. But when you said that it's really not part of land development, that's when I went, yeah, it is. Because in order to develop, you have to have the stormwater ponds to collect the runoff. And where do those stormwater ponds go? Do they go into our creeks, canals, ditches, or do they stay on site, or do they kind of both, do both?
And yeah, I agree. Stormwater is definitely part of the ULDC and the creation of the ponds and the stormwater systems. My intent was the testing, and mandating testing is not really connected to that. And I thought that was the intent of the consensus item.
I'll yield to hear further discussion from my commissioners. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Langdon, go ahead.
Yes, we're not currently testing groundwater, correct?
Sorry, I'm looking over at Monica.
Public Works, as part of the NPDES, has some parameters they test for. During this last budget session, Commission directed that money be put in for additional testing of some of the groundwater parameters, and that was put into the budget. So, short answer, yes, we do. Public Works does groundwater testing, and I believe utilities also does some groundwater testing. But you did add during the budget process some additional parameters specific to runoff and pollution and such.
I would just hope that any testing we would do in that area would be coordinated with the canal testing that Elizabeth Wong is driving. And when we discuss one, we should discuss the other. I mean, it's really part of a whole tapestry. So my vote would be that we come back and have a more complete discussion of all of our water testing, including canals and groundwater, so that we can have a complete picture of that.
Just to clarify, what I spoke about the testing is through Public Works, and Elizabeth Wong is the one that oversees.
Sees it? Okay, great.
Good. And water is interconnected everywhere. I mean, no matter what you talk about, it's all connected in some way or fashion. But staff, I would agree with you. The testing is more of a process, not a land use. So I don't know as this is the place that it should be going into. Do I believe in testing? Yes. But do I believe it needs to be put in here in the land use? No. I believe it's a process that we have addressed, and it needs to stay within that realm. you start putting in strict details, you're bound by them. You don't have the flexibility. We're going to be receiving the test results, and so we don't know what they're going to show. We may need more, we may need less, don't know. So to arbitrarily go in and set up a schedule that we have to abide by, I think is premature. I think it needs to be left so that it's flexible as we go through the growth of our city. Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah. So I'm going back to the stormwater ponds. Are those stormwater ponds all private? I know we have some stormwater ponds out here on Sumter. Those are maintained by Road and Drainage. But in this regard, is it the private stormwater ponds that stay within that development that's on city water? Or are there ponds that stay in the development but also filtrate out to the city's drainage system / water supply?
Yes, please.
For the record, Julian Abley, Acting Assistant City Manager. There are many, many stormwater ponds throughout the city. There's public ponds, there's private ponds. So on all of your roadways that we've constructed, for example, Sumter, Toledo Blade, and so forth, those are going to be publicly maintained by the city staff. You have private ponds throughout the city. We also have other areas of the city where we have many, many public ponds that we maintain. It's a requirement of SWIFMUD, Southwest Florida Water Management District, that those ponds are inspected and by an engineer. An engineer has to sign off on those inspections and certify that they're being properly maintained. Now with that, part of the testing program, if you will, prior to that is they're maintained in perpetuity. So when a developer comes in or the city comes in and builds these ponds, they're responsible for maintaining them and annually submitting the results to SWIFMUD.
Results of what?
Of the engineer inspecting them to making sure they're properly being maintained and they're working properly. So they provide a mechanism for the water to be treated, the stormwater, before it eventually goes into the city's waterway system. So that's part of the treatment process.
Okay, so the engineer has to inspect these private ponds.
That's correct. And the public ponds as well.
And the public ponds.
Yes, ma'am.
And then those results are done, those inspections happen yearly. And then those results are submitted to SWIFMUD to make sure that they're being maintained correctly.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Does the inspection include any testing of impurities?
I will have to check that. I'm not positive. I don't believe so, but I will check. I will check.
That is why it's doing that, is to pull the impurities out of the water.
Right, before it goes to the aquifer.
Before it goes.
I don't believe so,
exactly,
Commissioner,
it's-
but we can check that and verify it. I don't believe so, but we will check.
Yeah, I would like to get that answer because it sounds like we don't need to do anything because SWIFMUD's already doing it, as long as they're checking to make sure those impurities are properly being filtered.
So in the beginning, when the pond's originally constructed, that is the case. That is what they're supposed to do through their design and construction of the pond. So if it's being maintained to a level that it was designed at, it should be continuing to do that. So I don't believe there's any additional testing done after that, but we will check just to confirm it, just in case.
Mayor, maybe we can get a consensus that they send a memo with that result of that checking to make sure.
Let's discuss that a little bit more, because this is why the bill went through for the stormwater rule. The way that the stormwater ponds were developed were not pulling out the nutrient, that level, the nitrogen, that they thought it was going to. That they failed to complete it back in 2009, and then finally in 2019, we were able to get a bill through the legislatures that actually started on this dais. I'm very, very proud of that. And so they're working on that, trying to improve. Now, the newer developments, such as Welland Park, they have a new system put in place that does work far better than those older models of how to develop stormwater. But stormwater is supposed to take in the nutrients so that the runoff is clear, or that when it seeps down into the aquifer, that it is purified. So I don't want to have us look at something when that's the engineering to it. That's what it's supposed to do. You're going to test it for nutrients? Heck yeah, there's going to be nutrients in it because it's doing its job. Now, is it pulling out as many nutrients as it needs to? That's at the state level. That is where they are going through that stormwater rule again, trying to set all of that in place for bigger and better water quality throughout our state. So with that, I'll allow any other commissioner to speak as to whether you want a consensus of a memo in regards to whether they test after the initial testing. Commissioner Langdon, anything to that?
It just seems like a simple request for information from staff. I don't know that we need a consensus, but I'd be interested in what others think.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'd hate to have a dual process, but information is information. I'm always eager to get information. So for staff to come back with those answers would be awesome, yes.
Okay. Commissioner White?
Yeah, I don't see any harm in.
Okay. I am not one that, I believe in governing. I don't believe in sticking to something. So though I don't see where the rationale is of investigating this, I will go along with the consensus so that it is unanimous and it can be executed for staff to bring back a memo stating whether they do testing after that initial on the stormwater ponds. Commissioner White, your light's on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to be off topic for a minute here. I just want to be sure, we're working off of the strike-through version here?
Yes.
All right, because there's nothing in there now about testing. Is that what the EAB is recommending?
Correct. They
Am I
want to
reading
add,
that right?
they want to add language, yes.
Right, okay. I'm sorry. Just wanted to be sure that is what they're, so the strike-through version is not going to have any of those recommendations
Correct.
in there unless we take action.
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Sorry. Yeah, just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right, anyone else?
I just want to make a comment that I feel that the whole section 11.11-2 standards.
Your audio, is it on? Thank you.
Section 11.2 standards really does address the overall requirements, which would include that testing in another process behind the scenes. So I
Is
really
your
think.
light on?
Yes? Want me to get closer to
IT,
it?
would you lift the volume up for Ms. Hester, please? Thank you.
Did you want me to start over?
There, that sounds
Okay.
good. Go ahead.
Section 11-2 standards does address the overall requirements of making sure that the wellheads are well protected. So the testing and everything is a background process to that. So I don't really feel that because this is a regulating document that we know that's going to occur because it's stated in here that it needs to occur.
You articulated that very well. That was the point I was getting at, is if you put in X amount of how to do it, you're hamstringing yourself, taking away that flexibility to adjust or do things differently. So I appreciate your statement. Mr. Sawyer, do you have any comment on this section?
No. Looks good to me. I don't have any.
Okay. All right. So then, do we want to add anything about testing in that section?
I don't think we can, Mayor, until we see what that memo produces. If they do have to test, then it's already done through SWIFT. If they don't, then that might require future discussion.
Commissioner White, anything?
I don't see the harm in us knowing what we're getting results. And it's not in here, though. Testing is not being addressed in here.
It doesn't say the word testing and
Right.
tell you where to do it, how to do it,
Right.
how much to do it, all the dirty details
Right.
to it. It's
And
not
I-
in there, but as Ms. Hester stated, it gives you the layout of, the quality. Now, definitely testing is part of that. We as a group, just a few weeks ago, put in place to do so.
Right.
Waiting for those results to come back. That's the flexibility that I would rather see the commission be able to state what they want done instead of hamstringing yourself to just this set of rules. So it doesn't say testing, but it tells you that it has to be quality.
Right, and, well, the EAB also, they obviously had recommended it for a reason. They must have had a discussion and felt.
Because of what this commission has done.
Right.
And it was because of EAB asking about testing that we did move forward with what we just did. And so that is, no, sir, no, sir. So that is why we did what we did, was because of bringing that up. That's that flexibility that I like to see. If you say that there's 6 places to be tested, but we want to test 9, you're stuck to the 6. I like that flexibility of knowing that you're looking for the quality and you have the ability to do what is necessary to take care of it. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, like I said before, I don't want dualism, but I just want to make sure it's being done, at all points. So if it's being done by Swift Mud and everything's being covered, I'm comfortable with that. We don't have to put parameters on it, but, with the flexibility, but I just want to make sure it's being done.
Commissioner Langdon?
Yes, I agree with Vice Mayor. And also too, when my expectation would be when Mrs. Wong comes back with the results of her testing, I'd like to see the results of all of the testing so that we have a complete picture of what's going on in water quality in the city.
Commissioner McDowell, I'll go back to you.
Yeah, I just, for clarity, EAB, when they made these recommendations, do you know when they made these recommendations at the timeline? Only because they may not be aware, we've already put things in the budget and have already given the parameters for certain testing throughout the city. And I just wanted to kind of get a timeline. Was EAB's recommendations that we're seeing here on this sheet before the commission gave that direction?
I believe this is from their June meeting.
And they meet in early June. So this was before even before our budget workshops. So I would be inclined to think this is before we gave any direction. So these recommendations aren't caught up to speed with what the commission has already put into place. So I'm comfortable with seeing the memo, seeing what Swift Mud does, seeing what happens after that initial inspection, and seeing what that yearly inspection entails. And I look forward to that memo. So I'm good to leave it out for now.
All right, I think that's the way the consensus has been, is to not address anything at this point, waiting for memo, test results. If something needs to be addressed at that point in time, that we would do so. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next one. This is line 351. There was a consensus to include especially the health and sustainability of the seagrass habitats which feed the manatee. So if you look just further down in that paragraph, the current language states a report showing the proposed development and its effect on the manatees and their habitats. So staff felt that this was already covered. But if commission would like to see this specific language added, then of course we can do that.
Could you tell me what line you were talking about? It speaking about the manatee, please?
That's line 353, so just 2 lines down in the strike-through version.
Okay, thank you. Any commissioner? To me, it's already addressed.
Mayor, I do have a question. I'm just trying to find it. It was regarding the manatee protection zone. And there was something that caught my eye that I went, how is this even possible? And it had to do, of course, I can't find it now because I'm trying to feverishly search for it, so I apologize. But it said that they cannot disrupt the grasses and stuff when they, I think it's in chapter 14 when they're talking about docks. Hang on one second. Bear with me, Mayor, I apologize.
Staff, are you aware
Here
of
it is.
anywhere in? Okay,
Page-
go ahead.
In chapter 14 on line 390, they're talking about working on docks. And it says the riprap at the toe of the existing seawall, provided that no native aquatic vegetation is removed or impacted. Now, sometimes these docks are in that manatee zone. So if you're going to be replacing seawalls and riprap and all that kind of stuff, of course it's going to damage the vegetation. So I know that we're out of chapter, but it is directly related. And it concerns me that in one area you're saying, no, don't disturb it, which is absolutely impossible. But in this area, I'm hearing that it's kind of covered.
I think, so line 390, if I'm reading it correctly, this is for exemptions from permitting requirements. So this is saying you're not required to get a permit if you're replacing riprap and it's not affecting vegetation.
So the riprap goes down below the water line where the vegetation is.
Right.
And some of that vegetation is even above water line, in the water line. Vegetation feeds many different things. And
Right.
if we're trying to protect the manatees, we also have to protect their habitat. And I don't see, like the EAB, I don't see that protection of their habitat.
If we jump back to the other section, it does say habitats, but it's not specific to seagrasses. So we can add that language. That was why staff hadn't done the change.
And where would we add that language at 351?
I would say at the end of that sentence. So right now it says, any development within any waterway in the city shall be required to submit to the city a report showing the proposed development and its effect on the manatees and their habitats. And then we have some underlined language after that. So we could change that to specifically reference the seagrasses.
Or habitats including?
Yeah, yes, we could add that.
I would be in favor of that, Mayor.
All right, anybody else want to speak to that?
Yeah, I think it's really important to be specific, as I've learned in dealing with our verbiage, that if the language isn't in there, it can be interpreted many different ways. So habitat is not just the water, it is the seagrasses is what's really important.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all for that as well.
Okay, yeah, I am for adding the seagrasses to the section over in chapter 14. If you're going to disturb the seagrass, you're going to need a permit.
Right.
Absolutely.
That's what it was talking about, whether you needed it or not. If you could do it without disturbing, then you didn't need it. But if you're going to be disturbing it, then you do need a permit for it, which then somebody would have to come in and oversee.
And along that vein, Mayor, I know it's a different subject, but how does the city know if it's going to be disturbed or not if you don't go through the permit process? A developer can come in and say, hey, all I'm doing is this and this and this. I don't need a permit. And the city then goes, holy crap, he just ripped out all the vegetation in and around it. And he said he wasn't. So we'll have to have that discussion in the next chapter.
All right, so at this point, we're going to see if we have a consensus for adding the seagrass language to the section of line 351. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next one is line 383. So the consensus was to include information on prohibiting land clearing during protected, it's supposed to say protected, species nesting season. So staff didn't add this language. I know this had come up recently in a different conversation with scrub jays. And this wasn't specific to one species or another, so staff wanted to have the discussion now on what this would look like, what species are we including, and have a larger discussion.
Do we want to do this now or on the 28th?
That's a good point too. That can be something done on the 28th.
I think this is more in line of the 28th.
I agree.
As long as it doesn't get forgotten about.
Right.
Trust me, it's going to be coming up. Anyone think that they want to address something on that right now?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, move on to the next one. That same line, include language pertaining to maintaining healthy habitats for protected species. So staff isn't against this. We just thought that it was very broad and didn't really know what direction to take that language in.
The problem that I have with it is when you're talking about maintaining something, you're talking about a cost. You're talking about going out and caring for it. So you're definitely adding to what's going on by staff's duties, budget, all that kind of stuff when you're talking about maintaining. To encourage maintenance, yes, but state that you're going to maintain it. That's a huge undertaking. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, sometimes it's not always the city and the taxpayers that have to do the maintaining. If it's within a general development subdivision and stuff, I don't see why they couldn't maintain it. I mean, they get enjoyment out of seeing the wildlife, and they developed in the wildlife's initial habitat. So maybe they maintain it. I don't know. I hear your thoughts about it, but yet at the same time, this commission has made it blatantly clear we want to protect our wildlife, and we want to do everything we can to make sure that they are abundant as possible. And so I'm not sure exactly, like you even said, Ms. Christie, that maintaining healthy habitats is extremely broad, and I don't know how that could get narrowed down to fit into the ULDC for requirements. And ULDC is for development and after the fact. I don't know, does it go in ULDC or does it go in code for? Too many questions left unanswered at this point.
Anyone else on that?
Well, that would be something only, I agree, it is broad. I mean, it's really general, and this is more in line when we have developments that have identified conservation zones, I would think. Land that's put aside for green space. I don't know what the language is now on making sure, because I know some of these developments that came online, there were conservation areas, but there's really wasn't any follow-up to be sure they were being maintained and the integrity was being preserved. I don't know if that's where they were going with this, because I'm thinking quarter acre lot, you can't insist that somebody maintain a habitat on their property like that. But in areas that are designated for conservation areas, yes, that's why they were set aside, and they shouldn't be allowed to degrade because they're not being taken care of. I don't know if that's where they were going, if there's a place in here for that to make that
I
more
believe that's
specific.
in the DRIs. I mean, like Heron Creek is the one we're all familiar with. And it has slipped by the wayside. That was within that agreement. So that particular area, the agreement was that it was going to be taken care of. So now we're on the other end of trying to make it happen. I would rather see it within those particular areas. Otherwise, I foresee taxpayer dollars going to any public area that has these protected wildlife species. And we're going to have to be doing the county's job of taking care of these type of lands. And to me, you can't hold somebody else unless it's in a contract accountable for something that you aren't going to do yourself. So if we require somebody else on their private property or whatever to take care of it, we need to on the public side. And as I said, I see dollar signs coming to this. That's why we use SLOC and places and entities like that to care and conserve and preserve, because the maintenance is on them, not us. So I'm sure what they wanted was like Heron Creek to be dealt with, but I'm sorry, that's fault on our part that we didn't keep track of it and make it happen in a timely manner. But to burden all the other because of that, I can't agree to. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes, I think that the last three items here, all of these items dealing with endangered species, I just have so many questions around them that I'd really like to see us address these in the September 28th meeting. And if my fellow commissioners agree, I think it would be a good idea in this instance to do a consensus just to make sure that it doesn't get lost in the shuffle and that we do indeed address it on the 28th.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I hear Commissioner Langdon, and I tend to agree. The only question that I have is on this one that we're speaking about maintaining healthy habits. I'd kind of like to send it back to EAB for specifics. We're sitting here trying to figure out what they mean by it. Why don't we get back to them and say, could you please explain it and give us some details? That way then it's not so vague, so we can figure out exactly where they were leaning with that wording. And if we're going to hold off and have the discussion on the other two items, I do have one follow-up question on the next bullet point.
Go ahead.
Did you want to kick the EAB back to I'm sorry, did you want to kick maintaining healthy habitats back to EAB for specifics, Mayor?
Well, if you've got a question on one that we're going to kick back, go ahead and ask it now before we kick it back.
That was the only suggestion I had, was to kick back about maintaining healthy habits to EAB. I had a general question for staff on the next item. And if we're going to wait until the 28th to discuss it, I want to see if they.
That's the kickback I was talking about.
To staff on the 28th. I
Right,
apologize.
so go ahead before
All right.
we put it all to rest right now.
And I know everybody is going to laugh, not only on this board, but out there in public. But it says, if a female gopher tortoise burrow is determined to be active, blah, blah, blah. How the hell do you know if it's a female gopher tortoise burrow? Don't males have burrows too?
When I spoke with Savannah, who's our environmental technician and an authorized gopher tortoise agent, she said you have to dig up the burrow and look.
So why would you dig up and harm a gopher tortoise just to see if it's male or female burrow? Okay, so my question wasn't really that silly.
So our objective is to
Protect 'em,
protect them, but
it's a
yeah, we're
male.
gonna dig down in to see if it's a male or female, if it's got eggs. Okay,
Oh,
thank
dear
you.
Lordy, Lord.
All right.
I'm sorry, I don't get
so-
that one either then.
So with that, I'm sure that question will come up again on the 28th.
Right.
With that, the last 1, 2, 3, 4 items, we will push to the 28th. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor? Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to see that one about maintaining healthy habitats kick to EAB, not even discuss it on the 28th, because we don't know what they're looking to do. The
Which
third
one?
from the bottom, the third one from the bottom.
Oh, the maintenance?
Yeah.
Can we do both?
Exactly. They ask them, and then the answer comes back to us
But
on the
EAB isn't
28th.
going to meet again until next month. They're already.
Well,
met
there's
this month.
there's a liaison and a chair they can discuss without a meeting.
That would be breaking sunshine,
The liaison and the chair?
but the
No.
chair can't speak for the board.
If they've already made a consensus, sure, he can relate or she can relate what the consensus was and why.
Discussion was, yeah.
Doesn't break anything.
I was looking for more specifics on how to achieve it.
Well, I'm sure they had and talked about it. If they didn't,
Okay,
they're going to have to say, I don't know. But
okay.
if they already discussed it, I think the chair and the liaison could.
That's what I was just gonna add on that is they could have possibly talked about it. It just didn't make it on this paper this way, but they can say if they had or they hadn't, and then it wouldn't be breaking sunshine because then we'd have to wait.
And Commissioners, may I remind you, there are minutes for the advisory boards.
Mhm.
So any consensus should be included in the minutes.
Thank you. All right, back to staff.
Okay, so that is all of our policy decisions. Next, we can go through the table of changes, if you have any questions on those, or if you want to start going through line by line of the strike-through version. Whatever you would like, Mayor.
Did anybody have anything in the change section that they wanted to address? Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, it's on, I don't know what page it is, but line 745,
745?
745. And I'm
Okay.
sure I have others, but this one really, really, really stood out because I just did it by line. If you look at line 745, it is C, the listed species, and according to the staff's changes, it says this is redundant and it's covered in the environmental report.
Yes.
I didn't see it in the environmental report. It did, so I think it got struck and just never got carried over.
Okay.
So,
So let me flip to that section. I don't think we copied this exact language over. It was the intent of the language. So where there are going to be impacts to listed species, they're required to consult with the agency. That is covered in when they submit an environmental report. They have to disclose that information. So
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing this language, whether 100% duplicated or in just duplicated or reworded and duplicated over there. I'm not seeing it. So
okay. I can double check on that, and if it's not covered, I will add this exact language back in, but in the right section.
yeah. So that was the only thing on this actual track sheets, but I'm sure there's a couple in my line by line.
Would you be able to give us the answer to that on the 28th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Under Article 9, Environmental Report.
But do you have anything on the changes? We're going to do the changes first.
Okay, yes. And I don't know where this is, but somewhere it was mentioned that the hearing officer replaced the Code Enforcement Board as a decision-making entity, and that sort of it raised a flag for me, and I'm wondering what the thinking was behind that.
I'd certainly not want to diminish the power and input of the board itself.
I can answer that for you, Commissioner.
Okay,
We
thank you.
do not have a code enforcement board. Years ago, we did. And that was replaced with a hearing officer, which is permitted under Florida statutes. Chapter 162, you can have either, and they have the same type of authority. So I think that was sort of an old reference.
Okay, got it. Thank you, I'm done.
Commissioner White, anything on the changes?
Well, they're just questions I had on some of those, the same lines that are in here. Did you want me just to ask my questions about?
Well, we're going to deal with the changes first, and then we're going to go back into the chapter. So this area, 3 pages long, where they have changes since last time we looked at it.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll grab them in the next go-round.
All right.
Okay. Commissioner Langdon, you have another one in the changes?
Yeah, what's interesting, it's not captured in the change list, but I do believe it's language that's been added. If you look under Article 9, environmental reports, it's all underlined, so that's a change. It's been added, correct?
It wasn't since the last time this was seen. That was a change made earlier, but
Earlier,
we left
okay.
it underlined because it's still new language to the ULDC.
Now or later. I can go either way.
We'll go with later then.
Okay.
PZAB, anything
I'll
from
wait
the
until-
changes?
I'll wait until we go in the line by line, because I
Okay.
didn't
Yeah.
pay attention to that list, other
Okay.
than just reviewing it after I did my stuff.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we've finalized that. Now we are going to go into the questions of Chapter 11. And Commissioner Langdon, go ahead.
Okay, on
we doing
page 37,
Which, are you in the clear or the
I'm in
strike-through?
the marked up version.
Okay, thank you.
Page 37, starting at line 1452, environmental reports. I had a question about in what situations would we require an environmental report? And go for tortoise. I don't want to talk about that now or later. But part of that report was requiring 2 inspections of the property. So my question is, are these reports equally required of someone developing a 1/4-acre lot? And a project, say, the size of Welland Park? I was a little bit at a loss in terms of scale here, these requirements. Can you shed some light on that for me, please?
Sure, yes. So the environmental reports are required for most levels of review in the planning division. So a major site development plan, a development master plan, infrastructure, environmental reports are required for most, if not all of those. As of now, for a single family lot, I don't think that this is required, but I believe that is a change that's going to be brought forward in a future chapter, that they are going to be requiring some sort of environmental report for single family lots.
Okay, so it's required of most development projects. Right now, the 1/4-acre lots are exempt from that.
Yes. Yeah, they do surveys, just it's not an environmental report that's checked by planning and zoning. I think Julie's going to come speak to that.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Acting Assistant City Manager. Currently, the environmental reports for single-family residences are submitted. However, the degree of the professional that signs those reports is not specified in the ULDC. That is where we're going to be very specific on who can submit those. That's going to be the change.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's helpful, thank you. I'm done.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, this is basically just a cleanup question. Page 5 of 38 in the strike through. Line number 154. It says North Myakkahatchee Creek sub-area. And then when you go to 157, it says zones within the North Myakkahatchee Creek sub-area with one of them crossed out. I just wanted to make sure if you're titling that picture, or the mapping there, that it doesn't say sub-area.
Thank you.
So that's all I had on that one.
That's it. Commissioner McDowell, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, I have a lot of changes in here. If you want, I can just start going through line by
Are you in
strike through.
clean or strike through?
Strike through.
Okay. I'll just go to the page where your first one's at.
Line 12, page 1. It says here, all applications for development approval must specify required potable water demands. Is that for residential? Is that for commercial? Is that, what does that mean? Also, does it mean, is it well, or is it city central water, or is it alternative water sources? What exactly does that mean?
So it's saying here, all applications for development approval. So I believe that that is not including residential single-family lots. This is development approval through the development process. And then it references in accordance with Chapter 3. So I would have to go back and look at what it's referencing in Chapter 3.
And that is exactly why I brought this up, because it says all applications for development. So if I want to build a house, that's an application for development.
Right.
And then if you go to the next sentence, it says if it's for developments exceeding 100,000 gallons per day, then a developer's agreement is necessary. So I thought, well, the second sentence took care of commercial development. So we go back to, yes, residential requires that. So I needed to get clarity on that because this is not clear.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think what they're trying to do here is, so Chapter 3 is going to have all of our administrative procedures. So all of our development applications will be in that chapter.
I don't know what Chapter 3 is, and that's
right.
Why.
So I think that's what the intent of this is that it's referring back to all of the application requirements in Chapter 3. But we can clarify that here as well.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
I see it as all developments. You want to know where the potable water is for residents too.
Right, I think
I mean, you differentiate from the smaller ones in that second sentence. So if somebody's going to build a house, the city wants to know where they're going to get their water, how they're going to obtain it. So, yeah, to me, it's.
And maybe it's just as simple as clearing up water demands. To me, that's saying a house is going to have 10,000 gallons and a big commercial development is going to have 100,000 gallons. But is it central water? Is it well water, or is it something else?
Right. And I do
don't know
think
what else it would be, but
the applications for building permits, I believe, will also be covered in this chapter, just in a different section, which is why I initially thought that this was not meaning both. But without having Chapter 3 in front of me, I'm not 100% sure.
So is that something you guys can clarify?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Do you need a consensus to clarify? I don't know how this works, so.
I don't know as we need a consensus for them to look at that and see if something needs to be adjusted. Go ahead.
Going on to page 2, line 47. It says, within a designated zone of a secondary exclusion, which shall extend 1,000 feet from a designated major wellhead, the following uses are prohibited. So this, again, is more for that commercial development, those bigger things. You don't want to impact somebody else's major wellhead. But those developments also have a responsibility to protect those residential wells that are abutting it or within it. So in my opinion, I think we need to add or residential property line because we have developments that are close to those residents. And if they're digging a well, it could impact the residential wells. So I would like to see some language of a major wellhead or residential property line. And I just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on that and see about the rest of the board.
Staff, are you prepared to answer anything to that, or shall we get a consensus that an answer be brought back later?
I think a consensus
All
to
right,
look into that.
See if we can get a consensus to address residential boundary lines in this section. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor? Yes. I'm a yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Line 71, well construction, period. All wells constructed in the city of Northport shall conform to laws and regulations, blah, blah, blah. But C requires a 1,000-foot radius from property lines, and this can't be achieved on the residential lots. There's something about all wells constructed in the city shall conform, but how does that affect the residents?
I believe that
Again,
falls in line to the other question.
Yeah, again, there's that when you have an absolute word of all, then I go, well, this doesn't just apply to commercial, it also applies to residential.
Right.
So I want to make sure, is it all or is it just non-residential?
So referring back to C, all site plans that accompany applications for development approval.
If you look at C above, it's commercial and industrial, but you have the word all wells.
So, well, the commercial industrial, that's 2C. I read set forth in subsection C above, meaning C on the first page.
Oh,
All site plans that accompany applications for development approval.
Thank you for that.
thank you for that.
clarification.
Okay. I guess it's because it was right up there. All right, cross that one off.
Next one.
Yeah, let's go to page 5 and talk about page 5. Mayor kind of started it and I thought he was going to finish it up. He caught the sub area being repeated. This map, while I understand is here, it is the most unclear map I have seen. And I don't know if you're going to have a cleaner version. So based on the map that I had in the backup material, I can't read the little legend. Where is Zone 3? Where is the dividing line for North and South Myakkahatchee Creek sub-area? I don't see those in this map. So this map, in my opinion, really, 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 really needs to be cleaned up. And the biggest question I have, which will carry forward to the rest of this section, is where is that dividing line for North and South Myakkahatchee Creek sub-area?
If you look on page 4, sorry to make you jump around. If you look on page 4 of the clean copy.
I don't have the clean copy, ma'am. The map is still not very good on that either.
We did make a new map, if you want to just pass that so she can look. We did try and make some new maps. They were in the clean version and not the strike-through version. But we can still work on clarifying that a little bit more.
So where is the sub-area boundary?
I don't think the sub-areas made it on there. It's the zones.
Okay, but zones 1 and 2, zones 1, 2, and 3 apply to the north sub-area. There is no zones 1, 2, or 3 in the south sub-area, so that has to be clarified.
Right.
Where that line is.
Right, I think this map is only showing the zones. So we can either add that or we can create 2 maps.
Well, you're going to have to add something because you have another whole section that differentiates south sub-area. And if I'm a developer and I have pages of requirements for north sub-area, and I have a paragraph that's barely a paragraph for the south sub-area, I'm going to say this whole thing is south.
Right.
So, thank you for that.
Yes.
All right. I don't know, do you need a consensus to,
Yeah, let's get a consensus to clarify the map and its zones and sub-areas. Commissioner McDowell?
yes?
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
thank you. And that would mean if you need more than one map too.
All right, so
Go ahead.
this is going to be kind of hard to explain, so just bear with me. If you look at line 157, it starts with A. A is zones in the North Myakkahatchee Creek sub-area. And then everything after that, until you get to line 320, applies to the north sub-area. And then the next line is talking about zone 1, where is zone 1 and what is zone 1 in words, not pictures. Zone 2 in words, not pictures. Zone 3, words, not pictures. And I'm wondering, do you need to have that A? Because 320 doesn't have anything after it, and 321.
Yeah, I see what you're
So
saying.
A is really not needed because this is this is the section for the north sub area.
It should be a section heading.
It should, exactly, it's kind of like a little paragraph, like you have a little paragraph under other descriptions. And then you have your 1, 2, and 3, which clarifies what zone 1, 2, and 3 are. So thank you for understanding
Yes.
what I was getting at. If you look at line 161, it says, as delineated in 11-1. Now, maybe it's on your clean copy that you just handed me, but I don't know what 11-1 is. It's,
That map she showed you.
is that the map you just showed me?
Yes, it is.
Is it designated as 11-1?
Figure
Okay.
11-1.
All right, so I can cross that off. Thank you. All right, going on to 166. Actually, it's 165. It says 150 feet landward from the landward edge of zone of maximum protection. That phrase, maximum protection, pertains to zone 1. So I'm wondering if you could just take out of maximum protection and put zone 1, because it's kind of
Unclear.
unclear. Thank you. Do you need a consensus, Mayor, to change that?
Is there a reason that you guys wanted to use that language? Do you want both?
That was the existing language, so
Okay.
that was just what was here already, but I do agree, zone 1 is a little clearer for the reader.
Okay. Consensus to change zone of maximum protection wherever it's listed to read as zone 1. Commissioner McDowell?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
$167. It says here, a conservation zone, zone 3. Oh, that's answered now that I saw that other map. Thank you. I can take that off. If you go to line 198, this is wordy. It says permitted only as approved by the city and otherwise prohibited. So either it's permitted or it's prohibited. You've got it both in the same sentence.
Yeah, because, we tried to clean up the existing language is prohibited except as approved by the city. But it's still saying both things.
Exactly.
It's
And-
permitted only as approved by the city.
And when you say approved by the city, are you talking city manager slash designee? Are you talking staff? Or are you talking commission? Because that's not clear either.
Yeah, so I believe that's referring to staff, because then the next sentence, if the construction of a catwalk / boardwalk is permitted, additional regulations shall apply as determined by the city manager or designee.
So maybe we need to designate who the city is, because some may say it's a commission, some may say it's staff. That's my thought, Mayor, for discussion.
I think they already are going to go ahead and make those changes.
I think, yes, I had a question about that too. I'm glad Commissioner McDowell brought that up. Like, who is the city and who, even if you're going to say staff, who on staff is going to make that decision? You're talking about a really sensitive area of our city here. And just to leave that up to anybody, like, okay, can we get an answer from you? I mean, I think that it really needs to be identified specifically who is going to give that permission.
Would the construction of anything going over the waterways, would it come to commission as part of development, either DMP or, conditional use? Would it come to commission for approval at some point? And this is just talking about the it's talking about conditional.
Yeah, that's difficult to say, because if it's something in association with an existing development, then it probably would not have to come to commission. It would go through the permitting process through city staff.
So zone 1 is closest to the creek, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe this is something that would have to get approved by commission, because we're trying to protect that zone 1 as much as possible. So it's giving another layer of checks and balances. So maybe, in my opinion, because it's zone 1, it should come to commission. How often are they going to be developing in zone 1? And what are they going to be developing is very, very narrow. So I don't see it coming forward to commission at any point. But if something is to be developed there, it should probably get the commission's blessing.
Can I just clarify? Zone 1 is the creek.
Right.
Zone 2 is abutting the creek.
Right.
And zone 3 is the
But this
larger
is
area.
for bridges and stuff over that creek, and maybe we
And
don't.
that is addressed in here. I don't know if you don't remember that, but that is addressed. Anything being built over zone 1.
Right, but it says is being approved by the city, and I'm looking for an additional checks and balance to have it commission approval.
And myself, I think this is referring to the approval of the staff when they're going through that type of stuff. And then it goes down to where it's additional regulations shall apply as determined by the city manager or designee. And if this is something that needs to be addressed by the commission, I think it can be brought forward to the commission at that point in time.
And Mayor, I'm not too sure where exactly the language would go, but this is dealing with, this subsection is dealing with permitted, conditional, and prohibited activities. And line 1 is shall be permitted. And I am looking for commission approval of what is permitted in this zone 1 being approved by the commission. Yes, the city manager and the designee and staff have processes in place before it comes to commission. But the final blessing I am looking for is for commission approval in these zones. In zone 1, I should say.
So to clarify, do you want anything in zone 1 to come to commission, or just the construction of catwalks and boardwalks?
Trying to see, walking trails already come to us, because that's a parks thing.
Yeah, just looking up under number 1, B1, scenic, historic, wildlife, or scientific preserves, minor maintenance or repair to existing structures, walking trails, dredge and fill.
So if zone 1 is the creek and only the water of the creek, How do you have preserves in a creek? How do you have structures in a creek? How do you have trails in a creek?
Yeah, I would have to look at the map more closely to see if there are any areas of Zone 1 that go outside the creek. But I would agree, you can't walk in the creek. So.
Exactly. So if
You
you're,
can't have water preserves, I believe.
but if you have a catwalk that is going over the creek, and it would then start in Zone 2.
Correct.
So this probably needs to be looked at and critiqued a little bit more based on the discussion that we're having here as to where exactly is Zone 1? Does it include the banks? Does it include, 15 feet from the bank's edge? Because then you could have a walking trail. See, these are things I don't know.
Can I read it to you?
Go ahead.
The boundaries of this zone shall be the water area
Mhm.
and contiguous jurisdiction wetlands from mean high water line of the Myakkahatchee Creek.
So it
Is
does
the
include
water.
wetlands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wetlands
See,
and
and
high,
that's-
mean high water.
So if it's including the wetlands, then yeah, anything that's being done in Zone 1 should have, in my opinion, should have the oversight of the commission. Just to make sure that it's fitting with what our plans are for the preservation of that area. That's just my opinion, and it's just me. So this is a policy decision.
We can open this up for discussion because commission changes more than staff does. And if you get a commission in here that just doesn't care about it, then it's going to come to them and willy-nilly, whatever they decide. I would rather see it talk about more protection and hold the staff to that protection rather than having it come to commission, because you never know what a commission's going to do.
But at this,
We might be preserving right now, but
but the staff can also change and have some grandiose development come in and they go, "Ooh, yes, let's do it."
I said, hold them to protection. And you can have a commission does that too.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm all for checks and balances, and if staff is being held to being required to have these protections, then then the commission is going, yes, staff has met all of those criterias, and yes, we agree. Or open it up for questions, say, hey, how are you protecting this? I'm checks and balances, ma'am.
I agree. It says digging or an excavation. Those are two really brutal things to do. And this way you have a backup system. Even if you have things in place for staff, there's no harm in bringing it to the commission so it's out in public, so people don't find out
Yeah.
as it's happened, where digging has gone on out
Yes.
there, and people said, what? I thought the creek was protected, and the commission didn't even know what was going on. So there's no harm in that.
Thank you.
And you're not talking about a lot of instances as far as what's going to be developed along that creek. We have the quadrant up there by 75, and that's pretty much the last area that could possibly be developed along the creek. But with Heron Creek there, I think it's important that we have two systems in place to really protect that. There's really no harm.
what it's doing is giving the oversight to the commission, taking it away from the staff and putting it into the commission's hands. Commissioner Langdon?
Yeah, it was interesting. I had the same thought you did, Mayor, which is if the commission becomes part of the mix, the commission could make a more non-preservation decision than the regs allow. So just for clarification, is it any exception to this policy goes to the commission? Any variance from this policy goes to the commission? I don't think we want to see, I mean, if it's a project and it adheres to our requirements, do we want to see that?
The language
the
right
intention?
now is permitted only as approved by the city.
Who is the city? And that's what we're trying to
Right.
determine here.
And also, there's nothing that says what constitutes that approval. I mean, I think that's also, it's
Correct.
so broad.
That's what I was talking about, setting that in
Mm.
place, holding that accountability to those regulations or those standards.
But those standards would have to be listed. There's nothing here.
It would not just apply to the construction of catwalks, it would apply to A through G. Because A through G is permitted, shall be permitted. And development doesn't happen in zone 1 very often. I think we've only seen one, and that was the walking trail that Parks wants to do from Appomattox to Price. But if we don't see these things and the citizens see it first, and then how come the commission, and Commissioner White, you nailed it on the head. Yes, staff has their roles and responsibilities, but so does this commission, to be able to give the public an opportunity to weigh in and say, no, we don't want any dredging of this, or we don't want the banks to be cleared, or we don't want, I mean, geez, first year I was on the board, we had major clearing out at Myakkahatchee Creek, and you should have seen that hoopla. And the commission didn't know anything about it. So I am adamant about having at least the commission give its blessing. It's only one time in 5 years.
Right.
So
the language is these activities are prohibited
no,
unless approved by the commission.
nope, they're permitted with commission's approval.
I would recommend maybe on line 174 or 175, where it says, and shall therefore be permitted, we can say, and shall therefore be permitted with city commission approval.
And live with that.
But then it's labeled prohibited activities. It just seems,
It's permitted, conditional, and prohibited activities and uses.
okay.
Prohibited is somewhere else later on.
Permitted, conditional.
That's item 3.
Item 3 is talking about the prohibited.
And we're discussing only zone 1, correct?
Correct, this is only zone 1.
Right. Vice Mayor, you have the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna reiterate exactly what Commissioner McDowell had stated. If the commission is involved, the citizens have access to us. If they feel that there's something going on out in the creek, they can come to us. They may not have as good of access to staff,
Thank you.
especially before and after the process. They could have tried to get a hold of staff and then it went through. But if it's here, it's being talked about on the dais, I think they have a greater access to come in, give their public comment, or even call or talk or email any one of us beforehand, because we may not be able to go ahead and get with staff and say no, because we can't direct staff. So I agree 100% to have the process come to us prior, or any dais in the future, rather than just giving it to staff. And that's my 2 cents.
Go ahead, Ms. Hesser.
I just want to make sure that it's clear that other than some wetland zones on the edge of the creek, this is just for the creek. So most of this activity is going to be in zone 2. So with what you're doing here, because everything in zone 1 is approved in zone 2. So that may affect how you
We'll get to
say
zone 2
for
and
zone 1.
probably have the same conversation
Okay.
in
I
zone 2.
just want to
Yeah.
bring it to your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't mind the things that deal with zone 1 coming to the commission, because that is the most sensitive, and we want the maximum protection. It will cause a check and a balance. I do believe maybe some standards need to be placed in here that we are all guided by. Staff, I think your inclusion up there, I think you said line 174 of that, I think handles the entire thing. That would clarify who the approval of the city would be. I don't know what it does to be additional regulations by the city manager. I guess those would have to be approved by the commission also. If he wants to add additional regulations, that would have to be going forward also to the commission. Commissioner McDowell, your light's on.
Yeah, I was just wondering if, Mayor, you want to get a motion, since it seems like there might be a little bit of division on this subject, and just have a motion instead of a consensus?
This doesn't deal with finance. This is a regular item. If something does not get 100% consensus, it can be brought back for an item on an agenda for further discussion.
That's why I'm asking.
And this is a definite policy that we're talking about.
Can I get
too.
can I make a motion, Mayor, for line number 175?
Before we do, PZAB, do you have anything on this topic? All right. City Clerk, are you all right with a motion going forward at this point?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead and make your motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to add to line 175, after the word permitted, include the words "and approved by City Commission."
Second for discussion.
We have a motion on the floor to add permitted and approved by City Commission on line 175 by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Commissioner McDowell, go ahead and speak to the motion.
Yeah, and then I'll do another motion, or maybe we can do a consensus for letter G, but I wanted to keep it separate. And thank you for the second, Commissioner Langdon. I think I stated my reasoning for the motion.
All right, Commissioner Langdon, you have the floor.
Yes, I would like to see items A, B, and C removed from that. I think they're very routine, and I agree with the previous statement that these activities are presumed to have insignificant adverse impact. Once I get to D and beyond, I start getting concerned that those kinds of activities could indeed have an adverse impact. So just to reiterate, I would proceed, I would vote yes on the motion if items A, B, and C were removed from requiring commission oversight.
I appreciate that. That helps me also because of the way I was feeling about it, because there are some things that we don't need brought back. I mean, they want to clean something up or maintenance. No, I don't think that needs to come to commission. It needs to be allowed. So would you like to make an amendment to the motion?
Yes, so I would, do I need to restate the whole motion or just the amendment?
Just your amendment.
The amendment. Yes, I would amend the motion by removing items B, 1A, B, and C from requiring commission approval.
All right, there's an amendment on the floor to remove B1, A, B, and C from needing commission approval. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner White. All right, anything further to that amendment?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner White?
No, just that I appreciate that, because I was thinking that prohibited activities and uses, that's pretty much what we did, is we separated those two. And I think that would add some clarity if they were separate. Because when I first read this and I started reading it, I said, wait, these are prohibited? And then, because you have two opposites together, maybe just that could be cleaned up a little bit, so that you have prohibited and those things that have an insignificant adverse, which are the things that impacts that we're not going to take action on, that would be okay. And then say these are prohibited unless, and then that's where we come in, the
Right.
staff, and then we have the commission. So I think that would make it really, really clear in
We can
this for
clean that
people
up.
reading it too, to understand. Because actually what would come before the commission would be stormwater management facilities, correct? Everything else down there, because we just took out the first A, B, and C. Yeah, so that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell, your light's on, but it's for your second motion.
It's for the amendment, ma'am.
Oh, for the amendment, go ahead.
So to clarify for Commissioner White, the title where B is, the title of this B is permitted, conditional, and prohibited activities and uses in Zone 1. That's the title. Then underneath it is 1, and it says the following uses and activities are presumed to be insignificant and blah, 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 and are permitted. If you go to 2, it talks about conditional use, which is part of that first title of B. And then number 3 talks about prohibited, which is part of that title of B. So all of 1, the part that the amendment is for is to remove A, B, and C, is part of the permitted uses in Zone 1. And I will remind this board, our staff went out and cleared a huge, huge area along that Myakkahatchee Creek, including the banks, and it was for maintenance. And there was a hell of a baloo of a mess from the citizens, an outrage of the citizens. And it is not minor maintenance. That was not minor, but it could be perceived as minor because it's just a small area of the creek. We really and truly need to keep A, B, and C because we don't want people going in there and clearing the creek's edge for a walking trail without the commission knowing about it. So I cannot support this amendment.
Okay, I'll speak to the amendment, and I do feel as though maintenance does need to be done. These types of things that are in A, B, and C need to be permitted. That sort of stuff, maintenance goes on all the time, and we do not have part or privy in the daily schedules of staff, nor do I think we need to have oversight of their daily activities. So I appreciate what Commissioner Langdon and Commissioner White have spoke to, because Commissioner White talked about breaking down, separating A, B, and C from the remainder too, so that it is understood clearly. And if this does pass, it will need that adjustment to it. All right, so we are going to vote on the amendment. And the amendment is to remove from B1, A, B, and C from being taken up by City Commission. Go ahead and vote. And that passes 3-2 with Commissioner McDowell and Vice Mayor dissenting. Vice Mayor, would you like to state?
It's basically for the same reason that Commissioner McDowell put out. I don't want to have another maintenance / major reconstruction of the creek without the commission's knowledge.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell, anything further for your dissension?
For the reasons I already stated, Mayor.
Yeah.
And thank you, Vice Mayor.
And now we will go into the motion as amended.
Mayor.
Who
Sorry,
spoke?
could I clarify the wording on the main motion? I think you stated there shall therefore be permitted and approved by city commission. I think that's a little unclear. It still sounds like they are permitted. I would recommend permitted with city commission approval.
Okay, and I'll make an amendment to change the word "and" to the word "with." Thank you.
All right, we have an amendment to the main motion to change the word "and" on line 174 to "with." All right, now it just can't be that one word. Staff, would you tell me how you want this to be worded from 174 down?
Yes, so "and shall therefore be permitted with city commission approval."
So you want "with city commission approval" at the end?
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell, are you fine with your amendment with that then?
Yes, basically.
All right, so the amendment will read, adding "with city commission approval" after "permitted." Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
All right, we have a second by Vice Mayor. Anything to that, Commissioner McDowell?
No, thank you, staff, for bringing that one little word change and sentiment. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, anything? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that second amendment, adding the words "with city commission approval" at the end of line 175. That passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Now we are on to the main motion. City Clerk, if you will read what that main motion was, please, as amended twice.
To add the language, I'm sorry, hold on one second. To add the language "with city commission approval," removing items B, 1A, B, and C from requiring commission approval.
She picked up that wording anyhow. I thought that's what was said, but wasn't sure. So, okay, let's go ahead and vote on the main motion as amended twice. That passes 5-0 also. All right. Commissioner McDowell, go ahead.
Does anybody else want to speak? If anybody else on the board or if
Yeah, I
PZAC,
have some lines.
that way then we kind of break up the monotony of me going through the
What,
ULDC.
Of you? No. No, because I'm sure some of the lines were going to be the same anyway.
They are.
Because you did address some of the things I had.
Are you in the clear or the strike?
I'm in the
through?
strike through.
Okay.
That's what I was working on. On line 202, it calls for substantial evidence. I think that's vague. Any use or activity demonstrating competent and substantial evidence that the specific use would have no adverse impact. I just think that
Again, that kind of speaks to the standards that we have been talking about.
Okay.
Whenever we have quasi judicial or that, and we have competent substantial evidence, there is criteria for us to compare it to check off whether it is. So again, if the standards aren't in there, maybe they're in an SOP that I don't know about, but you have to have something in city attorney, if I'm incorrect, correct me now.
You don't necessarily have to have criteria, but it's always helpful to have criteria. But competent and substantial evidence is a legal standard that is established by case law for quasi-judicial proceedings. So while it might sound like it's a term without much meaning, it is defined in the common law. That is the standard that you have, a standard of evidence that the board has to have when making a quasi-judicial determination.
Okay, but that wouldn't necessarily come before the commission for that particular use, for us to decide whether, am I understanding that correctly? That would be competent and substantial evidence. If that's just something that goes through staff for approval. If we don't have a checklist for them to say, yep, they met all these conditions, then it's okay, right?
May I, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner White, a conditional use is the new term of what used to be a special exception.
Mhm.
So anytime a conditional use is being applied for, they do come before commission for approval.
Okay.
So the competent and substantial evidence requires an expert to say, no, there's no adverse effect on this, as opposed to just a lay person saying,
Okay.
oh, guess what? There's no adverse effect.
All right.
It has to be somebody who is an expert in that kind of thing.
All
And we
right.
can question them during the commission meeting.
Great. So thanks
hope
for
that-
clarifying. Yes, that because it is a conditional use, it would come before, and the public would be privy to that information as well and be
Correct.
able to weigh in on it. So thank you for clarifying that.
Staff, is that your interpretation?
Yes.
Okay. All right, line 225. I had selective clearing or trimming of vegetation. I think I had the same question about that. How the clearing, again, this goes back to what Commissioner McDowell was talking about when the creek was devastated some years ago. And again, it will not adversely affect the integrity of the wildlife habitat, but could that be specified that as far as machinery being used, hand clearing only or minimal use of machinery or something to that effect put in there? Because now we're talking about zone 2, which is going to have vegetation in there. What does the commission think about that?
No heavy equipment by hand, yeah. Because zone 2, and again, not having that little trusty map, I'm not too sure how far
Yeah.
out from the creek it goes. Let me double check that
Well, I think it
definition.
said 150.
Yes. 150 feet, yeah,
From
okay.
wherever zone 1 ends, and that's why it's going to be helpful to have a better map for that.
So just using 150 feet from water's edge
Mhm.
as an example, even though that's not the definition, to not allow heavy equipment in there, I would be in favor of that.
Yeah, because I think that's the stipulation on our single-family lots. If people want to hand clear, they don't need a permit for that. It's when you bring in the machinery on something that prompts a permit, right? Ms. Blia, you're going to say something, I know.
Yes, ma'am. For the record, Juliana Belia, Acting Assistant City Manager. With respect to the creek and the zones and all that, that is all going to be regulated by several state agencies. Southwest Florida Water Management District, State Department of Environmental Protection, even the Federal Army Corps of Engineers. Okay, so that being said, they are all regulators of the creek, whether it be a contractor or the City of Northport staff. Now, in order to go in, and I would like to clarify, we cleared blockages. We did not clear the creek. We did not do land clearing activities along the creek a couple of years ago. I just want to put that on the record. That being said, we were bound at that time, and we will always be bound in the future, even on removing blockages from the creek. We are going to be bound by state regulations. When our workers went down into the bank or to the bed of the creek in the center, there we had to do hand clearing. We were allowed to use little machinery like, chainsaws and things like that. We were allowed to have heavy equipment at the top of the bank along the creek, but you're not allowed to have heavy equipment in the bed of the creek in the center. So, and that will stand true for a contractor as well. They'll be bound by those state regulations and federal regulations as well.
That has to be permitted, correct?
It depends. It depends on what type of work you're doing. If it's maintenance work versus if you're doing any type of land clearing, then yes, ma'am, you would have to have the various state and federal permits. If you're just removing blockages and it qualifies for maintenance, which we will run that past the state every time we do it annually, because every year annually we have to do a certain amount of removal of blockages along the creek. When we had Hurricane Ida here, we had to go out during the storm and remove palm trees that were blocking the flow of water. If we do not do things like that, the city is going to flood. We are already at the levels where it came within 6 inches of a home this past hurricane. So we cannot not clear those blockages from the creek, or we are going to flood.
If we have to do it all by hand, I
We
don't
will do
know.
it by hand.
Right, but we do have to have the use of heavy equipment around the creek, not down in the sensitive zones, but we do have to have heavy equipment, otherwise we wouldn't get it done in a timely fashion.
But the reason that I question the permitting is because it's under the section C that is permitted and prohibited activities. So this is listed, E is listed under that. So that's why I was questioning.
Permitted.
Mayor, the title of this is Permitted and Prohibited Activities in Contiguous Protective Zone 2.
Correct.
And then number 1 is the permitted uses A through G. And number 2 is.
Okay, I was thinking permitted as in acquiring a permit.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And with that said, we need to change that title from permitted and prohibited
Yeah.
to include conditional use.
Yes.
Because there is a conditional use on that.
Commissioner McDowell, your light's on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, but this is addressing the vegetation. I know when you're talking about zone 1 now, when you're talking about taking things out of the creek, and obviously you can't pull out, palms and trees by hand. But this is addressing something in a different zone that is going to be just vegetation purposes, trimming. And I know, again, I've seen this where there've been right by the bridge on Price by the high school. There was, I don't know, for whatever reason, there was a road cleared down to the creek for something, and I think that was to get to the creek to do something. But if we were talking about that zone 2, which is not the creek anymore, it's the vegetation that abuts that, that there really shouldn't be any bulldozers or backloaders in that area doing that. Commissioner McDowell, what do you think?
I absolutely agree.
Vice
Made
Mayor?
that known 4 years ago.
Vice Mayor's lights on.
I've been looking for it, but I can't remember where I read it at, but in the definitions maybe or something, but they defined tire tracks as dredging. So that would sort of alleviate some of your heavy equipment in certain areas if they're going to be putting tire tracks in those areas where dredging is not allowed to happen. So I don't know if that was on the creek bank or where. I remember reading it last night and I'm going, okay, so they are including tire tracks as actual dredging. So I'll see if I can find it.
I remember reading that too. Back to the topic of the selective clearing. In zone 2, you have to use zone 2 to get to zone 1 to clear blockage. And I was out, Commissioner White and I were out on
kayaks clearing out the creek not too long ago, and I reported one very large palm tree that was blocking the entire creek. I mean, it was all the way across. They were gonna have to go in there somehow to remove that huge blockage because it probably went down during Elsa and there was debris coming along. We had to, in order to even go around it, we had to take clippers and trim the palm fronds from it so we could even get even around to go further down the creek. I don't want to take away staff's ability, effective ability to maintain the creek, which is our water source. I don't want devastation, of course, or arbitrarily going in and destroying things, but when you have to get in and utilize reasonable equipment to enhance our water, I don't want to prohibit that. Commissioner McDowell?
And I understand staff has a role and responsibility to clear the creek. But to create a maintenance road, which it was called by staff when they cleared to be able to gain access to get to the creek to remove those blockages, that to me is above and beyond strategic access to the creek. I used the phrase when this went on a few years ago, go in there with a scalpel, not in there with a buzzsaw. And I am trying to prevent staff from going in there with a buzzsaw instead of a scalpel. And I understand that you can't remove heavy stuff from the creek or along the creek without using equipment. But if we don't do it strategically, we're going to have what we have down by Price Boulevard and what we had 4 years ago on the east side of the creek, where they cleared to be able to put the equipment in. And again, I know Commissioner White and Commissioner Langdon weren't here at the time, but the citizen outrage was huge. And if the commission doesn't know about it, and the commission, I'm not asking for commission approval to go in and do their job. I'm wanting it to be recognized that we have to do it with the scalpel and do it strategically instead of just going in and clearing.
Yeah, I was reading this as when it says selective clearing or trimming, I was interpreting that as when to go in and clean things up, not, it's different to me when they have to go into the creek to pull out logs. But I was reading this as selective clearing because that could be done, as Commissioner McDowell said, really to the point of extreme when if you're just talking about taking out some invasives. That's how I was interpreting this, not when you have to get into the creek to get something out. But I don't want this interpreted as, oh, we're going to selectively clear, with a buzzsaw, and instead of, you can do it in a different way. So that was my concern, what I was thinking of.
Commissioner Langdon, unless, Ms. Julie, do you have something you wanted to say?
I was just speaking to Ellison, and I was recommending that Elizabeth Wong, the Stormwater Management, Chuck speak. They both take a little bit closer look at this section because we need to make sure that Public Works can do their work, their maintenance work in the creek safely and environmentally cautiously, and then also take a look at it from the perspective of contractors. I think we need to look at both and maybe take a second look at this language.
Langdon, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I also don't want to inhibit staff from being able to effectively maintain the water flow of the creek. Doesn't make sense to me. I would certainly hope that when we choose a path in for a utility path to reach the creek, that we do that with some sensitivity to what trees and growth are there. If we blast through that pernicious vine that just covers and kills everything, I'm not going to lose any sleep about that, but I would certainly hate to take down an oak tree to make a path. So I'm sure staff does that, but I wouldn't be opposed to some language, maybe beefing that up, that staff really needs to take a careful look at the way in a way that protects, native flora. I had one other thought, gone. Must be time for a break.
It just about is.
But yes, I appreciate Ms. Belia bringing up contractors, yes.
Yeah.
And if we have language in here, this is something you can present to them, that these are our standards.
Right.
And that reminds me of, actually was the very first kayak excursion that I did up the creek, and we went by the dog park. And it was a Saturday, and there was a contractor clearing the entire banks, and they were taking everything, including beauty berries. I mean, they didn't even know what a native shrub was, and we were just really devastated to see that. First, it was on a Saturday, I mean, when you're supposed to be enjoying the creek, but the fact that they didn't know one from the other. So this maybe selective clearing, I mean, really identify that, like you said. And if I may, I did remember my thought. I think if the city, it might be wise if the city is planning a maintenance project on the creek, that the community be notified that it's going to happen, so that people aren't taken by surprise. And I would think that if people understand that a path is being cut through to the creek to remove a blockage because of potential flooding, they would feel much more comfortable with that than if they think someone is going in there willy-nilly and cutting things down. So in terms of community reaction, we might be able to deal with that in some other channel rather than the ULDC.
All right, I like what Commissioner White was referring to, selective clearing or trimming. Be defined a little bit more clearly so we don't automatically think of maintenance. So if commission is all right to have Mr. Speaks and Ms. Wong review the language of this, especially taking note of the other contractors. If we have that approval, we can go ahead and readdress this. Sounds like 28th is going to have maybe some more than just gopher tortoises and scrub jays.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
I just got a question. It's going to go to them, then come back to us with their recommendations. They don't have the final say.
Correct.
Okay, I'm good with that.
I'm good.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
And if we could possibly expand it, because it sounds like this consensus is only for Zone 2, but I interpreted what Miss Julie was suggesting was to have Mr. Speak and staff in Road and Drainage take a look at Zones 1, 2, and 3's language, not just Zone 2, because Zone 1's language needs to be looked at in regards to the contractors and their abilities, along with Zone 3, which we haven't quite gotten to yet. So I don't know what zones you're speaking of in this consensus, but I'm interpreting what Ms. Julie said,
I
was to
believe it
include
needs-
1, 2, and 3.
I believe they need to come back on all three. Is everybody in agreement to that?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to bring up before we go for a 10-minute break, if you would look at line 230 and 231. I have an issue with saying four-wheeling
That's mine. too.
and skateboarding. How in the world do you skateboard on dirt? I mean, that, we're not gonna be paving over Zone 2 to be able to skateboard. So I think skateboarding just absolutely needs to be removed. And I also feel as though four-wheelers need to be removed. They tear stuff up. I've been out there and seen trucks and four-wheelers just running through the creek, up the banks, all along. No, I don't think four-wheelers need to have a part along the creek, not at all. Commissioner McDowell?
Mayor, you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, the four-wheeling, and first off, four-wheeling isn't even defined. So I interpreted that as more of the ATVs.
Yes, that's the way I took it.
But we really, in this ULDC, need to use defined terms and stick with those defined terms. But four-wheeling, ATVs, whatever you want to call that, should absolutely not be allowed in this conservation zones 1, 2, or 3. And skateboarding, I had a big old question mark by that. Camping, I don't know what areas the Myakkahatchee Creek, there's that big, huge clearing that people use for camping, for primitive camping. I don't know if that's in any of these restricted zones. Again, that map, it wasn't very helpful for me when I was reviewing this. So we might need to look at that camping. Now, bicycle motocross, if I remember correctly, some of those motocross bikes now are electric. And I think there's some that are now three-wheelers, which kind of gets into the ATV aspect of it. I think manual powered motorbikes are okay. There's a huge group that uses their bikes along the creek and the trails. Manual biking, but electric, or those three-wheeling ones. I mean,
Non-motorized.
yeah, non-motorized stuff.
BMX.
Yeah, because you had stated the manually operated motorbikes.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
it was like
It
you
is
had
break
both
time.
avenues covered, but
It is break time. But yeah, that language absolutely needs to be clarified. And I appreciate the mayor bringing it up and just removing a lot of the.
I would suggest removing that whole last sentence there because it's stating it's only permitted with city approval anyway. So
Right.
this is just saying these facilities include but are not limited to the following. We can strike that
Are
whole
you looking to
sentence.
remove all of F? Is that what your suggestion is?
No, just that last sentence of F. That's listing the specific activities.
yeah, because I just wanted to add also that four-wheeling would include motorized vehicles, not just ATVs. It could be 4x4 trucks. It could be
Yeah.
a car goes out there. Anything with four wheels out in the land.
Motorized.
Yeah, out in the land is called four-wheeling, you know. So, I mean, that's just a definition for it. So, yeah, I would strike it all.
So consensus to strike the last sentence, beginning the very end of 229 and going through 231. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and I just want to clarify, this says construction of facilities that would have accommodated these things. So when Commissioner McDowell mentioned the mountain bike people, they didn't construct anything. They're just riding on existing trails. I just want to make sure nobody out there thinks, oh, the commission just said we can't ride our bikes along the trail anymore. But this is for construction of these certain types of facilities. Thank you. Yes.
But back in the past, though, they did
Yes, do you remember that?
had the
Yeah,
bicycles
absolutely.
construct bridges
That was
and
the
stuff.
highlight, though.
Right, and I'm not saying there was anything wrong with it. It became problematic because there was blockages coming through the water and stuff,
Yeah.
but, you know, it was fun.
It was fun while it lasted, yeah.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I think at this time, Mayor, it's 5 after 11. I have a couple other things with F.
But no, I'm asking for yes or no on
Oh,
the
I said yes,
consensus.
ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, thank you. I didn't hear that.
It's all good.
What I'm wanting to ask right now before we go to break staff, is there anywhere that prohibits four-wheeling from zone 1 and 2? Because zone 3 is where, well, houses start in zone 2, correct?
Yes.
All right, so can't really determine or private property, but zone 1 and 2, is it prohibited four-wheeling anywhere in the code?
I do not think it's specifically prohibited.
I would
It's
like
not
to see it
specific.
specifically prohibited. Is there anybody agrees with me?
Absolutely.
All right, we have a unanimous consensus that we add that four-wheeling is not permitted in zones 1 and 2.
1 and 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Four-wheeling, ATV, motorized, whatevers.
However you want to
Yeah.
put that, side by side, whatever they're called.
I know I said four-wheeling.
Yeah. But it's ATVs, it's all that motorized stuff.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
not just-
because there are two-wheel dirt bikes.
Yep.
That can tear a road up, man, more than a BMX bike ever
Exactly.
dreamed of.
Oh, yeah.
I saw, when I was at Oaks Park, a dirt bike come through and a mother and daughter had to jump off the trail because that dirt bike was down the path. So.
Can we clear that consensus? Because you said four-wheeling. And I
Exactly.
think it needs to be any, to
Motorized.
prohibit any motorized vehicles, any motorized, and we have to be careful because vehicles are more cars. So we'll have to have staff come back with it, but anything, our intent, what I'm hearing is anything motorized is prohibited in zones 1 and 2.
And as Vice Mayor brought up, there is a place in here that talks about the dirt
The
when,
tread,
yeah.
Yeah,
you
tire
tread.
tracks. I still can't find it, but
It's in there, it talks about it being dredging. I mean, goodness sakes, some of these paths going from one bank to the other, going through the creek, just,
Motorized recreational vehicles, I think, would be
yeah,
the
I was thinking
intent.
that, recreational vehicles.
I think recreational vehicle is defined differently, though.
yes.
It's not
Yeah,
really-
have to
I
have
mean, you
staff
could
come
still
out.
have a legally licensed 4x4 and say, this is not for recreation, this is my work truck, but I happen to be in the creek.
Yeah, nothing motorized. My intent is nothing motorized in zones 1 and 2.
I have also seen the souped up golf carts out there in zone 1
You
and
may
2.
want to exclude parking lots. Oaks Park has a parking lot, so you have to drive your car there. It's a motorized vehicle. Oaks Park has a parking lot.
That's
You
true.
have to exclude, you can have
I think
motorized.
staff understand
Yeah,
our
yeah.
intent. I hear what you're saying. They're going to have to be very
If they're
careful with their
appropriate.
wording.
Yeah, because the way it was stated, it was zone 1 and 2, and the parking lot is in zone 2, so point taken. Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
Yeah, but I mean, you could put in designated vehicle
Parking
areas,
area, yeah.
you know, which would be that parking lot.
Right.
It's not designated to be down in the creek or on the
Right.
banks of the creek or crossing the creek, you know, but we do
Empty
have,
parking lots and roads.
yeah, roads and parking areas.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:21, please. All right, we're back in session. I hit the thing very lightly at 11:21, so we are back in session. And staff, I will turn this over to you. Is there anything that we need to do before commissioners continue?
No?
Okay.
You can continue.
Commissioner McDowell, your light's on.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to flip back to line 205. Conditional use. Sometimes it's capitalized, sometimes it's not. So if we could look for consistency on that throughout
It should
the
be
document.
capitalized, yes.
Um, All right, so going to F.
What line are you at?
228, and this is going back to the same discussion we had regarding the words. It says here, Zone 2 for recreational purposes is only permitted with city approval and otherwise prohibited. So I know that when we talked about that same sentence in Zone 1, staff was going to clean up the language, but I would assume you're going to just automatically do that here too.
Yes.
But I think based on the discussion that we had for Zone 1, who is the city? And again, city commission seeking approval for some of these uses because it is so close to the creek. It's basically 150 feet away. And the development of putting up a gazebo or adding a restroom or a parking lot, I don't know if would automatically come to the commission, but these are permitted things that can happen. And I really think they should be approved by commission, especially when you look at A, that says all uses and activities included in Zone 1, already based on the motion was commission approval is required. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there and see if we want to just add the same words with the commission's approval that we talked about for Zone 1, or if there's going to be a discussion. So I'm just bringing that up, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think discussion is necessary for Zone 2 because you have single-family residents that can be put up in Zone 2, constructed in Zone 2. And I really don't believe that type of stuff needs to go under the scrutiny of City Commission. So I have a little bit of problem with making Zone 2, making everything come before the commission for Zone 2. If you wanted to say public stuff has to come, you know, the gazebo and trails and things like that, public use, or what the city does, you know, along Zone 2, got no problem with that. I think there is an issue with saying all uses and activities included in Zone 1, which is A, is a little awkward now because we have commission overseeing so much in Zone 1. So I think that needs to be readdressed, but to have every construction come back for Zone 2, I can't because that's single-family private property. Ms. Hester.
I would have waited until my turn, but I really wanted to address that single family. I wanted to make sure that, just to reiterate to the commission, that we are in the process of purchasing all the properties. And I know that there are 4 houses there that we haven't purchased or may not plan to. However, at last count, there were only like 50 properties left that the city doesn't own in Zone 2. And I don't know how to do it. I don't know the mechanism, but I'd like to employ you to not allow any additional single-family residential in there. It's a sending zone, so we can trade properties with them, and that has been going on as part of that program. But I would like to see in these regulations that we I don't know how to do it legally. I don't,
I think we're
But
up
I'd
to
like to see
speak with the
that-
city attorney in regards to whether you can
the houses that are
prohibit
there
it.
are grandfathered in. The rest of the property counts as a sending zone or property swap or some other mechanism, and or make these even more restricted. I don't know the answer. I'm just bringing it to your attention because we are, like I said, as far as I know, there are not that many pieces of property left. Carrie Branco was working on purchasing of the lands, and as far as I know, there were not that many left. So I'd like to see in perpetuity into the future that we make it more restrictive to be able to build there just because you own the property. But maybe it's work with owners to.
I think we as a city have been trying to do that, trying to swap, trying to do that. Why they don't move on it, why they don't, I don't know. Maybe somebody's got plans when they retire to come down and build. I don't know.
So they see the
There
regulations.
are restrictions for the construction. It's listed as what you can do, can't do, how you have to do it in that zone. City attorney, could we prohibit single-family residence in Zone 2?
You know, Mayor, we would have to look at that, particularly in light of a new law that went into effect in July, on July 1st, which expanded the protections under the Burt-Harris Act.
All right. I think in the interest of the commission, I'd like to see if I can get a consensus to have the city attorney give us some feedback as to whether with this new law on July 1, whether we can prohibit single-family residence in Zone 2. Commissioner Langdon? Yes. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Commissioner-
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mayor, may I add a little addendum
Of
to
course.
that? If it happens that we're unable to prohibit that particular use, I'd like us to look at the septic requirements in that area, and rather than a standard septic, require one of the new systems that are designed for more sensitive areas.
And just to let you know, Commissioner Langdon, it is addressed on line 237, and that's going to be one of the questions that I have.
Go ahead with it.
So it says on line 237, it says alternative or central water systems only. To me, that's giving the homeowner, developer, whatever, a choice. If central sewer is available, they could choose not to use it by using that word or. There's language on line 257 that says only if a wastewater system or city sewer is not available. Right now, you're giving them a choice to either put in that alternative wastewater or hook up to city sewer. And that, I don't think, is the intent.
Right.
But septics, like my house has a septic, an 80 by 120 lot, would not be allowed on here. It has to be one of those, and I don't know how to say the word, aerobolic or
Aerobic.
something.
Aerobic.
Oh, it's aerobic?
They're
Oh,
contained or
Yeah,
something.
it's a different kind of a septic.
Yeah, that
septic
wasn't clear
system.
to me based on this.
I would agree. I think you could strike or central.
Yeah.
But if central is available, why
Have
would you
to
strike
hook
it?
up. Yeah, they have to hook up.
Yeah.
But I think if you look at the line 257, that language has already been used.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Just word it the same way as what she's
Just
saying.
copy B.
Yeah,
And before you do, I
go ahead.
have something on that 256 and 257. I would consider changing it to make clear it's approved with the use of central wastewater. single-family duplex and multifamily development on wastewater systems. Okay, never mind. I read it again.
Okay, no problem.
Can we get a consensus, Mayor, to change line 237 to match the language of 257?
Yeah, we might as well. Commissioner McDowell?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner McDowell, go ahead. Or
All right,
do you
well-
have anything further, Ms. Hester, on that?
No,
Okay.
I just wanted
Go
to bring it
ahead,
to your attention.
Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I just want to see, do we want to get city approval to do this development stuff that's being permitted on A through G? And yes, it includes single-family homes. Maybe the commission, while we, depending on what city attorney determines, coming to the commission, we can possibly ask staff to go back and work with the homeowner to swap lots. You know, I don't know, but definitely A through F. Commission needs to know about this stuff. It's 150 feet away from the creek. And this is a lot more development things that can happen.
Well, if you want to talk about dividing it the way the last section was, I have no problem. That's what I was talking about. If it's public, I don't mind us overseeing what we're doing ourselves, just not privately. And that's what A through F pretty much are.
What if you get a private developer that wants to come in and put in some kind of a wildlife museum? You know, maybe not with a structure, but they want to designate 5 lots as wildlife, and they want to put a gazebo up. I don't know if they would still have to come to commission for something like that. See,
Again, that's the private part.
Yeah, I don't know how many, again, as was said, how many lots we're really talking about, because
well, there's 50.
zone 2 is 150 feet from the actual creek. And so if there's any lots that are still not developed, they're 80 feet back. And then it's saying here, the rear yard setback has to be 50 feet from the boundary. And I had a question about that. What boundary were you talking about? The
Zone 1 and 2 boundary, where
The
zone
end-
1
the-
and zone 2
the
start.
end of the boundary or the beginning? I don't, where zone 2 ends? So
Where
that-
zone 1 ends and zone 2 begins.
Because it's coming from the creek.
Mhm.
Okay, but zone 1 is the creek itself.
Plus the wetlands.
Okay, and zone 2 is 150 feet, and that's where we're
Yes.
saying some of these remaining lots are, but then they have to go 50 feet from that.
Yes.
Right. And that would be tier 1, and my understanding was we have purchased majority of those lots, except for how many did you say? In tier 1?
I do not know.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is now since I left.
right, I thought most of them were,
But most
in
of them,
tier
even
2.
then, there was like 53 or something like that that
Uh-huh.
were left when I was here a year ago.
right.
I don't think it's changed.
Oh, I don't know.
Mayor, I'd just like to point out too, you're including E, which is the clearing of vegetation. So if that's requiring commission approval, that could have some effect on what Ms. Belia was talking about with the clearing for
True.
flooding purposes.
Well, if you define selective clearing versus maintaining,
Or
if you
emergency.
keep those, if you
Mhm.
keep those separate,
Mhm.
you know, by definition, it could be included. Commissioner McDowell, your light's on.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if we need a consensus to have commission approval for items A through F.
Commissioner Langdon or Vice Mayor, how do you guys feel about commission approval for Zone 2?
I would say yes, commission approval. It may give us a chance to go ahead and talk with property owners that are coming in residential to possibly even make them more aware or wheel and deal and do the property changes and stuff, so. And we haven't had too many of them coming through lately, so I would like to be involved in it, I would believe.
So you're talking about commission having control over both public and private properties?
I would at least say to have a look at it, absolutely. You know, have a discussion and see where we're at. Mhm.
I'm not talking about abroad, I'm talking about you would then have to oversee the permitting of somebody's private property.
And to
Every
make
ti-
sure that
every
everything
time.
is, well, just along this one area.
No, it'd be every property, those 53 properties?
Correct.
You would have to
In
have
zone
them.
2.
Right. You would
If
have
they
to
were to
oversee
build
it.
on all of them, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Langdon?
I would eliminate A from requiring commission oversight. I mean, whatever the activities in Zone 1 are, we would treat them the same in Zone 2.
No, Zone 1, those are permitted in Zone 1. So what they're saying, instead of relisting the permitted things in Zone 1, they're just saying all uses included, permitted in Zone 1 carry forward to Zone 2.
Yeah, so for clarity, there are activities in Zone 1 that aren't requiring commission oversight. Those same activities would not require commission oversight
agree.
in Zone 2.
I agree.
Okay.
Oh,
But I'm really torn on this. I'm just listening really carefully to what my fellow commissioners are saying, but I'm really thinking that gazebo, educational facility, definitely single home building permits, I think would make sense to have them come to commission. I think it's a way of our sort of keeping an eye on what's happening with those lots and having a process for working with those property owners. But I'm very uncomfortable with having oversight on private property. I'm really, really torn on this. Wow, I just, thoughts, anyone, any brilliant ideas?
I don't know until we hear back if we can even eliminate development in that.
Right.
I don't know if we can truly make a definitive answer on the residential. To me, there's already the restrictions in there. They have to abide by that. So staff has to hold them to those standards. For us then to oversee what staff is overseeing, I don't know if that's really beneficial. And to me, it's, yes, that's a more sensitive area, but do we oversee something that we feel is more sensitive because we say it is? I don't know as I really want to go down that path unless we can state, no residential.
Can I propose a compromise?
Go ahead.
In the south area, there's some regulations on how the yard and the house and everything can be on the property. Maybe if you added that, that would protect what's behind the house at a further distance than the 50 foot. That's on page 22 of 38.
Yeah, that's why I was saying there was more regulation.
But that's only on the south sub area, not on the north. If that were added to the north sub area, that might help.
We could add it to it, exactly. The standards have to be there. That standards have to be there for staff to even be able to say yay, nay, or whatever. I mean, the standards need to be
That's the
there.
Myakka River
That's the
Protection
Myakka
Zone.
River. That has nothing to do with the Myakkahatchee Creek.
Yeah, those are different.
It's in the south sub area.
South sub area is only this big. No,
Yeah, they're different. They're different.
They're
zones.
totally different things. The south sub area that you're talking about is line 320.
We can still make the same standard.
Okay, so let me rephrase
The
it.
Myakkahatchee
The Myakkahatchee, the
River.
The Myakka River
Myakka
Protection
River.
Zone.
Protection Zone
Okay.
regulations to be on the northern, in the city as well.
And that's a standard that we could set for this, especially if we can't restrict,
Yeah.
the construction. Bring that same standard over to this.
have to be revised to fit
Right.
the creek as opposed to what the Myakkahatchee,
But
I'm
it's,
sorry, the Myakka River Protection Zone. That's a great idea.
but it would
But
still
My
cover.
consensus that I was looking for was to approve items A through F, leaving G, which is residential, and then we could address G by bringing in the Myakka River Protection Zone requirements. But my consensus I was looking for commission approval was A through F.
But then you said you wanted to open it for discussion, so that's what I was doing, was
A
getting
through F.
getting everybody's take. And that's when it opened up into the discussion of residential or not. I am in total agreement, A should be out because we addressed Zone 1 with that and we divided that, so that one should not be included. The selective clearing or trimming, I'm a little hesitant until we get staff to come back and state that. To me, that's something that we can add in later after we get staff's report back to us. I saw your hand go up, Mr. Sawyer.
Yes. Now, A through F, or A through E, those things do require some kind of a city permit, right, from city staff? They all require, like a gazebo. If somebody wants to build a gazebo, you just can't throw one out without getting a permit.
Correct.
Can you? Huh?
Yes.
So, or a museum or a restroom, you certainly wouldn't be able to do any of that stuff without going through the city and getting a permit to do that. So I don't really, I kind of like to leave those things to the, I don't know, peer review of the city staff and not have the city commission having to review all those things. Selective clearing and trimming of vegetation. As you indicated, there was a problem like 4 years ago, but I think we have to trust staff to look at these things, particularly in Zone 2, and say, gee, I don't think you need to put a gazebo. It's not a good idea. Unpaved parking is not a good idea, and just squash it right there. They're just going to have to be really vigilant on anything that they want to do in Zone 1 or 2, city staff is, and just, leave it like it is. The other thing talking about housing, I thought at one time we were buying up houses in Zone 2 and 1 and 2 along the creek. We were paying money here a few years ago. We bought up a bunch of houses. So why would we want to approve letting people build there again in that zone? I mean, that's something you're going to take a look at anyway. So.
Exactly, that's what we have to look into because it's
Yeah.
private property.
Right.
And so to tell somebody they can't build on their property that they own, we need to see where we stand legally.
Right.
We have been trying to purchase them.
Right.
Reach out, routinely, I believe yearly, a letter goes out or whatever, trying to purchase them, swap them, whatever. We did buy one house a couple years ago. That was in Tier 2. So, yeah, we've been trying. But it's not that we are permitting it. It's already permitted. We are trying to see if we can curtail it in either totally or bring over those Myakka River protections into this zone.
And we can put protections, which is what this is all about. But I know that they can't be so restrictive that it prevents somebody
Right.
totally from building a house, because as the mayor said, it's a platted lot. But certainly we can put conditions and if they don't want to go that length, then they would be encouraged to sell it. I mean, that's pretty much how things are done when they want to have conservation areas. They just give them an offer they can't refuse. So that's what it comes down to. So.
All right, as far as the residential, which is G, I think we probably need to wait until we hear back from city attorney. I think it sounds like most of us, if not all of us, if we can't say no to residential single home, that we put those standards of Mayaca River here in Zone 2. So I think we can handle that one relatively quickly when it comes back. The question now is, do we want the items A through F? Sounds like A is probably out, so B through F, do we want it to come to commission?
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Mr. Sawyer had mentioned that, that these are permitted uses, and a gazebo is a permitted use. And he made the statement that if we allow staff to make the decision, there is no decision that staff can make. They cannot say, no, we don't want a gazebo there, because it's listed as a permitted use.
Okay,
The only thing staff can do is allow the gazebo. That's all they can allow, because it's in the code that way. Am I correct?
That's correct. Then it would go through whatever permitting process it needs to go through.
So what I was requesting was a final commission approval to be able to put that gazebo up. Staff can't say no, but we can,
okay.
correct? Can we say no if it's a permitted use?
If we
I
add
don't
those
think
words.
we can, if it's already permitted.
No.
No, it's
It's permitted
permitted,
as
we
a matter of
can't.
right. Right, when you get the option to say yes or no is for an special exception, or now a conditional use permit.
And I think
You can have, prohibited uses. If you want a say in sometimes yes, sometimes no, that's your conditional use. When it's permitted, it is permitted as a matter of right, and you cannot modify
we
that.
can't modify it, but this is also giving one more checks and balance and alerting the citizens as to what is going on right along the creek. Very similar situation to like with what happens in Zone 1. There's a little bit more development that's happening in Zone 2, but it is alerting us and the citizens that this is happening there.
Okay, the thing that my mind is stuck on now that city attorney has said that,
They know.
that's exactly what we did to Zone 1. We added the words "with city commission approval." They are therefore permitted with city commission approval. If those same words are added in Zone 2, therefore be permitted with city commission approval.
Mayor, may I make a
Does that-
suggestion?
Okay, please do.
I think maybe rather than looking at these specific words, looking at the overarching picture, when it comes to things that are conditional uses, those should come before the city commission. So if you want it to be a conditional use, then it's a conditional use. And those should come before the city commission, and most likely Chapter 7 requires that. If you want them to be permitted as a matter of right, then they're just permitted as a matter of right.
So definitely adding, we need
So-
to add within the title of C, conditional uses.
I think if you just let staff know, we want the commission to weigh in on whether or not, this use is allowed, and they will know to modify that accordingly so that it's a conditional use, or, we don't need commission input, that'd be a permitted use as a matter of right.
Okay, thank you.
What do you, yes.
The things happening in Zone 1 aren't really construction. I don't see construction items in Zone 1. One is the fill, stormwater, and digging and excavation. The only thing that is considered construction, I guess, is the catwalks and boardwalks, and maybe that needs to be just changed on line 196 to conditional use. But those other items, absolutely, commission needs to know about it.
Is it your intent to say yes or no to those items that are permitted? And did I not hear correctly that you said if they're permitted,
We can't say no.
you can't say no? I'm a
That's
little
right, so
confused
they'll
here.
need to be redrafted. Rather than wordsmithing it specifically, the staff can take it back, get it redrafted to say.
So the catwalk
this-
would be conditional use, not permitted with commission approval.
Yes, that's correct.
So you might want to look at zone 1 again too, and just change what you want to look at to be put into conditional use. And in zone 2, what you want to be able to look at, put it in conditional use and leave the rest permitted. That would be cleaner.
All right. B through F. Do we want city commission approval of B through F under the C in zone 2? Commissioner Langdon.
Can you repeat that, please, Mayor?
B through F, which is line 220 through 231, well, we eliminated 229. Excuse me, 221, yes, through 229. We want those items to come before a city commission for approval.
A reluctant yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes, and what I should have stated was that E, depending upon what staff brings back, we might want to tweak that. But at this point, I will say yes, knowing that there might be a tweak after staff comes back. Commissioner White.
So you're saying commission approval, not a conditional use condition?
Well, they're going to have to wordsmith it, not us. So
Okay.
we're saying
Approval in some
we want to look at
regard.
these. Yes.
That's fine.
I'm a yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right. Ms. Hester, do you have anything?
I have stuff, but in this particular one, no.
Okay. Let's continue forward. Commissioner McDowell?
Do you want to get a consensus to have line 232, which is addressing single-family homes, to include the conditions or the development plans for the Myakka River?
We said we'd wait until the information came back from city attorney, because if we can totally eliminate them.
Okay,
And
just
then
making
if
sure.
not, we would tweak it with that.
Fantastic. If you go to line 249, we need to add conditional use to that title also, because there's permitted, prohibited, but there's also a conditional use in that section.
Go ahead.
All right, E, line 269. It is my understanding, this is the development standards within the conservation restricted zone overlay. It's regardless of the zone 1, 2, or 3. So in my opinion, this should go over to where line 157 is, underneath that little blurb about what zones 1, 2, and 3 are. Because you're talking about, on line 268, you're talking about zone 3. 269, you're talking about zones 1, 2, and 3. And then line 282, you're going back to talking about zone 3. It's kind of hodgepodge, and I'm wanting to kind of keep everything all together.
I'm wondering if that was a typo, because zone 3 is called the conservation zone. So I am wondering if, I think this is meant just for the conservation zone. Because if you see the struck language, special design standards within zone 3, I think this is supposed to be specific to Zone 3. If commission wants this to apply to all zones, we can change that, though.
See, I don't know what the intent of this language of E is. I just see conservation restricted overlay, and I'm thinking
Right.
zones 1, 2, and 3.
Right. The intent was only for Zone 3, now that I look at it, because as you mentioned, all of these sections are applying to Zone 3, and the title of Zone 3 is Conservation Zone.
But we're supposed to have an environmental report done for zones 1 and 2. Why are you going to allow construction in zone 2 of a gazebo without having an environmental report? This is specifically requiring an environmental report. I would think if you're going to do anything in zone 1, zone 2, or zone 3, you would want to have that environmental report.
I agree. I mean, for the gazebo example you used, you would be required to do that for your
But it's
permit
not in
anyway.
But it's not part of that.
Yes, it's not in this section. It would be in this section about your application requirements for a building permit. But I see what you're saying, that it doesn't make sense to just have this language in here for Zone 3 and not all 3 zones. Is that what you're saying?
That's why I was suggesting it to be moved to line 157, because that would apply to all 3 zones.
And we can
Or
definitely,
wherever you feel that it needs to go. It just is odd that it's here and only applying to now what I'm hearing, zone 3.
right. We can definitely move it to the beginning, but I do think the intent was it was just Zone 3.
If that needs to be looked at and then put where it should be.
So would you like it at the beginning to cover all 3 zones?
But you just stated you thought the intent was for only zone 3. So we need to know what the intent that staff wanted to do. I'm in agreement with what she'd stated. So I have no problem with it being moved up at the top so that it's an overview for all 3. But if it's only supposed to be zone 3, why? Only that zone.
Maybe to make it easier, Mayor, maybe we just ask staff to put it in the appropriate spot and apply it to zones 1, 2, and 3.
That's fine.
That's kind of what I was getting at. All right, Commissioner McDowell?
Can we get a consensus?
Yeah,
to
I'm
do that?
asking it right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. White?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you.
Can I add one?
Yes, ma'am.
It gets really difficult when you talk about overlay and you talk about zones and you talk about tiers and all of these. Instead of adding more in that conservation zone, maybe a conservation area, so it specifically delineates. So you don't get mixed up with zones, because there's 3 zones. So it's just wherever the name of the third zone be
like
changed.
that because you're breaking the area down to 3 zones. Yes, I like that. Rest of the commission, how do you feel about that suggestion?
I like it.
Can you say it one more time?
Well, I was specifically in zone 3, the title of zone 3 is conservation zone. So you have maximum protection, you have, zone 2, and then zone 3 is called conservation zone. Conservation zone is zone 3. That gets very confusing. So the title of zone 3 would be conservation area, zone 3. So that it just differentiates and makes it more clear that you're speaking about the conservation area of zone 3, which is zone 3.
This is all in Article 2, which is titled, Article 2 is titled Conservation Restricted Overlay.
That's the overlay. That's all 3 zones.
Correct.
Right.
Zone 3 is just the conservation area. The zone 1 and 2 are more restrictive, so they have more restrictive names, titles. So like zone 1 was titled Zone of Maximum Protection. And once again, you're using zone. So never mind. Where are we going?
And we really only refer to them as that in the title of the section. Throughout the text, we say Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3. But it is a little confusing. They're all very similar names.
Right. And it just gets, I know over the years, you
Yeah,
get
I
those
know-
words
I know
in there
where
too
you were
many
going.
times and it gets very confusing when you're arguing with a customer. It says, but it says,
We will strike that idea. Go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
If you go to line 282, it says additionally, the following special design standards shall apply to Zone 3. Why are we putting the word additionally? It should just say, following special design standards should apply to Zone 3. We're already talking about Zone 3, so why are we putting all this unnecessary stuff in there?
We can definitely take that out. That was not a change that we made.
The following design standards shall apply for all commercial, industrial, and multifamily development. Sometimes you guys, I don't know if it is actually defined. I'd have to look up the definition, is non-commercial. I don't know if that includes industrial, manufacturing, and multifamily.
You mean non-residential?
I don't think it's defined. Non-residential is not defined.
I don't believe so either.
And it's used regularly throughout the ULDC.
And but this does list multifamily,
Right,
which
so
is residential.
So you could say for all non-residential, including multifamily. I've seen that phrase multiple times. And multifamily. I'm just trying to condense it because it's wordy.
Well, and non-residential would include more than just commercial and industrial also. So that's a little bit more broad. This is more specific.
I'm good with it like this.
I'm checking to see what line 233 says.
Does anybody else have anything?
I do, but I can wait till Commissioner
I'm just
McDowell's
looking
done.
for ways to clean up the wordiness. That's all I'm looking for. I'm not sitting here trying to wordsmith it or anything. It's extremely wordy when you're saying additionally, and then you're talking about the same zone that you're in specifically in that section.
I definitely think we should take out additionally.
Yeah, they've already stated they're going to, so the rest of it to me is fine. It specifically names them, so what else do you have?
On that one line, nothing. The line 286, it says natural buffers, a minimum of 50 feet in width shall be retained. However, between all development in Zone 3 and other I have a note here, it says, is this in addition to the Zone 2 requirements? So if there's a buffer area, if there's a buffer area in Zone 2, trying to find it, sorry.
That would be from the Zone 1, Zone 2 line, though. So this would be in addition to that.
Okay, so that is, okay, I can cross that off. Here's one of my favorites. Line 291. It says, complete restoration means that the damaged area shall, within 2 years, be operating and effectively as a natural system did prior to being damaged. And the burden of proof shall rest with the developer in proving that the restoration has been complete. So how do you hold them accountable? And what are the consequences if it's not restored? So you're saying you shall do this, but how do you know it's been done? Especially when you have to wait 2 years to ensure that it's done.
Yeah, there's no consequences in here. I agree on that. As far as checking, we would probably have to put a note in the system for 2 years to reevaluate.
But what happens if they don't do it?
I agree, there are no consequences in here.
So you're going to tear up a very environmentally, they, not you, they are going to tear up a very environmentally sensitive area and be required to put it back to the way that it was. But you can do it, or you don't have to do it.
What's the
Can we have a consensus that there be something to address what happens if they do not restore this?
I would say yes, and I would just add, I don't think we charge an environmental impact fee. It may be that any construction within a sensitive area is charged that impact fee, and it's returned, so in this situation, an inspection at the end of 2 years, and if it's been restored, some percentage or all is returned. Just a thought, but yes, there needs to be
Thank you. That's good thinking. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think it needs to be addressed, but if you do an impact fee, how do you know what the damages may be and how much you put in there? They could have caused $50,000 worth of damage and they got away with $2,000. So that's difficult to come up with, but yeah, it definitely needs to be addressed.
Mr. Sawyer?
But yeah, why would we approve a project if we knew that they were going to damage zones 1 and 2? Why would we even approve it in the first place? It would come to the commission, wouldn't it, for approval?
Yeah, yes, but
This is Zone 3.
they might damage something
Inadvertently?
or
Okay.
directly. They may think that they're going to get away with something or inadvertently do something, but they've done damage and now it needs to be restored.
Right, okay.
So
But I
if
mean,
they don't do it within that 2 years, we're talking about making them pay or have some type of
fine or something.
fine.
or do we make it mandatory that they have to fix it in 2 years?
Yes, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
Commissioner White?
Yeah, going off of that, I don't even think we should get to the point where they are going to damage zones 1 and 2. Why can't we add something in here about they have to put up a fence? They have to put up a chain link fence on that boundary. And because otherwise you're giving them that, opening the door to say, well, in case you do damage it, well, why should we even get to that point? Zones 1 and 2 should be off limits. And if we require that they actually fence it off, it's going to keep that equipment out of there. There should be no reason why they're in those 2 zones if we're protecting them.
There is a 50-foot setback from Zone 2 as well.
Right, but again, if we're not really requiring them to put up a chain link fence, they can still go in there with their equipment, park their trucks there, et cetera, et cetera. I'm thinking about when all those trees were moved at Welland Park. I'm sure we all saw that they put those fences around those trees, and that kept everything away from those trees, even after they moved them. And why can't we do that here if this is that important, which it should be? And I'm also thinking, in what situations along the creek is this going to happen? And I'm thinking about the quadrant by 75 and Sumter, which we have infrastructure going there. That's the place that I'm thinking of being developed. That is on the creek, and that could be, and that was rezoned for commercial some years ago. But there should not even be that option that they may damage zone 1 and 2. And in case you do, we shouldn't even get to that point. You're not going to damage zones 1 and 2. We're going to put up a fence. You're going to put up a fence there, period. And if by chance they go through the fence and something happens, then okay, in 2 years, but that should also come with increments, like in 6 months. What does your so-called restoration look like? In a year, what does it look like? Not waiting 2 years when nothing is there. I'm just curious what the rest of the commission thinks about really blocking off that area.
If you do choose to add that language, you could add it in D and just change may include, shall include. Those are other protective measures for Zone 1 and 2.
Okay, so shall include a chain link fence, something that is substantial, not just yellow caution tape and a couple of stakes, which is what I see put around the so-called tree protection sometimes. that it's actually something a little more permanent during the course of that construction, because that construction is going to go on for a while in that particular parcel that I'm thinking of.
Go ahead, Ms. Bramble.
Maybe make a suggestion as opposed to saying what you should do, because we're going to forget something that would protect that
Mhm.
area. If you don't want this happening, I mean, have a fine for it. And just state, if this happens, you will be fined, and then we can bring those, to.
I appreciate that, and maybe there should be a fine attached to it as well, but I would like not even to have them go there. This is not even going to be an option that you're going to go into zones 1 and 2 because you're going to put up a fence. If by chance, yes, they still manage to go through it, damage it, okay, I agree with you, Ms. Bramble. Let's find them, and you're going to restore it too. I mean, that is going to really show that we're serious about protecting this creek, and not just whatever is convenient or you happen to do. I think in this particular instance, we have to really make some hardline conditions here.
Right, Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, and if you're going to require them to put up a fence right at where Zone 2 ends and Zone 3 begins, it should be a permanent fence. And they don't get their CO if there's damage to Zones 1 and 2. I guarantee you, by withholding that CO, they're not going to damage Zones 1 and 2.
All right, so where are you with the fine?
The fine, it should be harsh.
Mhm.
It should be very, very large. I'm sure state statutes have some kind of a limit, but this is a highly protected area, and I'm with Commissioner White that you damage it, it's not by accident, it's more willful. Or it's more to cut corners, it's more to make things easy for development. And if you're going to damage anything in zones 1 and 2, there should be a serious penalty until it's absolutely repaired. And if that means that they get their CO in 2 years, once we see that the area that was damaged has been repaired, then they can get their CO. I don't know what your legal constraints are, but I think if you make it very, very clear from the beginning, you damage zones 1 and 2, you're going to pay dearly for it.
Okay, so you have consensus that if zones 1 and 2 are damaged, they are to be paying a fine. The next consensus that I'm going to see if we agree upon is a chain link fence being put up between the zone. That'd be between zone 2 and 3. If there's a chain link fence, you don't need it down on zone 1 also, you just need it between 3 and 2.
Right.
So is there a consensus that we put the requirement of having a chain link fence along to separate zone 2 and 3?
Could I say something just to add to that? That I like the idea too of having things in the ULDC that aren't always punitive, but by putting suggestions, or this wouldn't be a suggestion, but putting ideas that this would prevent the damage, this would prevent the fine, this would prevent you having to restore, this is what we want you to do, that's more proactive than reacting to, okay, you caused the damage, now let's do this. So that's another reason why I like the idea of saying, put a chain link fence. It's going to save you a lot of trouble in the long run.
Before you do your consensus, can I just make one comment? If you put up a chain link fence, you are going to disrupt zone 2. So if you put it back 10 feet or whatever from zone 2, that makes it.
That 50-foot
They have that
buffer.
Or the 50-foot buffer.
Right.
So there's that 50-foot buffer, and that's where that.
That's where the chain link fence goes. That way you're not going into 2 to put up the fence.
Right.
You still need a silt fence too, wouldn't you? So there's no drainage? A silt fence?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
This is a permanent fence that
Yeah.
you're talking about.
okay.
Well, it will come down when they're done.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
But it's more protective than a silt fence or
Mhm.
that. Commissioner Langdon, where are you with?
No. No. I think with the setbacks, with a fine, any responsible developer is going to know where their boundaries are. I don't think we need a fence. Typically, they'll put up their own impermanent structures if they feel a need to do that. I think installation of a chain link fence can be damaging in its own. So I would say no.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I was still stuck on the other one. I don't remember doing the consensus on the fine and the, what was that? It's getting a little late in the day. The fine and the, the penalties. It's like they were being done twice. They have to restore it, which I understand, and then be fined on top of it.
If it's not done within 2 years.
Right, but I mean, even if they've damaged it, it should be finable, in my opinion. That's from the initial get-go, and I know severe and harsh. They would have the 2 years to do it, but that fine would be immediate. And I just wanted to have a little discussion on that. As for the permanent fencing, I'm going to agree with Commissioner Langdon. I think that if this is a developer, that they would know their boundaries. And again, we are assessing a fine and we're making them fix it. So I think that's enough. I think once you're getting into other costs on this development, because you don't know how long this fence is going to be or whatnot, what that cost is going to be, I think you're just over impeding it at this point. So that's where I'm at on those.
Okay, Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
I'm a yes. Put up the fence. Yes, ma'am.
And I am leaning toward the other two of not a chain link fence. One of the reasons is because it does cause construction and disruption to the property all the way across. So I lean more toward what Vice Mayor was saying, and that is if they do damage, you're fined automatically and you have to restore it. And you don't get a CO, as Commissioner McDowell said, until it is restored. So do we have a consensus of fining and restoring and no CO until it is restored? Commissioner Langdon.
I would go for that, yes.
Vice Mayor.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Commissioner White.
Well, right, restored, you're talking about, they just plant something and then but that's not waiting 2 years until to see if it actually took, if it's actually there. You're just saying they throw something in the ground and that's restored?
It depends upon what the damage was. It's not, damage isn't necessarily a tree coming down. They may have driven over it and caused ruts and the water flow to be changed or something.
I was thinking of, vegetation being run over to the extent that you just have this open area and that they would now have to put plants back in there. I would hope that they're just not going to go in there and knock down trees because that's not on their plan anyway. But I'm just talking about the vegetation. That's pretty much what tends to get destroyed with equipment parking there and all. And then you say, okay, now you have to put back these plants, but that's going to be considered restorative. That's my question. You're going to say that's restored. If they plant them, then that's a condition for issuing the CO. The plants are in place. Just like now if you have those few trees on that quarter acre, we give you your CO. It doesn't matter if they're not really there 2 weeks from now, right?
I keep hearing you say something,
Yeah,
Commissioner McDowell.
can I weigh in?
sorry. Go ahead.
Because I think the sentence is very clear in the wording. It says, complete restoration means that the damaged area shall, within 2 years, be operating as effectively as the natural system did prior to being damaged. So that if they go in and plant a bunch of grass or vegetation and the stuff dies within 6 months, it is not operating like it was before it got damaged. So there is a 2-year waiting period before they get their CO to ensure that the damaged area is operating effectively.
Good point.
I don't know that we would want to hold a CO for 2 years.
Well, we want to make sure they're not going to damage the area. So if this
Right.
is a consequence for damaging that area, I guarantee you, they're not going to damage the area. I don't know if legally we can do that.
Yeah.
I understand that the city attorney is going to have to, what I think this commission is saying is we want that penalty to be harsh and very disturbing to the developer to ensure they stay the hell out of zone 1 and 2 when they're doing their development.
I agree completely. I just don't know about holding a certificate of occupancy for 2 years, if that's something that we can do or not.
But it says, according to the code, if you damage it, it has to be functioning once you replant it. And
Yes.
it takes 2 years to ensure that it's functioning correctly.
Right, it's just as of now, the CO is not tied to that.
I understand.
But that really is going to put some meat to this.
Exactly.
I mean, otherwise, yes, unfortunately, it becomes one of those things in our ULDC that sounds really good, but isn't really put into
And-
practice.
Well, they can request a TCO.
I don't know if there's time limits on TCOs, though.
There is.
So
They can request, I mean, that's part of the material that we just read. It's 90-day increments. It is not limiting them to a certain amount of requests. But again, I believe they would be able to function. They just wouldn't receive the final CO until this was fulfilled properly. Again, this is putting teeth to this code and assuring that this area is protected. If they know they're going to be held up and have to use a TCO, they might be a little more concerned and careful with their construction.
So between the fine, the CO, and having to replant, I really think they're going to be extremely careful.
City manager, go ahead.
The only thing I could see a scenario where somehow property is transferred ownership, and now you've got a new owner who's now got this TCO, temporary certificate of occupancy, that they're operating under. It's complicated. That's all I'm going to say, and it could get real complicated real quick, especially if you're talking about transfer of ownership. Hopefully, they'll require the proof of a permanent CO or the CO. But I've been in situations where ownerships have transferred under a TCO, you got a new owner, and now they're kind of stuck holding the bag, although caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. But I'm just saying it can get complicated.
Due diligence, definitely. I don't know if they paid their fine, you couldn't put a lien on, but if their fine wasn't, a lien could be placed on it. But again, it's due diligence of the one whose hands it's being turned over to. And if we state that this 2-year span, this TCO lasts for 2 years, that has to be required. That will have to flow to it. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm listening to this. The only thing that I could think of, I understand the concerns with the COs. Well, if they go and they damage it, they're going to get a fine. Then they're going to have to rehabilitate it. I think at the point where the property is rehabilitated and completed, then at that point, be it 6 months, 8 months, whatever, that's when the CO is going ahead and being issued. Now, it has to be in fruition for up to 2 years. Now, if they don't keep it and maintain it up to that 2 years, then they could face another fine. And that's the way I would be looking at it. They would have their CO. We wouldn't be monkeying around with this, but they would be looking at a potential fine, and that second fine can be greater than the first fine after they've already reestablished that area. It's just looking into how we work this with the developer is, I think, the discussion on the board. I wouldn't want to hold them up for 2 years for a CO. I wouldn't want to do that. But, you know, we got to work hand in hand. That's it.
Commissioner Langdon.
I would just say, I think we've made our intentions really clear in terms of having teeth in this particular requirement. And I would look to staff to come back with legalities or illegalities. And if you feel that one of these suggestions is not legal or implementable, if you could come back with something that fulfills the intention of what we're trying to do here. We really want to prevent that damage.
Commissioner McDowell?
And Commissioner Langdon, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I think this is something staff is going to have to review with the city attorney, come back with what we can legally do, especially tying it to the CO. I think they heard us loud and clear, and when this comes back to us, I know I will be looking at that language very carefully to ensure that there is some serious teeth to this phrase, these 4 lines, because we can't have these areas damaged and they go, oh, it was a mistake. Well, it can cause irreparable harm in those areas, and this commission is very adamant about protecting our natural resources. So,
Commissioner White?
Yeah, and all this discussions about these complications, and I have to say, I think a lot could be solved by putting up that fence. That you wouldn't have all of these, and whether it's legal or not. Plus, I think that fence would serve to educate. First of all, it would reassure the residents that this is being protected. It would be showing people how serious we are about protecting that creek, and this is what you need to do if you really want to say you're protecting something. It's not just saying don't go into something, because everything we're talking about, the fines, that could certainly come into place even after the fence is up, and they still go in there. But again, trying to, if you really want to work with the developers, I would, again, coming down that harsh and saying this, and this after the fact. And I think we get into that same situation we have with the scrub jays habitat area with Heron Creek, how that's been 20 years and we don't have that was done. I mean, it still would be up to staff to keep up with that. And then you're talking about time, somebody going out there and saying, oh, it's still dead. It just goes on and on and on and on. So that's it. That's all I want to say about that.
I would like to ask one last consensus before we take our break. And this is pertaining to the fence, not as a chain link, but the silk fence go along that entire line. I know construction is supposed to have it anyhow, but I think if we reiterate that silk fence is supposed to be along that line, that's not as damaging to property as chain link. They're trying to, I mean, mine's got concrete in it. But I think the silk fence would be deter this stuff too. Commissioner Langdon.
I would be comfortable with that.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I would be comfortable with that. Just make sure that it's installed and maintained upright, you know.
I'm a yes, Commissioner White.
Yes, like you said, that they're supposed to put that up anyway.
And Commissioner McDowell.
the silk fence, all you have to do is just go to any residential construction site and you will see that silk fence laying down, grass growing over it, mud growing over it. And the whole purpose is to have the fence was, in my opinion, was to make sure there was a visible barrier for the construction crews. A silk fence is barely 4 feet tall. They're gonna roll over that silk fence as if it's not even there. So what, of course, a silk fence is still required, but it's not going to prevent unintended damage to the zones zone 2 and possibly to zone 1. So a silk fence is already required. I don't think you need a consensus, Mayor. It's already there. It's not going to do anything. It's going to fall down. It's going to be rolled over. It's going to have grass growing on it, and it's pointless. If we have silt fence requirements, they should be maintained and make sure that they're upright, not just in these restricted zone areas, but throughout the entire city. They have a purpose, and that purpose is not being maintained.
Well, here's an
It's
idea
supposed-
just to throw out there.
Supposed to.
Just to throw out there, silt fence, you're correct. It's a lower lying fence, but you have that plastic orange construction fence that's 6 foot
It's
tall,
like snow
like your snow fencing.
fencing.
Now, if that was
That's a good
installed,
idea.
if that was installed
That's
other
a
than
good
the
idea.
silt fence, it's still not permanent, but it has to remain upright to where it's a no cross barrier.
Yeah, and
you
I
know.
think those are more
And-
6 and 8 feet tall.
Yeah, you can get them in various sizes,
Mhm.
but I'm just saying, that would be a lot better than the silt fencing. It's
Absolutely.
noticeable, it's bright orange.
Love it.
And,
Love it.
and just do it that way, so
All right, well,
instead of silt
switch.
fence,
Solution.
It doesn't make any difference what kind of fence you put up. It's gonna get run over, and there's gonna be a chain link fence laying on the ground.
Well,
With concrete, they're gonna pour concrete around the post. So, and, you know, I'm just concerned that no matter what fence you put up, somebody's gonna run back into it with a backhoe or a bucket loader and ruin it. So I would be happy with just a silt fence.
I think I.
And as long as cities, you know, your inspectors are going out there and maybe hammering them a little bit more in the protective zones, kind of, you know, maybe rather than a residential area, but out in that zone, they should probably go by a little bit more often, maybe pay a little bit more attention.
well, and this could also come into our finding aspects of it. If you have a fence up and they're not maintaining it and they're crossing that fence, that becomes intentional damage, not accidental. We could have a finding structure for that. So a lot of subject matter to still discuss in this whole thing, but I think the fencing is just trying to get them to stop on that line. You know, I don't agree with the chain link, and silt fence may be too small. This is just a compromise.
Well,
I like
I'm
that
not
idea.
sure how tall silt fence is. Chain link is only 4 foot itself too, so if it is 4 foot, then it's the same. If silt fence is supposed to be utilized around where the construction is, I was talking about the entire length where the silt fence was used as though it were chain link, but that visual. If this commission doesn't think that silt fence standing up is adequate and they need snow fence that is orange, you're still going to have that. Plus, you're going to have the silt where it's required for the construction. So you're going to have 2 different types of fencing around where the construction's going on. So if the objective is to just make it visual for the people driving by so they know that things are being addressed, then orange fence glares at us. If we're looking at it as though we're trying to save and preserve, any of the fencing is going to work for the construction people that are there. To me, that is what I want to see, is that protection. And if it's along that entire line, it's there for that purpose. I'm torn. Part of me wants to agree with bright orange fence so people can see it and they don't have to complain. But again, that's what we as a city are supposed to be doing, is taking care of those things. And I'm probably the only one up here who will have the hope and aspiration that the developers take care of the fencing the ways that they're supposed to. Not all developers go against or damage or violate the silt fence. So I don't want to be browbeating or putting down developers for the rules that they have to abide by, or state that they're gonna goof up every time.
Mayor, might we leave it to their discretion that we require some type of fencing? We give some options and let them decide what kind of fencing will keep their crews in the area where they should be.
Yes, ma'am.
Fencing, in my opinion, the bright orange that Vice Mayor had suggested, the snow fencing, is a visual barrier. Not, for me, it's not to let the public know, hey, we're being careful here. To me.
That's what was
it-
stated.
I know, but that's not the way I'm looking at that kind of fencing. To me, this fencing is to alert the construction crews, hey, you are now crossing over into a protected zone.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the purpose. But it's also, a fence is also to help protect people from going into an active construction site. We saw it out there when they were developing the ALF and the cancer thing. They had these big, huge plywood fencing. It wasn't to let people know, hey, you're going to cross a street during the construction project with inside of it. It was to keep people from going on to an active construction site. And I'm sure that there were cameras mounted and everything. So the fence is becoming, and fence may not be the correct term, a barrier is not only for the benefit of the crews working to say, hey, stop, you're going into forbidden territory. It is also to keep vandals out, theft at bay, and to keep people from walking onto an active construction site to protect the people. So along the lines of what you were saying, Commissioner Langdon, the developer can determine what fencing it is there, but there needs to be some kind of visual barrier to alert the construction crews, hey, you're going into this forbidden territory. What that looks like, staff can help us determine.
Commissioner Langdon.
Yeah, just that we've been talking about fencing for
I
almost
know.
25 minutes, and we have an awful lot of
I know.
information to go through. So I would just suggest that we move on.
We came down to the last consensus for the silt fence without a final yes or no for that consensus. Can we get a consensus that staff devise some sort of barrier fencing, whether it's snow fence or silt fence, so that there is a barrier warning people going from zone 3 into zone 2? Commissioner Langdon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm voting for the snow fence.
I'm a yes. Commissioner White?
Yeah, I like the snow fence idea.
Commissioner McDowell?
And I am also voting for a snow fence idea, because we also have to have silt fence, that's required by code already.
All right, with that, it is 12:39. Let's come back at 1:30. Before we dismiss, how long is this meeting supposed to go? Is it 3 or 5?
5.
Okay, thank you very much. Back at 1:30, please.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8, 9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're gonna hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued, to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations.
Hi, I'm Josh Taylor. I'm the Public Information Officer and Communications Manager for the City of Northport, and we're joined now by our Emergency Manager, Mike Ryan.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm looking forward to another, hopefully not as exciting hurricane season.
Mike is somewhat new to the city. How long have you been here?
I've been here since the end of February, so this would be my first hurricane season with the City of Northport, but come down from Hillsborough County, where I spent the last 8 years. So hurricanes are not an unfamiliar occurrence.
Lots of experience,
Yes.
for sure.
Yes.
But we're going to try and make this as succinct and as valuable for folks as possible.
Absolutely.
Not quick, but get bang for our buck here.
Absolutely.
So what is the city currently doing to prepare for hurricane season?
Much like individuals, we are going through our preparedness checklist. Basically what that means is we're making sure that all our supplies are in place, all of our personnel, all our staff are ready in case they need to come back to work. They have their plans in place for what they need to bring, what they need for their families. We're testing our power equipment to make sure everything is up and running, performing as it should, making sure that we have enough supplies on hand, such as fuel, and that everybody's going through the proper training. Everybody's understanding what roles they need to play during a disaster and after the disaster. So we're doing everything that a family and individual would do to prepare just like anybody else to be ready for the worst case scenario.
So I think it's important that the community knows that we're getting ready. I'm confident that we'll be ready.
Absolutely, we will be ready.
Yeah. So that's kind of our role.
Yes.
What do individuals need to be doing out there?
What they're looking for from an individual viewpoint is be prepared to be self-sustaining. The general rule has always been for 72 hours. We'd like to push it out, especially with the occurrence of Michael and such of the larger storms, to be prepared for 4 or 5 days. You're looking at making sure you have enough food to carry you, yourself and your family for 4 or 5 days. A gallon of water per person per day is always a good thing. Have your medications with you. You want to stay in touch, so you want to have a battery-powered radio so you can stay in communications, making sure that you understand what's going on, if there's anything action you need to take, so that if you do lose power you can maintain communications. Flashlights for when it gets dark. If you have children, bring games, and for yourself, bring something to read, because it might be a while.
Yeah, and I think we've noticed more recently with COVID that people start hoarding some supplies.
Yes,
that
yes.
can certainly happen. So
Yes.
now is a good time to get some of this stuff together.
Now is a good time to go out and get what you need. Now is a good time to do the planning, because you don't want to plan in the middle of a crisis, because eventually you're going to forget something. You don't have kind of checklist to go by. So do it now when there's no stress. And you can go out and take your time and get what you need. You don't have to get everything all at once. So you can kind of separate out the items that you need to get over a period of time. So it's a good thing to start doing it now.
And we know that there'll be a tax day coming up.
Absolutely.
Some breaks there too.
Absolutely. So take advantage of those.
Tax
They
week.
could be
Maybe
very-
it's a whole week. Is
a
it?
whole week.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's one of the things that you really take advantage of. You get some really a lot of good materials for a very, very good price.
So what, for maybe, we have a lot of new residents constantly here in Northport. What can all residents expect leading up to, if a storm is threatening our area, what will that, I know they're all different,
Sure.
but what will that kind of be like?
Basically what you're going to see is, of course, watching your local newscast, your favorite newscast, your weather person. They're going to kind of lay out what's going to happen in broad general terms, kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of the storm intensity, in terms of timing, et cetera, et cetera. From the city's viewpoint, what we're going to do is provide additional information, some detailed information. If we're opening evacuation centers, where are those going to be located? We're going to close down any government operations. When is that going to occur? We'll provide you information for non-emergency information. If you want to report a tree down or something going on in your neighborhood, it's not an emergency, but you want to call it in so it can be addressed, we'll provide you with numbers for that. So we'll keep you informed on the details of what's going on, but also let you know what's going to happen, what you can expect.
Yeah, and we're in a much different world these days. The city, not necessarily as reliant on other third parties to get that information out. You know, all of our social media, all of these channels, you know, very powerful tools. Our city app, the North Report, you can download that in your app store. It's a great way we can send push notifications. We also have the emergency alert Sarasota County.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's plenty of it. You just need to get connected a little bit.
Yes, and one of the things that we always tell our residents is to, a lot of times there's going to be a period of time where we may not have any communications for an extended period of time. It may happen. This is why it's always good to let others know what your plan is. If you have a plan, share it. Let them know where you're going to be, what you plan on doing, so at least they have some idea. So there's not a frantic call. They know you're safe. They know you're okay. You told them ahead of time what you're going to be doing, what they can expect, especially if they lose communications, where you're going to be. So again, planning out ahead of time and letting them know if you do lose communications, this is what we're going to be doing at that time.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Evacuation centers.
Yes.
What is that going to be like?
Evacuation centers are not some place that you would make reservations for. In other words, it's going to be very austere. It's going to be very basic. It is, just like the term sounds, it's an evacuation center. This is where we bring people in to get them out of harm's way. That's the sole purpose. It's going to be very austere, very bare bones. There's going to be sheltering and protection from the elements, basic food, water, but not much more than that.
Yeah, so you need to bring some of those items. Don't just show up.
Don't show up and you know, don't plan on making dinner reservations. You're not going to be served anything, and so whatever you could bring with you, just like your emergency kit, bring that with you.
And it's important. Sarasota County operates those for us.
Yes.
A lot of those locations are here in Northport because we're away from the coast.
Correct. Yes.
And most of them have now, if not all of them, have become pet friendly.
Yes.
And that's a big deal for folks.
Absolutely. And for our family, our pets are our family.
Sure.
We treat them just like any other member of the family. We make sure we have their papers, we make sure we have their food, make sure we have a place for them to stay, because they're going to be separate. They're not going to be with the families within the shelter themselves. They're going to be put in another safe area. Just because within the shelter itself, we might have people who might have allergies to pets. So we want to keep them safe, but be prepared to take care of them. Be prepared to go take a look on them every now and then, but be prepared with them just like you would any other member of the family.
Yeah. And in years past, it used to be only certain ones were pet friendly, but now pretty much, and they knew that that was keeping people from going and getting out of harm's way.
Yes, and we understand that, like I said, pets are a very, very important part, and so we want to make sure that we're accommodating them as well.
As far as COVID's changed a lot of things in our lives, I can imagine in a evacuation center, it's, you know, how do you balance that?
Yeah, one of the things that we've had to do over the last year is kind of provide more spacing between groups. In other words, you come in with a family, you're kind of be generally located with your family, but you'll be a little bit more distance separated from other families. The difference is a lot of times now there's not a lot of mingling. In other words, you don't see people walking around talking to each other. They kind of stay within their groups just to maintain that social distancing, just to make sure that everybody's safe, staying healthy, but they're out of harm's way. But again, it's a little bit more limited in terms of the actual social interaction.
Lots of options for shelters here in Northport. How do people know where to go?
Basically, what we will do is we will let you know what shelters are open. And as you stated before, we have several options. However, when a storm comes along, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the shelters are open. We will let our residents know what shelters are open, when they are going to open, and when they can report to those shelters. So pay very, very close attention to the shelters that are going to be open, because even though we have shelters available, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all open for every storm.
And again, we'll have a lot of that information. What we've done in Northport is anytime there's an event, whether it's COVID or a storm, we have our alerts page. It's a button that's on our city app, North Report. I'm going to keep plugging that. Or if you just go to cityofnorthport.com/alerts, we'll have all the latest info. We're sitting there 24/7, you know, when these types of events happen, to make sure that that's all in one spot. Everybody can find it every time. It's not some new website.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It's
yeah.
updated real time, so you get the latest information that you need to know.
A lot of people want to know, storm happens, I'm in a shelter, when can I leave?
A lot of times, of course, you're not being held within the shelter, but what we'll do is we'll advise you, or the shelter staff will let you know when it's safe to go back outside. Just because the storm has passed does not necessarily mean that it's safe to venture outdoors, depending on how much damage the storm has done to the area. A lot of times what we'll do, we'll have crews in the area. If there's unsafe areas, we'll let you know what those are. Like you might have power downs or roads blocked or flooding. But we will let you know, let the residents of the shelter evacuation center know when it's safe to go back out and venture back to their homes or in their general area.
And I'm sure that we've made this mistake already a couple times in this interview because it's just old habits. Shelter, center,
Yes.
center, shelter. Why? It was a change that was made maybe 2 years ago.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, it's actually more literal in terms of terminology. The evacuation center is literally that. An evacuation center, it's only supposed to be open for 1, 2, maybe 3 days and then go back to its original purpose, as compared to a shelter, which is more long-term for those individuals who cannot return home, maybe to damage or whatever the case may be. Sheltering is more of a long-term. Evacuation center is short-term.
Yeah. So we apologize for
Yes.
just old habits,
Yes.
years and years of reporting and working in government. I mean, it's just
Yes.
it's hard to get over, but we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, a storm hits our area. You know, various ranges of damage. What can we expect here in Northport?
What we're going to do is we have teams ready. As soon as the storm passes, we have teams strategically located throughout the city that as soon as the storm passes, they go out into the community and they start looking what we call a damage assessment. They start going out through the different neighborhoods, going down the major roadways, the secondary roadways. They start seeing where the damage has occurred, how much damage has occurred, what type of actions will we need to take in terms of how long, if there's a power outage, how long do we think it's going to be. Just kind of getting a big picture of what's going on and making sure that when we relay that information to our community, that we're giving the most accurate information at that time to let them know what areas they can go into, what areas they should stay away from. But we're going to try to make it as safe as possible so that our community can get back to their homes.
And probably the most difficult part with that, we've been fortunate with many storms that we haven't completely lost communication, but it's certainly possible. Cell towers
Yes.
down, internet's out, no power. How would we get the message out? What do you envision there?
A lot of times it's going to be a mix of whatever's working at that time. Sometimes you might have a social media platform up there, or sometimes very barely a cell, sometimes a text. There's always a weather radio that we can do in terms of getting notifications out through the weather service itself. They kind of help us out. There's different ways to try to access different communication types. It's just a matter of what's available for us internally. A lot of times we'll use a ham radio. For when all other communications are gone, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves, and then if need be, do face-to-face communications and let them know, do the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, we might even have to go to neighborhoods to post information.
Yes.
Or create a place where people can come physically get more info.
Absolutely.
And I know in some recent storms, cell phone companies have been able to bring in some mobile units.
Yes.
Some more successful than others in that realm.
Yes, and they're called cows, for lack of a better term. That's what they use, but they will bring them in. We've had pretty good success when they're able to get, but it's also dependent upon where the storm is, how big it is, how much damage it's done, and how much geographical area it has covered, and our accessibility to those units to bring them in.
So cows, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Cell.
Communications on wheels.
Oh, I didn't even have the first letter right. Okay, great. And I mean, some good news is that Northport, we have our own emergency manager. We have our own operations center that will kind of man in here in City Hall.
Yes.
But we're not alone. How does our relationship work with other nearby agencies?
We work very, very well, especially with the county. We have constant communications between the county emergency operations center, our emergency operations center, and also municipalities also have their emergency operations centers. We're in constant contact before, during, and after the event. What we do is we all like to be on the same page. We all like to know what kind of experiences are going on in other areas outside of us that may impact us, and we also let them know what's going on here that may impact them. We share resources constantly, whether it's before the storm or after the storm. We're constantly communicating, providing equipment and supplies, materials, and personnel to whatever the case may be. Understanding that no single jurisdiction can handle this all by themselves. So we have a really good working relationship amongst the cities and amongst the county, and we're constantly sharing information and resources and making sure that we're able to address all of our community needs, no matter where they are.
And I think that's the beauty of being in a municipality and a city, is that you can get some more of this individualized treatment. We have experts who know when the Myakkahatchee gets to a certain level, when we need to start being concerned, what we can do, raise the levees, do some of those things. I mean, I think Northport is in some very good hands.
We're very, very fortunate to have some very, very skilled staff that know their job extremely well and have a history and understand that when they start to see things, they can take proactive. They like to stay ahead of the event. Instead of reacting to the event, they stay a step ahead of the event. So they're in a proactive posture all the time, which is really great benefit for the community itself.
Yeah. Overall, just a reminder to we're getting ready, you get ready, be safe.
Absolutely, be prepared, stay safe, and stay communicating with everybody to let them know what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and how you're going to handle it, and we'll be ready.
Expected to be another pretty active season.
Probably going to be, yes.
It only takes one.
Yes, only one.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Great.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for tuning in, and get ready.
This is the first 1,000 Days mural. I'm a figurative artist. That's what I like to do the most, is people. And to me, any age is wonderful to do, but something about a baby. It's about nurturing, love for the pregnant woman. For the new infant, and then as the baby grows and develops and the mother's caring for the baby. This is actually closer to 3 stories.
It's beautiful. It's so joyous, it's so fun. There is so much development that goes on in that period of time that, yes, it's vitally important that we get this out to everybody. Those first 1,000 days sets the lifetime for the child. We have such a young community, so many families within 12,000 school children. It's perfect within our community.
Being able to, have everyone come by and see it and everything, it's an honor to be able to do it, and I'm just glad we were chosen. A lot of positive, a lot of people stopping by, really seeing how it's coming along and what a great job the artist has done, more than what anyone would expect. It just looks awesome.
We hope families will enjoy the mural in Northport, its vibrant colors and the sense of possibility that it inspires. At Gulf Coast, we are so proud to sponsor the mural in Northport and to use the Haddon Memorial Endowment Fund, knowing that it is dedicated to improving the quality of life for residents in Northport.
It literally takes a whole community to raise a baby. It can be tough for families with many resources. The first 1,000 days is working to ensure equal opportunity of support and resources for all young families in our community. want to give a big shout out. Without the foresight of Charles and Marjorie Barancic Foundation, this wouldn't have been possible to launch First 1,000 Days. We have had robust support from other philanthropy organizations, including Sarasota Memorial Hospital Foundation, the Gulf Coast Community Foundation, the Selby Foundation, as well as Flanzer Trust and many individual donors.
All of the other businesses and organizations donating paint and supplies is just heartwarming.
We invite everyone who goes to see the mural to go home and create a sidewalk chalk mural of your own. Get out that chalk and enjoy coloring our community with the images of healthy child development.
The great message, that's the number one thing, is that that's what people always keep remarking, is it is so upbeat, and it's, you know, it's easy to just feel the well-being and the joy, which is what, you know, they want to bring to everybody. I'm just really happy it's turned out really well.
Hello everyone, I'm Josh Taylor with the City of Northport, and we want to tell you about some big improvements to our North Report app. It's a great tool to get a lot of information from the city, but also a great tool to give some. For instance, we're right here, we have this tree that's overhanging the roadway here, blocking this street sign. If you have our app, all you have to do is take a quick picture, it'll map it for us and send it right to the right person who will fix it. So we're going to report an issue. Look for the type of incident that it is. Tree vegetation, road obstruction. Take a photo. You can see that the tree is right in front of that sign. Click on it. Use the photo. Put a little note. Tree in front of sign. You can post anonymously or as yourself. Submit. Complete. That's simple. Goes right to all the right people. You don't have to call, figure out who you need to deal with. And then there's a list. You can come back and check. Everybody else can see that it's been submitted so they know that their neighbor's already done it. And it goes right to them.
right, great morning, everybody. My name is Gerard Jacobs. I live over in Boca Raton, Florida, about 3 hours away. Try and get over here 2 or 3 weekends every month just to go in the water. Now, that's why I'm here. I come here to get in the water. The water is very, very healthy. You see I'm on a scooter here. I've had multiple sclerosis now for 35 years. I've been in remission now for about 12, 13 years with MS. I enjoy my life. I'm a vegan. I go to physical therapy, take really good care of myself, see a chiropractor, and a very important addition the last couple of years, the springs. Really just adds to the whole mentality of health and well-being for me. Just to come here and practice a vegan diet, all the other modalities, and get in the water has been very, very, very beneficial to help me get better and stay well faster. To be in that water, it's so warm, the buoyancy and walking around mentally and emotionally is so good. Once you're in the water, you get it. There's nothing you need to do. Just to be in the water and feel the health and well-being in the water is more than enough to be there. It's a wonderful thing. When I leave here, I have one thought. I want to go back. The people are so great. It's always nice to know that I'm doing so good in the water and hearing all their plans, things are coming up. The springs are so nice here. People help me out, people talk to me, you get to know some familiar faces. They have big plans to get this thing going. The city of Northport has big plans. Let's get it back into where it's going. The whole a touristy thing. Get Mother Nature back here. Just a beautiful place. I come to the springs because of the feeling I get from the springs I can't find any other place. I'm welcome here. I feel good being in the water. People are welcoming me. I welcome them. It's a sense of community. It's very nice. Why do you go to the springs? Go to the springs just for the health of it. I didn't know what to expect when I got in the springs. Like the feeling of health and well-being, the response from my body of saying, oh great, you're doing the right thing for me. And it feels so good to be in that water, to walk around like a regular guy, chit-chatting with people, walking around for all the way around the back for a couple of hours. It's just so nice to be in the water. I feel just so healthy and well-being to know that what I'm doing there is just a normal course of life, but I'm helping myself out. I'm not specifically going to the doctor or going to physical therapy, doing something where I'm taking time just for that. Just a couple of hours just to be in the water, just feeling good, just enjoying my life. And I'm helping myself. You can't make that stuff up. You can't pay for that. It's just like, it's worth millions to me just to feel good.
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, you know, and be safe, you know, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8, 9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you know, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're gonna hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued, to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations.
It is 1:30. We are back in session. We haven't really gotten very far, not even third of the way through this chapter, so let's do our due diligence to pace it a little bit quicker, please. All right, so we are back primarily on page 9. So does anybody have anything pertaining to anything on page 9? Commissioner McDowell?
Mayor, if there's other commissioners or any members of PZAC that would like to weigh in before I continue on with what I have found, I would be more than happy to yield the floor to them.
Well, I believe everybody who has something when we've gone along are stating so, probably except for myself, because I came out of the clear version, not this strike through. So my questions will be at the end. Ms. Hester, you haven't been chiding in as much?
I thought we were going all of our questions before the next person went.
We are.
Okay.
But if you want to chide in with something, you know, that she has brought up, please do.
Oh, I have
Or
done
things
that.
that I may have missed. I'm sure that she's.
Well, may have missed is not, we're not going page by page, we're going person by person.
That's what I thought.
So if she wants to bring out something where you're at, fine, but for another area that she'll have her own time, but we can break in. Otherwise, we're going to be just here all day and never getting anything accomplished. Which,
I only have 2.
do what?
2 items.
Okay.
If
All right, do you want to go ahead with your 2?
I will, if that's okay, because they're really just questions.
Are you in strike or clear?
I'm in strike.
Okay.
Line 23 and line 40 are confusing me. In line 23, it says that all major potable wells will be dedicated to the city. And then 39 and 40, all developers are required to enter into a utility developer's agreement, which shall include provisions for contribution of major groundwater wells in the city, if applicable. Is that all the same thing? Are they different things?
Do you have a definition for major potable wells?
I do not believe so. I don't have the definitions in front of me.
I mean, is there one in the ULDC?
I
anyway?
have it. Okay. Yeah, I don't have the definitions chapter with me to check.
I understand the potable and the groundwater. I understand
Right.
that. But they're both wells. And is there potable water in groundwater is my biggest question. Because if there is, then you don't need if applicable.
Mayor, I have the definitions in front of me, if that helps.
Do you have a definition of both?
What was the first one?
Major potable wells.
There is no definition for major potable wells. What is the second one?
Major groundwater wells.
There is no definition of major groundwater wells. Let me check in utilities and wells and see if it might be in there. There's nothing under wells. There's a water system and it's called a central water system. Then there's a well stimulation.
Then it would probably behoove us to define these. And her question is extremely relevant. Are they one and the same?
Right.
Is to add, if applicable, she's right. We may not need that if they're different or the same, or it all matters.
We can check that and add definitions.
And my second one that was a question was on 424. It's in relationship to, it says reproduced on any construction plans, so showing the wetlands on any construction plans. Is the land clearing permit considered construction? If not, I would propose that land clearing permits be added specifically, because that's when you're going to mess up the wetlands.
Right. Staff, do you have an answer for that?
I don't know if the building division considers land clearing construction plans or not.
All right, then I'm going to ask for a consensus that under Section 11-16, that we add as well as construction, but land clearing. Commissioner Langdon?
Actually, Mayor, there was a paragraph struck in that section that pertains to land clearings. So I guess then the suggestion is that we put that paragraph back in. Would
Or
that be?
somehow it mentioned land clearing
Yeah,
with
it talks
this.
specifically about land clearing and wetlands.
It may be that the second paragraph is basically the same as the first one. So if we just add land clearing permit to the first one, we don't need both.
We can just use the language similar to what was struck, a land clearing or building permit.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
And Commissioner McDowell?
Yes.
And I would like permission to provide my notes to the planning department for typos, because I don't want to bring all those up.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And that's all I have.
I appreciate you doing that, because a lot of it is typo, explanation, definition, so that cuts the time for us up here, so I do appreciate it. Anyone else?
I just had a general question, I'm sorry. I
Go
forgot
ahead.
to ask this in the beginning.
Before we leave that, Mayor, can we get a consensus to add a definition for the major potable wells and ground wells and the difference?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I thought we
Yeah.
did
No,
too,
we
but
didn't.
No, I thought we
yeah, we didn't go down the line.
Yeah. Okay, I had a question on line 113, just that whole thing about how this relates to the comp plan was struck out. Why was that? Why is that?
They're being struck throughout the ULDC. We just thought it's repetitive. It doesn't need to be in here. We're going to have a relationship to the comp plan, I believe, in the very beginning of the ULBC
Oh, okay.
for the entire document.
So that's going to happen in every single
It'll be struck in
chapter that
every,
we deal
yes.
with. It's no longer going to be in there. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Nothing else?
Well, just for that. You won't, I'll wait until we get further along.
Okay. Commissioner McDowell, I believe we're back to you.
Line 298, the last sentence, and I think we talked about it, but we never got a consensus. Protective measures may include, but are not limited to the following. Change that may to shall.
Staff, do you want to give some feedback on that?
Sure. Yeah, I had suggested that when we were talking about the fence, saying that that would be a good place to add the fencing requirement.
Yes.
So if that's the plan, I agree. That makes sense.
All right, so changing the word may to shall in line 298, Commissioner Langdon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, next.
On line 308, it says all point source and non-point source discharges shall be prohibited. It's not defined. What is the difference between those two, all point source and non-point source?
So I don't want to say the wrong thing here. It's been a while since I've had to talk about these. They're different kinds of pollution, different sources of pollution. But I agree we can add definitions.
Mayor, can we get a consensus to add a definition for all point source and non-point source discharges?
Yes. Commissioner White?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
All right,
Can I clarify?
yes.
The all has to do with point source or non-point
Right.
source. It's not all point. It is all point sources or non-point. So the
Well,
point,
that's even more confusing, okay. Because if it's a point source or a non-point source, that's all. Is there something else?
it's kind of like if point source is A and non-point is B, to say all A and B
Shall be prohibited.
shall be prohibited.
You could say both point source and non-point source.
Yeah, you could, yeah, either.
All
But I
right.
just, in the definition, I just want to clarify, we should define point source and non-point.
Right.
Okay.
That was the consensus.
Okay.
All right, next. Commissioner McDowell?
Flipping my page. Line 351, that section A. Again, it's very wordy. It says any development within any waterway in the city of Northport shall be required to submit a report showing the proposed development. How do you develop within a waterway?
A bridge.
That's not in. Within means,
I think that's the intent.
okay, it just sounds like you're developing in a waterway. And then it goes on to say proposed development and its effect on the manatees and their habitat, including the seagrass, which we got consensus for, with the application for development approval by the city.
Well, dock is development. That's in the waterway.
Okay. It then says for single-family residential, this means application for a building permit and a residential subdivisions, blah, blah, blah. It means application for infrastructure. It means, isn't it defined somewhere? Why are we putting it means?
I think that's clarifying the any development within. For single family, it means it's required at application for building permit. And for everything else, it's required at the application for infrastructure or MAS. So clarifying when we would need that report. At what stage of development?
It just kind of gets lost. When I was reading it, it just got lost. And I wanted to bring that to your attention if it's not something that needs to be changed. One of the things that I had put in my notes is after the approval by the city, again, who's the city? There's so many places in this document that says approval by the city. Is it commission or is it city manager? That is part of the thing that I am going to be bringing up at the very end. But I had residential and then one, what that process is, and then number two, non-commercial, multifamily, and then what that process is. It just is wordy. If nobody else thinks it's wordy, then I'll just move on.
I like the way it is. I think it really clarifies when we want this to take place. So I have no problem with that.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Do we want to address the approval by the city? It says any development shall be required to submit an application, shall be required to submit a report showing the proposed development's effect with the application for development approval by the city. Who? Will this have to come to commission, the development at some point? I mean, is it a DMP? Is it?
Well, so yeah, most likely it would be staff, but it depends on what development application it is. So if it's for a single-family residential building permit, that's not going to come before the city. Infrastructure or a major site development plan is not going to come before commission. It would be before staff.
Is this within the zones that we just talked about, though?
This is in the manatee zone.
So this is across the board.
This is
Which could mean within those zones.
Right, so if it were to be in one of those zones, then it would come before city commission. If it's outside of those zones, depending on what application type it is, it could just be staff review.
Pretty much what we'd be talking about then would be the R canals. Correct? Because people
Probably.
put docks and stuff up in the R canals. So, yeah, I have no problem. The city needs to oversee those R canals. We've already protected the overlay areas and stuff. So in my opinion, staff needs to control the rest.
And if I may, Mayor, this is Article 3 pertaining specifically and only to manatee protection. And this is the development in those areas that are abutting the waterways of manatee protection areas. And that's why I wanted to just bring it to everybody's attention to see this isn't just normal residential approvals, you know, and the 80 by 120 lots. This is on the waterway that is used for the manatees. Correct? That's why I just wanted to double check. Do we want staff or commission to approve or both?
Can I just add one statement to that? If you look on page 8 of 26 in the regular section, this manatee area is also in a portion of the south sub area of what we were talking about earlier, the overlay zone or the overlay.
It's pretty much the entire south.
Yes.
Pretty much,
It is.
not knowing where that delineation is.
The delineation is at US 41. I went back and checked it. At south of US 41 is the south subsection, and above US 41 is the north. So
There is a
this
redone map
manatee,
and a clean copy also.
yeah, this manatee protection area is, a portion of it is in that south subsection.
Personally, myself, I think staff can address these issues without our oversight of this. I have seen manatees in the canal, the Cocoa Plum Canal that leads over. I've seen them there. I don't think all of the construction that goes on along those canals needs to come here to the commission for us to see if our staff's doing it properly.
And
The
Mayor,
other protected areas, I understand that, those were known, but I know staff loves those manatees, watches out for them. I've had conversation with them. So they are going to abide by the law and what needs to be done to protect the manatee. Go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
And if that's the intent of this legislative body, it needs to say something more than the city. That's just my opinion. We are the city, but we are distinctly different than city manager and his staff.
Staff, do you have a way to word approved by planning, approved by NDS, approved by, who would the
Manager,
city be
commission.
at that point?
I would suggest to be consistent with elsewhere in the document, either by city manager or designee,
Okay.
or staff development review team.
There you go.
Either I think would work.
I like staff development review team because that way then a lot of other departments are looking at it.
Whichever way it goes, I mean, we're trying to stay consistent with the wording. So if manager or designee, his designee can be the entire team. So the consistency is what I think we're trying to achieve. Commission consensus to address approval by the city, meaning manager or designee, or however it's worded in other areas. Commissioner Langdon?
I'm a yes if it doesn't cause problems for staff. So if depending upon the item, it could be one department or another department, then that's going to be a mess. So I'm reluctant to give my yes vote on consensus because it could cause problems depending upon the item. I think I'd rather just ask staff to go back and where it makes sense to be more specific and who is the final authority on that item to go back and do that. And we can revisit it at a later time.
Do you mean throughout the whole document or for this particular?
I'm hearing throughout the whole document.
No, we're talking about here.
But why would you do it in one place and not do it?
Well, all the others pretty much are saying city manager or designee. In that way, they within their SOPs determine who oversees that particular function of the planning.
Doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I see the city, I've read the city throughout both of these chapters. So I just don't want to give direction that winds up being convoluted in a specific situation. So I guess if we mean just this paragraph, I will say yes. If it's clear whose responsibility it is, then I'll give it a yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm a little different here. If we're gonna, I believe if we're looking into protecting, and I believe we need to be the ones to own that. I don't want to, intrude on the manatees' habitats, and then if we're the ones putting the rules out there, we should own it. So I think it should be by the commission, but that's my belief. So I'd be a no.
So we don't have.
I'm a yes for changing it from approval by the city to changing it to manager or designee. Commissioner White?
Wait a minute. What did, you said manager designee?
To the city manager or his designee.
So it's not going to be a staff development review team?
It can be that.
Okay, because that's what I would go for.
Okay.
We don't have a consensus?
We do not.
So I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to change on line 353 with the application for development approval by the city commission.
Second.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor, that the application for development would be by approval of City Commission in the manatee protection areas. Anything to that, Commissioner McDowell?
No.
Vice Mayor? All right, if everybody will go ahead and vote. And that passes 3-2 with myself and Commissioner Langdon dissenting. Commissioner Langdon, anything to the dissension?
You know, just that there are a lot of state regulations governing this, and I really believe that staff will follow those regulations and the will of the commission and our ULDC. I don't think we need to see it.
My dissension is pretty much for the same reasoning, and it just makes another step in the process that takes more time. And I trust the staff can handle manatee zones without me looking over their shoulder. All right, let's proceed.
Excuse me. Can we get a-
Go ahead.
Can we get a clarification? Because in reading this, what it states is any development within any waterway, meaning the creek, the Snover, the Cocoa Plum, you would have to approve all single-family residential buildings, docks, subdivisions, all that would have to come before the commission for approval. So it's going to add a layer of time and process to a lot of building permits.
So this is not just within the manatee protection zone, it's any waterway in the city.
It's in the manatee protection zone section.
Right,
So
but this
why-
language says any waterway in the city of Northport. Any development within any waterway.
So,
Yeah.
which is depicted on this map. I thought.
Yeah.
That is what I stated in the motion, manatee protected.
That's not what my motion was.
So any development within the manatee protection zone in the city, is that what I'm understanding?
I can't hear what you're saying. So.
Yeah.
At the start, any development within the manatee protection zone in the city of Northport shall be required to submit.
Yeah.
I would also like to point out right above the map in section 1110, the provisions of these regulations shall be applicable and enforceable throughout all waterways located throughout the city.
Yes, but that particular paragraph specifically says its effect on manatees and their habitats. So I think that's maybe where some of the confusion's coming in here.
Can I get some clarification, Mayor?
Please do, because we are running amok.
We are in the manatee protection area, correct, of this code?
Yes.
And it pertains to the protection area. And there's a map that shows the protection area of the manatees. So what I'm hearing is the waterways, all city waterways, that's the McCoffney waterway north of Price Boulevard. Why would that be considered a manatee protection zone? Because it's all waterways is what you're saying. When there's no way a manatee is going to get north of the McCoffney of Price Boulevard. If it's in the manatee protection area where manatees can get to and can go, again, I don't have an updated map because I'm looking at the strike through. I would assume it's any of the fingers or canals that manatees can get to, correct? So why would it apply to all waterways within the city?
Yeah, because you'd be looking at the Snover, the Cocoa Plum, and those are all weird off.
Is this another area that's going to have to come back to us so that it's more clear that the manatee protection areas are different than all waterways?
Thank you.
There needs to be a definite division between the two. And the motion that just passed was, I believe, specifically for manatee protection areas.
That's what I was in.
And we can clarify, it's as depicted in figure 11.2, which is the new map in the clean copy.
because most of those areas are the river over by War Mill Springs, up in those little tributaries. You know, that's what I was envisioning.
Mainly south of US 41.
We
Correct.
can clarify, we just want to make sure the language is very clear as to
Well,
what
so do we,
areas.
and, you know, we don't want to say, yeah, we got to be worried about a house on Cocoa Plum. Okay, there's no manatee, okay.
Well, there's some in the one area going over to the water where I've seen them in the Cocoa Plum. And so what you're saying is you want to look at every housing development, construction
No,
that
no,
goes
no,
up
that wasn't the
on.
point, and I haven't seen them in the Cocoa Plum, I may see them past 106, that's down in the river area, but never north of that, I haven't seen manatee.
Saw a huge one.
Did you? That's cool, I haven't seen them.
But that means that wherever those manatees can get to before they get to a gate, you're going to review everything. So maybe a better map also to show where those manatee protected areas are also.
I mean, I would just say on page 8, there is a map showing the protection zone. That looks pretty extensive to me.
It's page 8 of the clean copy.
Of the clean copy, yes.
And that's what I thought we were talking about for this review process and the development. Not all waterways, I think all waterways needs to be revisited language, and come back with new language, because all waterways, you're talking Snover, there's no way a manatee's getting up to the Snover or north of the McCoffney. So maybe, Mayor, that's the consensus, so we can.
To me, wasn't the vote clear that it was just for the manatee protection zones? Staff's going to bring back showing the difference between all and the manatee protected. So I think we can go on.
But I think
But
what
there
you-
is all waterways on line 393.
They're going to have to figure out what to do with all waterways and bring
We
it back to us. There has
yeah.
to be a separation between the two.
Thank you.
All right, let's move forward, please.
Line 369. It says here, existing boat facility on the property that is in violation of the City of Northport Code. Is that the ULDC? Is that the?
Code of the City of Northport, so city code. It's a typo.
Okay. So this is the admin code.
Yes, another name
there's-
for it.
There's no code called the administrative code.
I don't know what.
It's the code of the City of Northport, Florida.
Okay, so it's not the ULDC, it's the other one.
Yes.
So you'll revise that?
Yes.
Line 380. So we're talking about enforcement of the protected wild manatee area. And number 2 on line 380 says imposes an imminent and significant hazard to the public health, safety, and welfare, or to the environment. What about the poor manatees? What if they see something that's happening that is an imminent threat to the manatees? Can they use this enforcement mechanism? Because right now it's just looking of public health and safety and welfare, but that's not really what we're addressing here. We're looking at the health and safety and welfare of the manatees, not people.
You could add language specific to the manatees there.
Add species. You
Yeah.
know, species, public health, blah, blah, blah.
Because public health to me is the citizens and the visitors.
All right, I'm going to ask for a consensus to add some type of definition, pulling out or defining specifically to the manatee. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes.
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 Yes, thank you.
Next.
Flipping the page, beware. All right, and I think Commissioner Langdon already touched on this. Line 425, I had a note of why is this deleted? I don't have any other note saying that we gave direction or anything to do with the land clearing and the building permit.
Yeah, we took care of that one.
Yep.
Okay. Line 449, number 3, it says if the wetland is included in lands designated within the conservation restricted overlay, would it be better to just say within Article 2?
I think because it's referring specifically to the lands, it's referring to the overlay district rather than the article that the language is in.
I prefer it this way.
Conservation restricted overlay. Okay, I have a note here, line 320 refers to this article. Oh, I know what this is too. Okay, so if you go to line 320, which is the southern sub area, you go to line 320, it says that it will refer to Article 6, which is the article that we're at on line 450. It's like ping pong. One is saying go to this article, the other one's saying go to that article. Well, it's back and forth.
Here it's referring to if it's within the conservation restricted overlay, those zones. This is separate from the zones.
The word zone is not even in here. It was stricken on line 449 to 453. There's nothing mentioned about zones.
Okay, we can clarify that. I believe that the intent is for zones 1, 2, and 3, lands that are located within those zones. I think that's the intent of mentioning the conservation restricted overlay. Because those are more stringent regulations than in this chapter. So it's saying if those lands are located in those areas, those regulations shall apply.
But if you go to line 320,
right, yes.
320 is not those zones.
Right.
320 is the south.
Because that does not have the more stringent regulations. So that does still go by the wetlands chapter. The wetlands article, excuse me.
All right, so consensus
We gotta
that
clarify
this
that.
clarification would be made in regards to these two areas. Commissioner McDowell?
Yes, because
Commissioner
it's
White?
ping
Yes.
pong.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Next.
Line 457, this is just for consistency. It says by the city or other federal or state agencies. If you look at line 522, it has other language that could probably be used here.
What was the line number again? I'm sorry.
523, it says here, specifically authorized by appropriate state or local agencies instead of by the city or the federal or the state. Do you understand what I'm?
Yes. So you would like it to instead read appropriate state or local agency?
Yeah, appropriate agency, yeah, instead of just breaking them all down. Get a consensus, Mayor, to change that?
You know, it's wordsmithing.
That's
No,
what we're doing.
Well, no, we should be focused on things that have policy implications, not wordsmithing.
Commissioner Langdon, I agree with you, but this was supposed to be wordsmithed and brought back to us. That was the whole reason of revising the whole schedule, that they were going to
And we
wordsmith.
also agreed as a commission that edits and Scribner's errors and wordsmithing would be communicated to staff directly and
I
not
haven't had a
handled here
chance
on
to
the
communicate
dais.
it with staff because the agenda just posted like 5 days ago.
Do it after the meeting.
We didn't have that consensus to do it after.
This isn't getting us anywhere with what we need to do. We are supposed to be caring for our time and being diligent and good stewards of it. I don't know, as this needs to be local and state. It specifically names these. Maybe adding local to it too is fine, but just stating local and state, I think naming them is good. I do notice we are swinging back and forth from trying to cut the language to adding to the language, and that is wordsmithing. So I think if staff feels as though particular agencies need to be named so that the person reading knows where they should go or need to go, I think it's fine.
Ma'am, I was just pointing it out for consistency. That's all I was doing here. That's the only reason why I brought it up.
All right, go ahead and continue, please.
Line number 499. Says buffers to jurisdictional wetlands shall be a minimum of 15 feet and an average width of 25 feet. Well, 15 feet, I understand is the minimum, but then it says the average of 25 feet. Well, if you have an average, you can't have a minimum. It just sounds wonky.
So
I'm
the
trying to
average-
understand what your intent is here.
So at one point, the wetland can be a minimum. It can have a buffer, a minimum of 15 feet wide. And then in other places, it can be much larger so that your width overall is 25 as an average.
30-foot in one
Right.
spot,
Right.
15 in another, and you have an average of 25.
Right.
Okay.
Is that a
next.
large enough buffer that you're looking for these wetlands?
This is consistent language. This is what it always has been.
All right. All right, line 513. Boardwalk decking and railings shall not be impregnated with arsenic. Now go down to line 528. Pilings impregnated with arsenic should be avoided. Shall not sounds pretty set that you cannot have these pilings or anything with arsenic.
Aren't pilings different than decking and railings?
That's what I was
I
going
don't
to
know.
say.
I don't know. I'm asking because I'm seeing that shall not be impregnated with arsenic, and then down here I see, yeah, they should be avoided.
But it's a different
Yeah.
piece of the structure.
I'm not an engineer. I don't know.
The
I'm
pilings are what goes into the ground. The decking and the railings are what we come in contact with when we're on top of the structure. But yet again, there shouldn't be arsenic in the pilings going into
Yeah.
water or in the ground.
So we can have arsenic on the boardwalk when it rains and people are walking on it. It's going
That's
to put the
underneath.
arsenic in the water then.
It would be in the pilings. That's what holds the dock up. It would be raining on that, would be coming in contact with us. It's underneath us. The decking and the railings are what we come in contact with as humans.
So the above ground allows no arsenic. If you're going to use a pressure treated piece of wood to go down in as your piling, you have to have it wrapped with a polyurethane pile wrap.
So it's okay to put arsenic in the ground, in the water?
It's wrapped.
Well, I'm not saying it is, but I wouldn't want arsenic anywhere.
Exactly. Thank you.
It's in the ground naturally too. But that's why they're stating that it has to be wrapped so that it does not release anything. If you're going to, pretty much if you're going to remove it from the pilings, they're just going to have to use a different type of material.
The top of the wrap must be at least 6 inches above the high seasonal water. So what about below the water line? Is that wrapped too?
Yes.
I have a problem with the arsenic being in
Yeah.
there. So these are our wetlands, first of all, we're talking about here, right? And there's other materials out there that if you're going to be putting a piling in the wetland area, that is a sensitive area to begin with.
Right. That does say they should be avoided.
Right. but
So
that doesn't
if
mean
we
they
can
are.
avoid them with another material, then they just shouldn't be used.
Exactly. There's other materials available, so just take out that no arsenic should be used for pilings. There's other materials available. It's
Correct.
not
They would
like-
use a different type. you know.
Correct.
Okay, so this is a change in policy, so is there unanimous consent that pilings cannot be impregnated with arsenic also? Commissioner Langdon?
No. And my reason for no is unless staff has information as to what percentage of commercially available pilings are arsenic impregnated. Is it 20%? Is it 80%? If we say no arsenic, we might be, eliminating the ability of people to do pilings at all. Do we know what the cost differentiation is between pilings with arsenic versus not? If not, they're 10 or 15 times more expensive. We should know that before we put something in our ULDC code. So I would ask staff, do you have any of that information?
I do not know. I could look into that and get that information for you, but I don't know that at this time.
Yeah, I mean, before we make a decision like that, I think we need to have some sense of what impact it would have.
I agree with you. So for informational use, can we have staff bring back telling us the various questions that Commissioner Langdon has brought forth before we make a decision whether we want them totally eliminated or not?
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Vice Mayor?
Speak to that before we get.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that too, but I'm always for information, but here's the bottom line. Do we want to allow arsenic in the waterways or not? That's the bottom line. Whether it's a little bit, a lot, if it's wrapped, anything has a possibility of leakage, seepage, whatever. You may possibly put an arsenic in the waterway that goes to the water plant that ends up being drinking water. Could be small, minute amount, but cancer starts with a very small amount of asbestos. So it could be life-threatening. So you're more than welcome to bring the information back, but I just don't think anything containing arsenic should be in or near any of our waterways. And that's the bottom line where I'm at. I don't care if it costs extra to put in a little dock to be safe for all the citizens of North Park. It's a luxury item.
I just want to remind you that this is wetlands only. The rest of the city has that they are allowed to do
Yes.
the other stuff. So this is specifically to the wetlands, which are more sensitive.
Yeah, which brings the point even further that it shouldn't be allowed at all. The
Thank
mayor
you,
just-
thank you for that. If we're in the wetlands, I would say yes.
Okay, so we have a yes. Vice, to eliminate the
arsenic.
To eliminate the arsenic?
Yes.
Absolutely. I thought we were still on getting more information before we said.
No.
No, we're talking about wetlands only.
This
Yes, wetlands only,
clarified.
That's fine.
Okay, yes?
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell?
Absolutely.
Okay, so pilings can no longer have arsenic within wetlands.
Well, that was a good discussion.
And it's good that I didn't understand the difference between pilings and whatever else is
Yeah.
in there, so cool.
Good class.
All right, yeah, especially since if you look at line.
Let's go
five-
ahead.
Let's go.
Next.
Oh, she is.
If you look at line 522, it says appropriate state or local agencies. Is there a federal agency that would have some kind of jurisdiction about heavy equipment being allowed in wetlands?
The only possibility would be Army Corps of Engineers. So we can add appropriate federal, state, or local agency.
Thank you. Thank you. The line 514, it says here use of plastic composites or fiberglass materials are encouraged. Can concrete be also added to that list. I don't know if they make concrete slats. I just, we're talking about boardwalks here. Do they make concrete boardwalks, you know, like bridges? They're concrete. We have one right over the, our ditch right there at Myakkahatchee Creek. That's all concrete. Can we add concrete? We don't want to disallow it because it's not
Right.
there.
Yeah, this is just saying is encouraged, not required. But if you would like to add concrete, I don't see
Well,
why
the
not.
plastic composite and the fiberglass is a whole lot lighter than
Mhm.
concrete.
It could be cheaper too.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't know what's the cost.
Because there's a lot of support that would go into be putting in a concrete in a wetland.
I just, it's a material that's not mentioned, and I don't want to not have it be allowed in the code, even though it says encouraged, I get it.
Right. It's not excluded either.
Right. Number 4 is alternative materials will require city manager or designee approval.
All right.
Next one.
I have a
please.
line 55, there's a grammar error. I'll get with staff on that later. Now that, I'm sorry, I didn't know we could do this afterwards. The line 562, all allowed vegetative cuttings shall be removed from the wetlands and have no effect on water storage volume and water quality of the wetlands. What does that "and" to the period mean? What does that have to do with vegetative cuttings being removed?
I think the intent is just there that there should be no effect on water quality. I don't know, I'm not sure where that's coming from with connected to vegetative cuttings. I believe this language came from a previous consensus, but it was originally drafted by the consultant.
So when
So
I'm reading,
I'd have to look back to find out why those two are connected.
Okay.
Help clarify?
Yes.
When
Go
you
ahead.
cut something, you take it out.
Correct.
That's what that's saying.
But what does it have to do with no effect on water storage volume and water quality of wetlands? To me, it should be removed from the wetlands, period, and everything else is irrelevant. I'm trying to understand the connection.
I think what it is referring to the vegetative cuttings. So the vegetative cutting shall be removed, and the vegetative cuttings should have no effect on water storage and water quality. So vegetation around ponds and everything, the riparian zone, it filters out contaminants before it gets to the water. So if you're going to go in there and cut all the vegetation, you are going to negatively impact the water quality.
Thank you for that clarification. Now that makes sense. Thank you.
While we're here, I just want to point this out where it's under the underbrush clearing. This is where I read vehicle wheel tire trenches are considered dredging.
Mhm.
So I remembered reading it somewhere, so there it is.
You found it.
Yep.
So on line 565, it says here a 25-foot underbrush clearing can be allowed for forested wetlands. And this goes back to when I asked that question between the 15-foot and the average of 25 feet. Now it is saying specifically that there's a 25-foot buffer. Is that an average buffer?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't say average. Because this goes back to that one line 499 where I asked what's the difference between the 15-foot minimum and the average of 25 feet. This is saying with a wetland and a 25-foot buffer.
You want to add the word average?
Yeah, I don't believe we've done that throughout. I think it always refers to 25 with it being defined as an average of 25 in one place.
If you've got a 15 and you're requiring in this part a 25, I see a difference, and that's why I'm just asking the question.
We can add average to clarify.
But it does say delineated, so that does mean Mirandering, correct? So it could be 15 in one spot and 35 in another. Your line is delineated
On the map,
on the
on the
map.
plans. Mhm.
So I mean, it's, to me, I see that definition. But if you want to be more
I'm,
specific,
I'm
have
just
at it.
asking because of that 15 and 25 in the line.
Right, but delineation, to me, that's what it means. And it may not be average English, but go ahead and go with what you want.
Well, it's not
If
what
you
I
want
I just-
average, if you want average, you got it.
I just wanted to bring up something that I thought was inconsistent, that's all. Moving on to line 601, it says city manager or designee may require that the applicant provide a wetlands assessment if blah, blah, blah. I really think that a wetlands assessment shall be required, not a may. That's,
A consensus to change may to shall on line 601. Commissioner Langdon,
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
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 Mr. McDowell?
yes.
Okay, you have it. Go ahead.
Line 606. Encroachment within a 25-foot buffer may require an environmental assessment. Stopping there. If it's called an environmental report, not an assessment, and that should probably be changed up at 601 also. Changing that may to shall. Encroachment within the 25-foot buffer shall require an environmental assessment. And then it has all this goobly glop afterwards. Can we just say as outlined in Article 9? Because it's kind of going into what the requirements are, which is covered in Article 9.
I actually like the way that it's written instead of just stating Article 9.
But some of the stuff here is not inclusive as to what Article 9 requires, and some of the things in Article 9 are not included here. And if you're going to have an environmental assessment, environmental report, it should probably be consistent for those requirements throughout.
I think it can refer to it.
That's what I was suggesting, is as outlined in Article 9, ending it after the environmental assessment, as outlined in Article 9.
How does anybody feel on that? Making the word report consistent and then adding the Article 9 referral in C. Commissioner Langdon?
I'm looking for Article 9.
It's on line 1461.
The very end of the chapter.
It's like the last page or two.
While she's looking, Vice Mayor, how are you with that?
Yeah, I don't mind it referencing.
I'm good. Commissioner White?
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's good.
Commissioner McDowell, I'm sure
Yes.
you're fine. So we'll wait for Commissioner Langdon to review.
1469 references Gopher Turtle.
1461, ma'am. One 1461, it talks about what the wetland
Thank you.
requires. And what the rest of the environmental assessment requires.
Yes.
Okay, we have that consensus.
Thank you.
PZAB, anytime you guys want to jump in, let me see your hand, okay?
The 25-foot buffer, that changing that may to shall, is that something the commission wants to do? Shall require an
In what
environmental.
line are you talking about?
Line 606. Shall require an environmental assessment or report.
Commissioner Langdon, changing the may on line 606 to shall?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm a yes on that, but most of the mays in this thing should be shalls regardless. I mean, we're going over every single one. They should all be shells.
Sometimes there's, yeah.
I know there's some iffy ones, but I give you the
I'm a
majority,
yes.
should be shall. I don't want to
Commissioner
give it,
Yes.
I don't want to give options.
Commissioner McDowell is a yes.
Yes,
So
I am.
we have that. Go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
Okay, so now we're moving on to Article 7, which is the Myakka River Protection Zone. This is line 653. So you go from line 653 all the way to line 693. Is all of that language really necessary? Do we need to reiterate in our land development code about the Florida legislature giving us, designating the Myakka River wild and scenic? Do we need to designate a lot of these languages and these items, approving of the city commission approval of this? And it just seems like it's unnecessary language in the ULDC.
I had the same thought, so I looked into it, and it's consistent with similar, almost exact language at the county and then state level. It was all done back when this was first done at the state level to meet state requirements. So it would take a larger, probably, legal request to determine if that language is still required or not. So we left it in there.
So okay, and I appreciate that, but the bigger question is, why would it be required in the ULDC? I can
Rather
see it in
than-
the comp plan, I can see maybe some of these items, like maybe combining A and B to kind of give a findings. But to have all of that in there, it just seems redundant and unnecessary. And I just wanted to have the conversation with you and the commissioners.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Juliana Belia, Acting Assistant City Manager. A lot of times when you go for grants and different things like that, they look for this type of language in your ULDC codes as well as your comp plan. Probably why the county has it, and that's probably why it's maybe a good idea for us to retain it.
I found it very interesting and helpful as I was reading it. All
But
right,
is it
so-
in our comp plan?
So let's,
I don't think this exact language, no.
so I think it's fine to leave as is. It's nothing that has to be struck. So let's go on to the next one.
On line 716, says the provisions of this article as adopted by the commission. Of course, it's adopted by the commission. It probably can be removed. I mean, the ULDC has to be adopted by the commission.
That's correct.
I'm just trying to help clean up.
And again, I don't have a problem with it saying adopted by the commission. Again, it's trying to get commission put in some place and commission removed in another. I don't have a problem with it stating that it's adopted by the commission when you put such a focus on who gives the authority. So why not allow it to say adopted by the commission? Again, that might be some of the wording that needs to be in for grants and stuff too. I'm not sure.
And Mayor, I agree with you, but this is not specific to anything but the adoption of the article.
Then
The article is this document which has to be approved by commission. That's by state statute. It's ULDC stuff.
again, I don't see a problem with it being there. And it's one person's choice over another.
Of course, I
As to
understand that.
whether it's in there or not. I mean, it's not hurting anything by being in there. It's actually showing the authority of who did this. I mean, if we're asking in some places who in the city has the authority to do that, this is telling you flat out, the authority lies in the hands of the commission, so.
I agree. I think
We
it
can
shows.
keep it in. I just brought it up for discussion points as to why it was in there. That's all. So
Okay, let's go on to the next one.
Line, I'm trying to see which line this is, 725. There's a date. Earth moving authorized under a valid permit, non-agriculture exemption issued by the city prior to October 14th of 2008. I just am asking, why is that date relative? What is the importance of that date? Does that still apply with this new code?
The consultant went through the entire document, I believe, and struck the effective date of this chapter throughout and put a specific date. So that's the effective date of this chapter, when this chapter became effective, when it was adopted.
Oh, back in 2008, is that what
Yes.
you're saying? Okay.
Is it still relative and relevant, I guess, when we adopt this new chapter in 2022?
I believe, so this is saying earth moving authorized under a valid permit up to October 14th, 2008. So I believe that it is still relevant prior to these regulations being enforced.
Thank you.
No, I'm confused. Would we really have issued a permit prior to October 2008 that would still be in effect and valid?
Valid permits.
Well, then it would be whatever was built with that permit.
So it's like a grandfathering in? Is
Yes.
that what it's doing?
But what earth moving is still going on? What?
It's a grandfather clause, so I get
Yes.
that.
Earth moving authorized, is there still earth moving going on now? That would be under a 2008 permit?
I think some of those permits are for 20 years. And so if it was issued in 2008 and it lasted 20 years, that individual has until 2028 that their permit is good. So personally, I would leave it in there until you hit that 20-year mark.
Well, and you're also looking at agriculture, so it
Yes,
could be
that's what I was
something out in
thinking,
the estates to where they could possibly even build a pond on their property.
That is exactly where I was
Yeah,
going
but
from,
that's what I'm
yes.
looking at. I don't think it's commercial.
I think
it's
we have-
probably just in the estates.
I think most of it has been to his property before.
I believe so.
I think so.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check the relevance of that and bring it to attention in case it needed to be stricken or, fell through the cracks or something. So thank you for the explanation. Line 745, that listed species, you were going to take a look at that, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I was thinking of the listed species in line 1465, where it requires a wildlife survey with that environmental report. But I will double check that we're not, by removing that language, that we're not removing a different requirement.
Excellent. I am almost done, Mayor. The maps that I have and the diagrams that I have, hopefully on that clean copy one, they're nice and clean. So when you go to the page 22, it's right above line item 780. It says Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3, Zone 4. Zone 1 is the Myakka River Protection Zone, Fire Protection Clear Zone. Those words are not in the rest of the description, those exact words. So I don't know where exactly that is. You have some that says Myakka River Protection Zone. Is that the same as Zone 1?
So if you look at line 764, that's defining Zone 1 as the MRPZ Fire Protection Clear Zone.
Okay. So the Myakka River Area Buffer. So if you look at the bottom, it says Myakka River Area Buffer. And then up at the top, it says Myakka River Area. Is that part of the buffer? Because then you have an arrow that says 50-foot buffer. So is the buffer area from that 50 number to the edge of the water?
So the Myakka River area is showing the Myakka River. Then Zone 4 is the Myakka River Area Buffer, which is that yellow strip, a 50-foot buffer. So they're two separate areas. We can try and improve the graphic. I agree, it's a little difficult to read.
The clean version was better.
Thank you.
Commissioner Langdon, you
Yes,
have your light
I
on?
have a question specific to what Commissioner McDowell is talking about. I think what tripped me up when I read this is that when we were talking about the creek, Zone 1 was the most environmentally sensitive, and then it kind of moved out. And in this, the most environmentally sensitive is Zone 4. So it kind of, I was
It's
doing a
backwards.
shuffling
It's
in my head.
backwards, yes.
So if there's not a reason for doing it this way, it might be that we're consistent. Zone 1 is always the most sensitive and working our way out. Just a suggestion.
I agree with you.
I'm not opposed to
Except this,
that, but-
except this was done and established by all of these things that were stated earlier. This is the way it was written. And so we don't really have the authority as a city to change it because it's enacted through
through the county.
legislation.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we don't have the authority
To change
change
that.
it.
Is that the same thing is true at the creek?
No.
No, the creek says.
I don't want to make a big effort. I'll just let that go.
I agree with you. When you all talked about having this up on the north side, that we can modify it to fit, because you're going to have to modify it anyways because the property is only 150 feet. So you're going to have to make those zones smaller, and you can change that around. That's our document, not the county.
Right. I just don't want to create. I can do the shuffle in my head.
Yeah, but I agreed with you. I'm like,
trick
why
me up
isn't
at
it
first.
consistent? But
I have a question in regards to this instead of waiting for my turn. Where?
Apparently it is your turn.
Where in the city do we have property along the Mayaca River?
That was my question, too.
It's a very small piece.
Right.
Because we have the same thought. I'm trying to find the map.
In the map, even in the clean version, I didn't really, it didn't tell me exactly what was in. It showed supposedly a white line for the city boundary, but I couldn't distinguish where that white line was versus a road.
We can make that map a little clearer, but there's some pieces down by the state forest. There's a piece in Welland Park, that's zoned village, that's right along the river. It's not a lot of area, it's some small areas, but there are some.
There's a whole waterway area there above Lake Geraldine, over all that wild area where the part of that triangular park piece is. All of that is along the river there.
That's within Northport.
That is,
Okay.
yeah, it's abutting Northport.
Okay, my
The
next
waterway.
question is, I found all through this that it was connecting us and the property within Northport and kind of telling us that we had to oversee the county properties also. Is that because of the way that it was brought in with and through the county, or were they expecting us to annex in all those 55 and over trailer parks? I don't know. I'm wondering why they're trying to have us with any kind of jurisdiction over the county properties.
Yeah, I'm not aware of us having any jurisdiction.
Okay.
But I do
Good.
know that they have almost word for word the exact language in the county code as this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Langdon, was your light on or off?
Yeah, within this conversation, all I could envision was the plan for the sports complex. And so someone should quickly take a look, because I can't tell. It seems like it's in the same area. So I just want to make sure that what we're proposing for commercial areas as part of that project don't run afoul of this ULDC.
Got that, City Manager Yarborough? Okay, thank you, sir. Because same thought came to my head.
Yeah, that's
All right,
suspiciously
Commissioner
close.
McDowell, back to you.
so staff is going to clean up this map
Yes.
And reiterate what zone was. Zone is on the map. The legend to match the map.
The legend is consistent, but it's just, we can make it a little easier to read.
Okay, so zone 3, construction area, conservation area. I don't see that wording, conservation area, on here.
It's in the other graphic as well, labeled that way. It's not labeled in section 11-25, so we can add the title. It's just called Zone 3 in that section.
So it's just very difficult to follow what exactly it is, that's all. Zones 3, okay, line 826. Zone 3 and 4 exceptions. Native vegetation removal may be allowed in Zone 3 only after review and written approval by the city arborist. What about Zone 4? How do you remove the vegetation in Zone 4? There's no language.
That was a typo because we added Zone 3 and Zone 4 exceptions into one section. It was previously 2 separate sections. If you see H, that was struck. So that should say 3 and 4.
Thank you.
So it should say removal may be allowed in Zone 3 and 4?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one.
Getting there, ma'am. Line 926. It says all Niagara River Protection Zone accessory structures not referenced in section 1138G1 above. There is no 1138G1, and I'm wondering if it got left off because 1137 is the last one on my sheet. I'm wondering, is there a 38 section that just never made it to us?
I believe it should be referencing right above this. So it should be 11-27G1. I believe it's referencing that A through E directly above this. Gazebos, caged or non-caged swimming pools, elevated patios.
Okay, thank you.
You'll correct that then?
Yes.
See, I thought there was a whole section missing, so thank you. Yeah. All right. Line 956, prohibited uses. It talks about prohibited, but where is the permitted uses? I did not see any permitted uses.
I believe, so section G is residential.
But it doesn't say, it says standards for development, but it doesn't say permitted uses. Usually there's a permitted and it gives a whole bunch of things. And then it says prohibited and then it gives a whole bunch of things. And
Right. So this is because there's not a long list. It's any use or structure not specifically permitted by the underlying zoning district. Or the Mac River Protection Zone is prohibited. So it's going by the underlying zoning district.
Which we haven't seen yet.
It's not in this section.
Correct.
It would be so if it's, I mentioned there's a village section. So it's whatever would be permitted in the village zoning district.
Wouldn't the prohibited also be in that zoning district designation?
So then we're giving specific prohibited uses for this Myakka River Protection Zone. So it's saying anything that's not specifically permitted by the underlying zoning district or the Myakka River Protection Zone is prohibited.
Okay, let me see if I can ask it a different way. Now that I understand there's a zoning district with the same title, Myakka River Protection Zone.
No, there's not. It's talking about, so this is like an overlay. The micro river protection zone is like an overlay. Every piece of property within it is going to have an underlying zoning district. So it could be zoned village, it could be zoned agricultural, it could be zoned residential.
Now I understand. Thank you.
And for the very reason that Commissioner Langdon brought up, 1128A1A, commercial uses are prohibited. So again, that behooves us to look at what we're looking at over in Welland Park for regional aspects. Okay, continue, please.
The formatting needs to be changed, and I know I'll get with you on that after the meeting. Okay, go to line 1168. It says accordance with section 58.5. Is this old language?
Yes, so some of the references we had highlighted to fix, and then we took out the highlighting, so some of these references are old.
Okay.
So all the 58 reference the current chapter in the ULDC, so those references still need to be updated.
Okay. That's what I thought. I wanted to make sure. 1186. Why was that language removed? Those 3 lines, the city manager or designee is authorized to go onto these lands to ensure the compliance. Why was that removed?
So we had similar language about city personnel inspecting property that we were advised to remove from development orders. And so along those same lines, staff removed it from this section as well. I don't know if the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong.
But why are we not allowed to go on the property to ensure that the code is being followed and that the development
1186.
conditions are being followed?
1186.
So the answer in general, I'm not sure about this language, I'll have to read it a little more carefully if you'd like. The general answer is no. So for example, for code enforcement, we may not venture onto someone's private property. We may observe from, open public roadways. If an adjacent private property owner gives us permission to go on their property to look, we can look from that person's property. But it's a Fourth Amendment implication of entering onto private property.
Okay, so
I'm assuming that that's what Allison is referring to.
Yes.
I don't recall the specific question. I don't think that our office has been asked a question with respect to this ULDC rewrite, but I assume it's the same type of logic.
Yes.
So how does the city hold the archaeological protections in place during development if we can't go on the property during development?
So for example, we have in the past required an archaeological monitor be on site at the cost of the developer.
That's not in here, so can we add that somewhere?
Sure.
I mean, if we're trying to protect our archaeological resources, and that is exactly what prompted me to ask this question, is if we can't oversee it because it's private property, and I agree with the attorney, how do we oversee it when they're actually doing construction to ensure that there's no disturbance of archaeological points, or if they find bones and it's like, oh man, we found some bones, hush, don't tell anyone. We don't want to shut this job down, we're already behind.
I was trying to find it, I don't know where it is, but there's somewhere else in here where the city manager or designee can require mitigation, and that's one type of mitigation that we have required in the past.
So where, and again, it would have to be at the will of the board of having that archaeological expert on site during the development process. Obviously not the whole development process, but the earth moving part and the part where you're going from the ground up. Once the groundwork is pretty much done, where would we put in here having that person to oversee it at the expense of the developer?
I believe it would be line 1292 is if the city manager or designee determines that the proposed development would have an adverse effect, they can review the project to consider alternatives to avoid, minimize, or mitigate that effect. This whole section is actually talking about mitigation. So this is what we've used in the past to require the archaeological monitor.
Can we specifically put in language that would require, of course, if it's the will of the board, this archaeological monitoring person?
Yes.
Mayor?
I don't personally myself want to force it on every single development. I like it being where the designee or the city manager, if he thinks there's any type of issue, can place that out. We know most of the areas where our archaeological things are, but to put it upon all, I personally don't. Commissioner Langdon?
I would say no, so long as city manager or designee would also embrace that archaeological monitor.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, if we were able to do it in the past, I don't see any reason why we need to plug it in now.
Yeah, I agree. Just keep things as they are. Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner McDowell, you got
Checks
your
and
answer?
balances, but I'm outnumbered. So that's okay. If you go to line 1194, it says these sites and structures may be identified in amendments to, no, forget it. Forget it. I answered my own question. 1221. It's talking about a list of significant historical resources in the city of Northport. Do we currently have this list?
The city maintains a list of parcels that have been identified as high likelihood of having historic resources, and that's what we use to determine if a site assessment is needed before development can occur.
Fantastic, thank you. Going to 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're talking about a Florida master site file, and it's for all recorded archaeological resources in unincorporated Sarasota County and the city of Northport, and we're supposed to maintain a copy, I guess, here. Do we have a copy of that somewhere?
I know that we have the master site file information for all city of Northport sites. I'm not 100% sure if we have them for unincorporated Sarasota County or not.
Okay, and what would be the purpose of us having it for unincorporated Sarasota County when we have no jurisdiction over that? We don't develop land in unincorporated. So why would we have to have the language
That was the question
in
I asked.
unincorporated Sarasota County?
That's a good question. It could be if it's something close to our boundaries that we have the potential to annex, yes.
I would think if we're going to annex, we would look into that prior to annexation.
Right.
But I said they expected us to annex in those 55 and over parks.
I don't know where that originated. I know that when this was first done, it was based a lot off of the county's language. So it could be from the county's language.
It would behoove us, it states that we keep that we ask them for their copy and keep it too, and maybe yearly, make sure it's updated properly.
We do communicate with the county archaeologist who maintains those
yeah.
records. So.
Right,
He
but we're
lives here.
But according to the code, we're supposed to have a copy of theirs
Yes.
here.
I can get that. If we don't have it already, I'm not 100% sure we might have it. I know we have the cities because I've looked at those extensively.
Yeah. All right. So that took care of that one. All right.
Any
Anything else?
Yeah, I'm almost done. 1267. City manager or designee shall issue a written determination approving the development project. City manager doesn't usually approve development projects. Most of the DMPs and stuff like that come to commission.
Yes, and we could change the wording so it's a little bit more clear. It's not necessarily approving the project, it's giving a written determination that the project will not have an effect on the archaeological resources.
That's what it needs to say. Mayor, can we get a?
Yeah, I think that just needs to be clarified. That's more of a grammar type of thing.
Yeah, it's approving the development project without modification for the purposes of this article. So it's it's a little unclear, but yeah, it's not approving the project, it's just approving in terms of it's not affecting any archaeological resources.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. This is where I started to get a little squirrely trying to make heads or tails out of what it was trying to say, but between lines 1269 and 1281, seems like it's duplicated in parts, in totality, but mostly in parts between lines 1244 and 1263. And I was going crazy trying to determine what words were duplicating, why the duplication of the words, and I just was hoping we could just ask y'all to clarify that a little bit better or give me a better understanding as to why it's in two places.
So the paragraph on 1244 is describing the requirements for the site assessment survey.
Mm-hmm.
What was the other line number?
To 63.
Protection requirements.
Yeah, through 1263 is outlining what the site assessment survey needs to be and what sections it needs to include.
Okay, so if you're going to have a site survey requirements and then you're going to have protection requirements, I think that's where it becomes duplicated.
So
I don't know, it just didn't make much sense to me. And
when I was going through each section, there was oftentimes
Yeah.
something that was repeated, but I realized that each section was important. So in addressing it or repeating it for that purpose too, I didn't have a problem with it. I just bit my tongue.
yeah, some of the intro language is repeated, but A, B, C, and D are talking about different outcomes of the determination. Each one is a little different.
Okay, I will heed the mayor's advice and bite my tongue. Violations and penalties, 1367. Hearing officer to be irreparable or irreversible in nature, the violator may be required to pay a fine. How about shall be required to pay the fine?
I think we clarified that one earlier.
It's up to the hearing officer.
It's true. He may not find them guilty.
But if they're not guilty, then of course there's no fine. But if they are found guilty, then there should be a fine. Correct? I'm not sure how hearing officers work in this capacity, and that's why I want to.
The fine or penalty is solely up to the hearing officer.
If they're found guilty.
I believe so. But I don't know that we can force them to enforce a fine.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay,
He may find them guilty and not impose a fine.
gotcha.
Possible.
All right. You struck language on 1369, and it says, after the city code, which shall be placed in a special revenue fund used for the city for historic purposes. And I think we have already addressed this somewhere else, but I found it here too.
Yes, this was brought up originally as a policy decision
Correct.
because I thought that had not been created. It has recently been created, so this should be unstruck.
And this is the one we're going to get the SOP from. So this is another place that this area is, that you guys struck that we need to unstrike.
Mm-hmm.
On line 1379, any person who violates this section shall be subject to penalties set forth in section 1-16. I would love to see at some point a conversation regarding those penalties to see when the last time was they were reviewed, when the last time they were updated. Does state statutes apply? Because I don't know if this section has ever been really looked at and dissected. And if the code is not up to snuff, we may be leaving money on the table as far as fines and penalties, or we may be out of compliance. It could be both ways, especially with state statutes. So I think this section itself, and I know it's not related, but it is in here, really just needs to be reviewed to make sure no changes need to be made to it.
Right, all of the violations and penalties are being put into one place in that chapter 1. So we can have a larger conversation.
Chapter 1 of the ULDC or chapter 1 of the city code?
I believe this is in the city code. Because right underneath is referencing section 2-508, which I know is the city code. I can check.
Okay. So I don't know if it's the will of the board at some point in the future to have a conversation and look at these fines and penalties to make sure we're in compliance and not, you know.
Definitely. When we get to that area of it, we definitely need a
We're
larger
not going to get to that area because it's in a different code book. It's not in the ULDC.
Well, if we're not going to be addressing that, I don't know why, and go ahead and put it on as an agenda item.
Okay.
Just to clarify, so section 116, that's the ULDC. It's just going to be a statement for the entire document about enforcement and penalties. And then the actual information will be in the city code in section 2.
And just so I understand, that's still dependent on the hearing officer.
Yes.
To decide, no matter what we say, fines and penalties, they can still decide no penalty, $1, whatever, right?
In the code enforcement section, there's provisions that the hearing officer can follow. That is the
Right.
approval of the city commission. But there's restrictions as to how much per day or total that they can do. So city commission can set some provisions, but they have to follow state statute.
You can revise the general, I'm playing lawyer here, you can revise the general guidelines for code enforcement fines, but you can't necessarily be specific.
Right, so when it says up to, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what they're gonna always be fined.
So as mentioned by planning staff, there are maximums in the state statutes. So, I mean, yes, you could ascribe a specific fine if you wanted to within those parameters. You could say a first violation is, you know, X amount of dollars versus up to. Now, I believe all of our code, I don't know about all, but certainly in our general, the general section where we mostly operate has an up to. So it gives a lot of discretion to the hearing officer.
So that could be leveled, is what you're saying. We could decide on.
Yeah, we'll have to have a bigger conversation. I don't want to take the
Right,
time
I'm
today
sorry,
to
but-
have this. I just
Correct.
wanted
Yeah,
to
thank you.
see if right now we could get a consensus to put it on a future agenda item for
I
discussion.
think if you want to put it on, you go ahead and put it on.
I don't want to put it on if the board is not willing to look at
So
it and waste
I
time.
think you've got,
Okay.
yeah, everybody's
Yeah.
good.
All right. And line 1393. So we have, it said, I'm going to read two of them. It says, in the area affected as determined by the city manager or a designee, period. The developer, owner, contractor, or agent thereof shall notify the city within 2 calendar days, period. What is those people notifying the city within 2 calendar days for or of, or what's the purpose of that sentence?
What line were you on?
Line 1392 and 1393.
If evidence of the existence of historic or archaeological resources is discovered or observed.
Oh,
at development tracks or during development activities after final approval. So if it's discovered after approval.
Okay, but the sentence says, the developer, owner, contractor, or agent thereof shall notify the city within 2 calendar days.
We can add of such discoveries.
Of discover, is something, it's
applying to the sentence before it.
Okay. So this is a grammar thing I'll get with you guys on.
I don't have an issue with the way it's written personally myself. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
All right. It's Article 9 regarding the environmental reports. I don't see where it says how long the surveys are valid for. I don't see how, when, so you have your development process, they have to get a survey, but then they don't start developing for maybe 2 years. That survey's long expired, but there's nothing in here about an expiration date. It doesn't say anything about when they should get this survey done. Too often, these little wildlife critters don't know that they've already been surveyed and they come and move in or move out. And I think there should be like how long those surveys are valid for. Some kind of language in here giving that. I don't know if.
I believe that it is in a different section, so I think we can definitely add it here about how long they're good for. In terms of when they're required, that will be in those application sections. It will state with whatever application type if there is an environmental report required.
I think the
Oh, yes,
timeframe-
that's, I knew it was 1 year. So it's line 1467.
Ah, yes, 1 year. I see it now.
Thank you.
Until I was starting to get buggy-eyed towards the end of this. So 1 year is a really long time for critters. Is it? and this
Gopher
might be a-
tortoises is different.
Pardon?
Gopher tortoises is 90 days.
Where does it say gopher tortoises for 90 days?
Um,
There it is, within no more than 90 days.
Yes.
Okay, so all of the other wildlife is for a year?
Yes.
And then gopher tortoises is 90 days. Okay,
All right,
thank
does
you for that.
Does that complete your questions?
On this, yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for the indulgence, patience, and all of that other stuff. Thank you very, very much.
Commissioner Langdon, do you have anything further?
I just had one question, and it's on this same section. So it mentions that the survey will be performed by an FWC authorized gopher tortoise agent. How many agents are there? I mean, we have a ton of development going on. And is there a sufficient resource that we don't get hung up?
I don't know how many there are. I know we have at least 2 or 3 city employees who are authorized
Who are
gopher tortoise
authorized,
agents.
okay.
So
we have had no issues where projects were delayed, waiting on the availability of,
not that I have been told of.
no, okay, good, then I'm happy.
Commissioner McDowell, do you have something on the same topic?
Exactly, yes. Who's paying for that? There's no language in here that says that the developer is required to pay for that environmental survey.
They do. They just have to submit it with their packets. So they get it, they complete it, they give it to us.
They know that they're paying for it? Okay, just
Okay,
making
it's
sure.
written somewhere.
Yeah,
else,
I've read it
too.
somewhere
Yeah.
else. Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't
I
see it
remember
in
that
here.
conversation.
Exactly, but I didn't see it in here that the developer, at the expense of the developer or landowner in here. I just wanted to make sure it was covered.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, do you have anything on this chapter?
Nope.
Commissioner White, anything on this chapter?
Yeah, I did have some questions and concerns. I just want to know what the rest of the board thinks about those environmental reports. I just think it's really vague, because these environmental reports are going to apply to everything, correct? I think we're going that direction for tree surveys and anything that has to do with developing land will require an environmental report paid by the developer or the contractor who's ever doing that work. And when when it says qualified environmental professional, I was just wondering if we could add some layers to that, because as we know, there are those who are, credible, I hate to use that, and those that maybe aren't. And especially if you're on the building side, you're going to be more prone to hire people that are not going to red flag every single thing. And we've had incidences, I'm bringing this up because we've had these situations come up when residents have called me and said, I know there's gopher tortoises there, there's burrows, and yet they said they didn't find any. And that one instance where that gentleman came here and said, the person who came out stuck his hand down a burrow. And then I looked into the gopher tortoise certification process, and the person who holds the license has to go through some more involved training, but he or she can hire people that just go through a training that amounts to like a week of training. And just would like to know what the rest of the board thinks about that, to have somebody to put some more, like I said, layers on that. To me, this is like the cat guarding the queen. And we're talking about our environment. We're talking about all aspects, if I understand this correctly, from trees to wetlands to animals. And we're just going to put that into somebody else's hands and without having some more.
I'm going to see if staff will address that, because I believe the surveys are separated.
Have a huddle here.
Yes.
Sorry.
I believe the surveys that are being turned in, environmental reports, they are separated through the application or whatever, where they have the tree, they have the gopher tortoise, they have the scrub jay, those types of things. It's not just under an umbrella of environmental reports. It is individualized surveys.
Some of it is. The tree surveys are a separate thing usually. The gopher tortoise surveys are separate. But we do get a document we refer to as an environmental assessment or environmental report that goes over vegetative species, listed species, wetlands, and stuff like that, all in one report.
Right. So that's going to include, it says, other environmental resources will be protected or mitigated. So that is going to include anything that has to do with the environment and how that's going to be handled. I would like to see some type of monitoring of that randomly. I don't know. Again, open to ideas. You have a list, and I know and once you say you have to have these qualifications, anybody who has those qualifications goes on that list. But we can determine what those qualifications are if we want to bump them up.
Do you have a definition of what qualifies somebody to do these environmental reports?
No, we do not. We get them from firms, from environmental companies.
Mm-hmm.
And so usually they're from the same handful of companies. We see the same few over and over, but no, it doesn't have to be.
Because we stated all development had to have this, residential and commercial. Commissioner Langdon, your light's on.
Yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying, Commissioner White, and I always struggle with these kinds of things because I think for the most part, people who are certified by the state are competent to do their work. But that's not to say that there isn't a bad apple or someone who's pretty good and they have a bad day. But the decision is always, how big is the issue? And is it big enough to wrap more regulation and more complexity around it or not? And so I always struggle with that. So When I struggle with that, I typically ask for data. You know, do we have any documentation of situations where, we'll pick on gopher tortoises, if someone inspects a site and determines that it's clear and either a citizen or a developer or anybody else knows for a fact that there is a burrow on that property, what's our recourse? I think I would rather, so one, I'd like to have a sense for how big a problem, something that happens once every 5 years, is that tolerable for us? If there's an issue every 5 years, if it's 1 out of every 2 inspections, then I think we have a problem. And we need to work with the regulating agencies to figure out that problem. I think, however, that it would behoove us, if we don't have a process for identifying an authorized gopher tortoise agent who's not up to snuff, is there a way we can identify them and report them so that FWC can take corrective action for that individual? So I see that Julie is at the podium. So do you have info?
Thank you. Juliana Belia, Acting Assistant City Manager. Yes, we do actually have a process and a system in place. We have a list of approved, authorized gopher tortoise representatives with FWC that have been licensed through them, authorized agents and so forth. If we're having difficulties with one of those people on the list that's performing work in the city, we immediately get with FWC. We have had cases where we have had contractors or authorized agents rather removed from that list.
Okay.
We've had those people try to obtain approvals and we have not granted them. And then we immediately contact FWC about that. So we have we've had a great relationship with FWC for about 10 years now. It started with Public Works. We've had people throughout the city trained that deal with it, including our arborists. On the other end, can an arborist miss a burrow or a tortoise or something like that? Of course. But I can tell you the 2 arborists that we have here working at the city right now, as well as the environmental technician, they're very, very diligent. They go out, they're very thorough, and they go through a lot of heavy, heavy vegetation to try to find this, burrows and gopher tortoises as well. I think they do a very admirable job, and I would say that, you know, unless it was just because it was so heavily vegetated, they generally don't miss them. They try not to. So, hence the reason for the environmental assessment survey requirement. It takes a lot of time. It's in a lot of cases very unsafe. You know, they're using all kinds of handheld type equipment that is probably a little dangerous. And yeah, we're trying to get them out of that situation and put the onus back on the contractors or the homeowner builders.
Oh, well, that I'm glad you brought that up, because maybe that could be part of this when it says qualified environmental professional, and you're talking about agents that have been certified by FWC. Maybe
ma'am.
that should be listed in there.
Well, it is
And also you mentioned about the arborists. I know they go out now, but
They do.
in the future, this report is they're not going to go out. Am I
Well, what
hearing
they're
that
going to do
correctly?
is they're going to have a report, and then they're going to go out and do an inspection based on the report, rather than locating them themselves and preparing basically an assessment survey on their own.
Okay.
Yep.
So would it be unreasonable to think that if you're going to have somebody going out there, I'm assuming someone looking for gopher tortoises is going to be different than somebody going out there and
looking for scrub jays.
scrub jays and then
Right.
heritage trees or whatever. So I'm thinking in terms of the trees, is that unreasonable to think that a certified arborist should go out there as part of that?
As part of the trees location surveys and
Right.
double check, yes ma'am, they will be inspecting that as well. So to either be an arborist or the environmental technician.
Okay, but
Conducting those inspections.
But as far as this report that we are going to expect,
Mhm.
that the builders are gonna do themselves, that they, yes, would have to get an FWC certified person to do
Yes,
that,
ma'am. That
the
is correct.
wildlife, but would they be expected to have someone who's an actual arborist, certified arborist, go and look for everything else that's the vegetation and the trees, or no?
She's,
I see what you're asking.
Yeah.
On their staff.
And also, because that would be someone who would know, even if it's a native tree. I mean, you can have anybody going out there and not realizing what they're looking at.
So what she's asking for is just the wording in here that we state that we want the professional, the ones that FWC certify or approve of or whatever, some type of language that whoever does these surveys, submit these reports, are qualified to do so.
Yeah, we do have on line 1470 that it has to be an FWC authorized Gopher Tortoise agent for the 100% survey.
I believe though what Commissioner White is asking is about the vegetation.
Right.
That's a different situation.
Right.
Because
That's going to be included in these
right.
reports. Right?
FWC is going to, they will have jurisdiction over the gopher tortoises.
Right.
FWS is going to have jurisdiction over the scrub jays.
jays.
But then the question becomes, who is the qualified professional that will have jurisdiction over the
right.
Landscaping or the trees and so forth, vegetation.
Right.
And
What
I
we'll
don't
have to
know-
do-
I don't know if there's an agency that oversees that, but by stating that it's an arborist, a licensed arborist,
We could do
you
that.
could put that in.
Right.
She's just wanting to make sure all of the various areas are covered by a professional and not somebody just coming out.
I was going to say, some of the tree surveys are done by a landscape architect as opposed to an arborist. So, I mean, if we get too specific.
All right, so they are going to be done by a landscape architect?
No, I'm
Is that-
saying some are. So you were referring that perhaps they should be done by an arborist. I didn't want to pigeonhole us into that verbiage when these other professionals do them also.
Perhaps we could say such as a landscape architect, surveyor, or arborist.
Right.
And
Give some
maybe
choices
licensed
there.
instead of
Sounds
qualified.
good.
Yes.
So we
Yeah,
could have a licensed environmental professional such as an arborist or a landscape architect.
A certified
surveyor.
Mhm.
Because people call themselves
Oh, yeah,
arborists, who really
We
aren't.
could say certified instead of licensed.
Commissioner Langdon, how do you feel about that? Making
I'm
sure all
comfortable with
the
that.
Vice Mayor? I'm good?
Yeah.
And Commissioner
Yes.
McDowell? Okay, what else do you have, Commissioner White?
Can I speak to that?
What's that?
Can I speak to that?
Okay.
So the gopher tortoise, I understand is shall be performed by an FWC authorized gopher tortoise agent. But what about for the wildlife survey for like the other endangered or protected wildlife species? There's no clarification as to who is qualified, certified to do those inspections.
Well, you mean drafting of the report?
Correct.
So
Or
that
the other specific wildlife, scrub
Right.
jays, eagles, that kind of thing.
Right. And then that's where we had a qualified environmental professional in A that covered everything. And that's what we were looking to change to certified arborist.
That's where you're changing. Okay. Thank you.
And then I just had one more question about that same, when we were talking about wetlands, and it said something like, it appears that wetlands may exist. This will be indicated in, and it referenced this environmental report. So, and those aren't necessarily wetlands that are specifically designated. That could be a lot that is underwater, that they go on and they clear it and they realize this is totally saturated. That would be considered a possible wetland. But at that point, they're already clearing.
Yeah, usually would be on the national inventory.
Okay, so it's actually what's been
Yes.
designated already. Okay.
Right.
Okay, so that's not just wetlands in general then, because it
Right.
doesn't cover what you said. Okay.
Right.
I don't know if that should be specified in there then, because again, just based on what I've witnessed and people call me and say, that lot is underwater, Yeah, we know, because it's like the green monster, you know, when you look at the flood map.
Right.
But it's not a designated wetland, but to expect something's going to happen because of that, not gonna happen because it's not a designated.
There's a big difference between wetland and some area that floods.
Floods, right, yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right. So
Yeah.
by calling it the wetland.
Okay, but
Yeah.
they're designated wetlands, thank you.
Anything further?
That's it.
All right, in mine, I'm in the clean version, and we were discussing this map on page 15 about the Myakka River protection zones. And it shows the area that's protected. I personally would like to see a second map that shows our area. And if it is only along that portion of River Road or that, if there is another area where we can see exactly, because that's a huge map. I mean, that's a huge area.
Exactly.
So, exactly, and I don't even know if we see ours in that map. So do we have a consensus that there's another map that shows those areas in our city on this?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Great point, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the next page 17, line 547, this tree removal. Persons may not remove a tree without a tree removal permit. Tree removal shall be subject to the regulations contained in Article 5 of this chapter of the ULDC. In light of the state and all of their bills, can we regulate this in these areas? Does the state prohibit us from protecting certain areas in the removal of trees? Or is it broad enough that we might have to address this?
Mayor, where are you? I know what
I'm in the
section?
clean version.
I understand the clean version. Do you know what section you're in, please?
I'm
1127.
14-26. Excuse me, 11-26.
1126, thank you.
And then 5, I'm sorry?
Line 547.
Yes.
I would say if you could allow staff to revise this language the way it is written, you're correct. And there are also other exceptions that they would not need a tree removal permit. So if we can reword that to just something specific of the cases that they would require a permit.
Okay,
Could we just
because
take out
I
the
didn't
first
know
sentence?
whether it definitely, you know, if by putting this protection, this layer of protection in this area, whether that would violate the bill or not, so.
We'll work.
Okay.
All right, and then down below on 573, it talks about reasonable selective pruning of side branches to enhance a view. It's talking about removing a few branches. Suppose somebody wants to clear so they have a better view of this area of the water. Are they allowed to clear it? Or just trim branches?
The way this reads is that it's only permitted after written approval from the city arborist. And that it's reasonable selective pruning within or outside the Myakka River Protection Zone. It shall not occur within the Myakka River area. And that's only selective pruning,
Correct.
not clearing.
And I know that space is very minimal within the city, but we have a lot of people who purchase along a canal and completely clear out everything from their house to the canal so they can see the water. I would rather see reasonable selective pruning for our canals rather than wiping everything out personally myself. And this was just another example on page 22, line 780. It's talking again about the city manager or designee shall maintain a copy of the, in fact, it might even be the same area, master site file
for all of the recorded archaeological resources in unincorporated Sarasota County. So I think it would behoove us to do this. I found this page 24, line 899, extremely interesting.
What section, Mayor?
It's line 899, section 1134. There shall be no excavation or digging activity, including for archaeological purposes, permitted on city-owned land by any person. Now, we were told when somebody was out there along the creek, digging in the creek for archaeological finds, that they have a permit from the state and can do it.
I believe that's not city-owned, correct? It's not city-owned property.
The creek, along the creek is not?
Within the creek bed is not. They have a fossil permit through the state. And
Okay.
if they have that permit, they can dig.
All right. And the other thing that I would love to point out is all of that area, talking about the archaeological mitigation and the measurements of preservation and everything. Boy, did we do it upright for Warm Meadow Springs. And reading that section, I was just very proud of what we did for the restoration of phase 1 of that master plan. Fit to a T what was done, or what is stated there. That's all I have. Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, you brought up about the creek not being our property. If the creek bed itself is not the city's property, then how can we have permitted, conditional, and prohibited activities in Zone 1, which is the creek? How is that possible if it's not our jurisdiction?
It's, I forget what it's referred to. It's like a state class 1. We did some research a while back on this fossil permit, so I forget the terminology.
Juliana Belia, Acting Assistant City Manager. Yes, it's definitely a state waterway, but the city of Northport is responsible for the maintenance of it. And with respect to the fossil digging, that they have a permit for that, which the person at the time did obtain the appropriate permit to do that. And if I'm not mistaken, the state came here to make sure there wasn't any damage or anything like that. There was any activity beyond the digging for the fossils, and there was found not to be.
Okay, and I appreciate the explanation about the fossils.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking about development in Zone 1, which is the creek. And if we want to have dredge and fill and maintenance and walking trails, if it's not our property and it's not our jurisdiction, how can we approve any digging or excavating of the creek or its tributaries, or clearing for walking trails, or catwalks and boardwalks?
We would have to either obtain state permits to do that or an exemption from permitting. But we have to have permission from the state. It's state regulated, if you know what I mean. It's under the jurisdiction of the city.
We
to maintain it and take care of it because it's within our city. But any kind of improvements we'd make, we'd have to get state permits for or exemptions to do that.
And where does it say that in here? It says it for digging and excavating, but if we want to put in a catwalk, or if a private entity wants to put in a catwalk, it doesn't say anything about getting clearance from Swift Mud or whoever. All of that is missing from here. I was under, when we were talking about Zone 1, especially, Zone 1 is
directly adjacent to the creek.
It's in the creek.
In the creek, yes, ma'am.
How can we do anything on those lines without Swift Mud's approval then?
We can't.
Okay, then.
We'd have to, we'll take a look at it and put the appropriate language in about the permitting.
Yeah, because isn't that what happened with the riprap that was put in the creek when Heron Creek was built? Those were FD, the Florida Department of.
Department of Environmental Protection.
That's who we had to write to find out who gave permission to do that.
Yes,
And
yes,
and
ma'am,
they're the
you're
ones
correct.
who gave permission to do that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You're correct. We will take a look at it and include the appropriate language.
Are we allowed to be more strict than the state?
No.
They say you can do it. You can
It's
do
their
it
waterway.
regardless.
Mhm.
So if they say you can put a dock on there, you
Right,
can't.
but they have to approve it first. We
They have to
can't,
approve it.
we
Right,
can't
but if
say,
they do-
hey, you can go ahead and put a catwalk in or a walking trail, and we're moving along with this project, yay, yay, yay. Swiftmud gets wind of it, and they go, why didn't you check with us?
But what I was asking is if the state says, yes, you can, we can't say, no, you can't.
That's part of the reason for me saying no to it going to the city commission when it's
See,
along
and
those
I didn't
areas.
know any of that when we were having that discussion. I thought all of this was within our jurisdiction, or else we could have saved a whole,
45 minutes.
see?
So that's really good.
He's counting.
But nobody said anything about that prior to just now.
So 11.
So it's lines 171 through,
But it's
So-
only zone 1, which is the actual creek bed, and it's unlikely you're going to put any kind of a walkway right in the creek. I mean, we're talking about zone 2, which.
Zone 1 included some wetland areas
Yes.
also.
Right.
But section 11.5, which in the clean copy is line 95, it does state, in addition to meeting the requirements of this article, development within the conservation restricted overlay shall comply with all applicable federal, state, local, and water management district regulations. And it
what
goes
line
on.
number?
Line 95 of the clean copy, section 11-5.
Clean copy.
That's the one I looked at. All right, it is 3:49. Let's go ahead and break until 3:50. We'll come back and finish off chapter 14.
So it's 3:39.
50, and we are back in session. There is a quorum. All right, we are on to Chapter 14. We'll go through this one the same way as we did last one, looking at the policy decisions first. So, Ms. Bramble, go ahead.
Yes, and I just want to note that our subject expert, Rhea, is out for a medical issue, so Allison and I will be stepping in. If there's any specific thing we can't answer, we will get back with you. But I think we'll be able to do it very well. So, policy decisions. This chapter was made up of a lot of different subject matters. So what staff is proposing, that we move some of these articles into the new chapters that fit better with the subject matter. So what we're recommending is the section 14-1 move to chapter 3 under the administrative procedures. The section 14.2 to 14.5 moved to chapter 15, the appendices, and sections 14-6 to 14-17 moved to chapter 9. Now, one good thing about that is chapter 3, 15, and 9 you have yet to review. So these will be coming back to you. If you do have consensus to move these, what we can do is if you go through it just briefly, look at the high level, and then as we bring back 3, 9, and 15, we'll get more into detail as we bring those chapters back.
Thank you. I have no problem with doing that. To me, your recommendation makes total sense. Commissioner Langdon? Vice Mayor, do you agree with the policy decision?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm last.
Commissioner White?
Yeah.
And Commissioner McDowell?
It does make sense, but Mayor, I am agreeing to your consensus. There is one item on relating to the fire standards I wanted to bring to staff's attention. They may already know it, I don't know.
We're going to go through the whole chapter, if that's what you're talking about.
Like we did just now with chapter 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
The high level, just
The
as
high-
you
yes,
said,
if
we'll
you
look
get
at
to
the
the high level.
high level. Miss,
That means.
I would just like to make one comment on it. I don't understand why the fire hydrant things.
Audio.
is your
Sorry.
mic on? Thank you.
Okay, the second piece, the 14.14-2 to section 14-5, those are standards, so why wouldn't we move those also to chapter 9 as a separate article? I'm just saying, instead of 3 different chapters, I agree with the chapter 3 and I agree with the chapter 9. I don't understand the chapter 15.
So chapter 15 appendices is going to be more of our technical standards. So like our lighting requirements are going to be there, and we thought that was a better fit with that.
Okay, thank you. So we have a unanimous consent for your policy decision. We are going to look at the table of changes, I believe they've called it. Does anybody have any issue with any of the items that were changed before we go through the entire chapter?
Mayor, I didn't look at that table of changes. I focused on line by line.
But
page
we'll be
by-
going into that. I
Okay.
just wondered if somebody, because this is the way we did the other one, we'll
That's
just
fine.
follow suit. All right, so if nobody has anything, because people in the last one did have some things that they brought out. So we will now go into the chapter. PZAB, do you have any things that you'd like to bring forward from the chapter?
I do. I, once again, want to provide my typos and sentence.
Thank you, ma'am.
But I did have a couple of things on.
Are you in the strike-through version?
Yes, I'm in the strike-through
Okay,
version.
go ahead.
Okay, so in 214, line 214 through 224, I was wondering there should be some clarification because it says in the first line in B, if deemed necessary, then it has all of these things that say required and shall and shall and shall. If it's deemed necessary, if it's not deemed necessary, then you don't have to do those things? Or, I mean, I'm just wondering if maybe it can be set up a little bit more clearly to confirm that if it's deemed necessary, then you have to follow these line items.
So just clarifying the wording in line 214, that if it is deemed necessary, the following items have to be accomplished.
Right.
Okay. Commission, are you in agreement with that? Vice Mayor?
That's the way I read it.
Yeah. Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Right. Yes, just clarifying that line that the 4 items below would have to be met if deemed necessary. Anything else?
Line 326 through line 329. And then also see line 368 to 373 and line 416 to 420. It starts with line 326, and then the other ones relate to it. So let me read the part that I'm have the question about. So it says, the City of Northport may, in its own capacity, through its authorized officer, employees, and agents, enter upon land and make examinations and surveys as deemed necessary for the inspection of all water-dependent structures or appurtenances within the city. And then it says, my question is this whether there's a permit or not? Because I think we just had a legal thing that says, no, we can't go on if there's no permit. So I'm not sure that that sentence works.
With a permit or without a permit?
That's what I'm asking. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say with or without a permit. It's not clear.
Staff, do you have any input into that?
And you're starting at 326 under the permit section, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And then.
Yeah, I believe this is similar to the other language in the other chapter that we just removed.
Well, if you have a permit, we are able to go inspect. So
okay,
we can clarify that language.
So if you go over to section 368 through 373, it talks about the inspections.
Yes.
If there is no permit, how can you do an inspection?
And where are you drawing the conclusion that there is no permit?
This is all predicated on.
It says, the city may perform on-site inspections at any time of all seawalls, retaining walls, bulkheads, groins, all of these things. Should the city of Northport find any of the same or portion thereof to be hazardous to the public, but not limited to safe pedestrian boating and swimming purposes, the city shall order the owner of such structure to remove or repair the structure. So that, to me, says there's no permit.
Well, it's still under the heading of permits.
And we can't, so on the water side, because it is in the city waters, we can inspect them and make sure, the right of way, make sure they're appropriate, not falling apart and everything.
Okay.
So, I mean, permit wise, we go and inspect what they're building and make sure they're following the requirements of the permit. But when they have structures in our right of way, we can at any time in our,
Okay.
in our right of way.
And then on 416 through 420, this prohibition shall not apply to fixed structures that are fully permitted on September 17th, 1990, or their repair, provided permits are obtained and are verifiable, and does not apply to structures over stormwater management ponds constructed for a specific site that is not maintained by the city of Northport.
Dependent use.
So this prohibition shall not apply to those that were before this date.
Okay.
I
On or
can't hear
before
you.
that date.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So this is saying this prohibition, section 14-15 is prohibition of non-water dependent fixed structures. This prohibition shall not apply to those that were permitted before this date. It's a grandfather clause, essentially.
Okay, but then go back to section 368, and it says, hey, if there's a problem, we can tell you to go do something. I'm just bringing to that those three sections don't seem to mesh completely, and maybe they can be re-looked at just to make them all more clear so they're specific to their individual pieces. What I'm trying to say, I think.
And we'll look in, the one that concerns me is the 416, so we'll verify the consistency with the other two.
Okay, and then the
I think that clause would need to be looked at, because if you have a dock that has been in place since 1978 and it's decrepit and fallen apart, we should be able to say you have to repair it and bring it back to code. I mean, our signage and anything like that, if it's more than 50% needing to be repaired, they have to bring it to code. So I would think something like that would be placed in with this too. Because you just can't let something go decrepit because they built it before 1990.
And that also relates to 289 through 292. So all of those things all sort of go together, but they're separate. So that I'm just bringing forward that maybe those should be all looked at and confirmed and or clarified.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sawyer, do you have anything?
No, I don't have anything right now, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Langdon?
I'm good.
Vice Mayor?
Oh, I'm good.
Commissioner White?
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification here. Just on line 301, when it says all requests for docks, pools, and seawalls. Pools shall secure a right-of-way permit. What right-of-way are we talking about there? Is that the right-of-way in the back? Are these all properties that border a canal? Is that what we're really talking about here? I'm assuming that it's a dock, there's going to be a waterway back there, so.
The right-of-way permit, so if they're going to, generally building these, they're going to have heavy equipment, and if they're coming onto the property, they need a right-of-way permit to not tear up the swale. I mean, the front.
You're talking about in the front of the property, how they're getting to the back? Or is that the right-of-way that's in the back?
I know the right-of-way permit is you're going in from the front because they require it for some of the sheds.
Right, that's where when they build pools, they do go from the road, but I'm thinking for a dock, that's going to be in the back, and doesn't the city have a right-of-way along canals?
Also, it's also my understanding the dock encroaches somewhat into the right-of-way up to a certain percentage amount.
Yeah, so all waterways have a 20-foot right-of-way along the side for maintenance.
That's along the canal you're talking about?
Yes, so either way.
Okay, so if we're talking about docks, a dock is they do go into the water, obviously, if they're building a dock, correct?
Yes.
So that means that is going across the city right away?
Yes.
Okay.
And the seawall is there too, but the pool, I think, is what she was questioning.
Right. We'll look at.
Well, okay, the pool would be a different right-of-way that we're talking about. They obviously wouldn't be building a pool right next to a canal, right?
Would they? But you can't within the 20 feet.
So we'll look to see if pools should be in there or not.
Okay, so they're going to check to see if pool is supposed to be part of that or if it belongs somewhere else.
All right, but I just wanted to clarify that this does permit docks that start from somebody's private property line, goes across the city. I'm assuming there's an easement there first, correct? And then the right-of-way into the water.
They can only impose a certain amount into our right of way. And a lot of people think that they can just willy-nilly, and we've run into some problems. Like there's a complaint that was sent to the commission recently
Yes.
about the dock, and I can't remember the percentages, but you can't, like, I can't remember, 25% may be coming to mind, you can't occupy the entire right-of-way, only a certain percentage of that of the city's right-of-way.
Right, so the actual, there could be a platform on that person's private property, and then you have a little walkway, and that's permitted, but that is still a permanent thing that goes across our city right away.
I don't know as you can build the dock or build the platform on your property and then have a walkway all the way across ours, because we need to be able to access that.
Well, that's why I'm asking that, because yes, they do exist. They're out there. And that's why I'm wondering.
And some of them were built
before 1990.
inappropriately, or
Okay.
staff inappropriately permitted them.
Yep.
And anyway, yeah, it's a mess.
Okay. Oh, okay, so when you're talking about docks, what we're really saying is it's something in the waterway.
Yeah, and the reason why you don't want them, or you want to try to regulate them, is because we had one break away during the last hurricane and locked itself up against the water. And it was a bugaboo to get it out of there, and the water was coming up, and things were getting behind it, and it turned into a dam type situation. That's why having a lot of items in your canal is not the best way to get water away from
Right,
after
but
a storm.
this is permitted, that somebody can have pilings in a canal, right? And then just type their little rowboat onto it. They would just want to walk in their backyard, and that is what this is addressing. You can do that, right?
With these provisions, yes,
Yes.
these are provisions that allow you to do that.
Do that, okay, all right. And then, as the city manager was saying, it does pose some concerns when we have storms of those things breaking away and now creating the jams that we are so, adamant about keeping our canals clear from trees and everything else. But here we have people's boats that maybe be doing that as well, and docks that are decrepit, as you said, and breaking away. Okay, I just wanted to get this picture straight in my head. All right, thank you.
Anything further?
That's it. That's it.
All right, Commissioner McDowell, go ahead. If you have anything.
Oh, yeah. The temporary certificate of occupancy is not defined, but a certificate of occupancy is.
In definitions you're talking
Yeah, I
about?
am. So I would think we need to define them both.
Yes.
If you look at the title on line number 4, it says certificate of occupancy. It's also certificate of occupancy and temporary certificate of occupancy. I don't know if you need a consensus, Mayor, to.
Let's go ahead and have consensus to add temporary certificate of occupancy to the title of section 14-1. Commissioner Langdon? Vice Mayor?
Yes.
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 And then a consensus to add a temporary certificate of occupancy to definitions if staff feels it's necessary.
I think that they know to do that. They're using a term that needs to be defined. So to me, that's.
They've got it on their list that they're going to add it.
Oh, this is a list of
Okay, thank you.
It's not added together.
If you look at line 13, and staff may have to explain this a little bit more clearly for me, it just rose a question. The building official shall set a time period during which a temporary certificate of occupancy is valid. I don't know, is that a week? Is that a month? Is that 6 years? It seems to leave some question. Is that expire at any point? At what point do they expire?
Derek Applegate, the Assistant Director and Building Official for NDS. We do them at 30-day intervals, and they
I'm
expire 30 days.
Okay, but that doesn't say that in here.
It does in Chapter 1 of the Building Code. Yeah, right.
Chapter 1?
Yes.
So not having chapter 1 in front of me, and I know that we had already talked about it eons ago.
Chapter 1 of the building code, not
Not-
chapter 1
not
of
ULDC.
ULDC.
Building code, Florida building code? Should that be referenced in here? Because the way that it's written, the way it's written here to me is that you have full authority to outline how long that a TCO is valid for.
Through the building code, I am.
But that doesn't say that here.
Right. Understood.
Maybe that needs to be added or clarified, because this to me is giving you full authority to determine how long those TCOs are valid.
The state does.
But the code doesn't say that. As regulated by the Florida Building Code or as regulated by the state. It doesn't say that. It's leaving it up to you.
Well, the state isn't saying it has to be 30 days, right? It's saying you can determine the amount of time.
We do it locally at 30-day increments.
But you don't have an ending time. Correct?
Is there a maximum time frame?
Is there a maximum amount of TCOs that you can do?
They don't like us to do it more than 4 times. So it'll be 120 days.
So maybe what the missing pieces is the actual definition and the reference to the Florida Building Code. Because I'm reading this not knowing that there's a whole nother entity that regulates temporary certificates of occupancies. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think adding that some type of reference when they finish talking will address it. I think adding some type of reference to the building code would be beneficial. And you guys determine how that language should read. It does make it sound as though somebody just comes and asks and
Exactly.
and you can, wave your wand over them or whatever, so.
If they're nice, you give them 60 days. If they're mean, you give them 2.
Not as offended at that rate, but we try to do a little more structure than that.
Well, again, it doesn't show that in here.
But I would,
Another huddle.
yes.
This is a bigger huddle. There's a lot more people involved in this
The
one.
men come in and there's all sorts of huddles going on.
Can I ask a question to more clarify this? The certificate, this temporary certificate of occupancy, is it only related to fire safety or is it for any building?
It's all building.
This section is what I'm saying, because don't we already have a section for certificate of?
It's going to be
occupancy
moved
and
over to the
temporary?
building section of the code. It has nothing to do with fire safety. We already gave consensus to move it over to the building
Right,
section.
I just confirming that's truly, it shouldn't be in fire safety.
Right.
Okay.
But that fire safety can
Cause you to get a
cause
temporary
you-
CO. Yeah.
Exactly. Is there a permit fee or is there a fee for having a TCO? I mean, it says they come ask you, do they pay you for that?
We currently
TCO?
do not charge for that services. We can.
You can or cannot.
We can.
Yeah, I like that, and you know why I like that thought. And you said we typically do 4.
We can extend it up to 4 times.
Is that the code, the building code, or is that us?
It's a state statute that we use
State
to
statute
enforce
says
that. And
4.
then the local building department writes that chapter 1 definition or the chapter 1 text.
Do we have any development currently, sir, that is gone over that 120-day mark?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the penalty for somebody not completing their construction as it should be to receive a CO, and they continually ask you for a temporary CO?
We're currently working through that process right now.
Do we have a process currently so that we can charge them or do something, or is this something I need to bring back on an agenda?
Should be in the fee schedule.
Because I will.
It could be. So
Gladly.
before my tenure here began, this was what the building official allowed to continue to happen over and over and over again.
Over and over and
We've had
over.
these
Yes,
discussions
sir. Yes.
before, so the one that you talked about
Yes.
is the one that's outside that currently. We're working to get them inside compliance now.
All right,
Sounds
so
like
this
an
is
agenda
something
item.
that I'm going to put on an agenda to have a further discussion in a workshop or something. Yes, ma'am?
Can you just remind me, did you guys make a consensus to allow a temporary CO for that 2-year period? And if so, that doesn't match.
That was correct, but that was something that we were going to discuss.
I see.
As-
I wasn't sure
and
if
to
you
come
did the
back.
consensus.
That's why this clarification is vitally important to that. So, yeah, that one's not been finalized yet.
Okay.
But I needed these questions answered before we could tackle that other one too. So, yes, that will be an agenda item. Thank you.
Mayor, can we get a consensus to have them clarify or reference the Florida Building Code based on what we see in number 13, but somewhere in this temporary building code? So it doesn't make it sound like our new building official is just arbitrarily doing things? that
I
they're-
thought we did that. Didn't we
haven't
just
gotten a
get consensus
yet.
for that?
No.
Did
We
we?
have it down to change, yes.
Yeah, I thought we had consensus on it. Yeah. I thought so.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
All right, I'm glad to see that fire safety is going to go somewhere else. If you look at line 41, it says fire hydrants in a commercial and multifamily residential subdivision. All right, what about fire hydrants in an industrial and manufacturing area? All it says is fire hydrants, they're giving specifics for fire hydrants in commercial and multifamily, but there's no specifics about the spacing for industrial or manufacturing areas. I don't know if they need to be closer together, further apart, same one, but it's not specified for manufacturing and industrial in this.
Right, Peter Marietti, Northport Fire Marshal. It wouldn't have to be that specific, where we have commercial is already incorporating that into it.
Commercial
Everything-
includes industrial and manufacturing?
Yes, it would all be commercial property.
Let me double check.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I didn't think that it did.
While she's searching through that, on line 24, sir, it says, and shall issue an approval rating on the inspection. What is an approval rating?
What was that line number?
24, 25.
Are you in the clean
Oh,
copy?
you're in the clean copy.
Yeah.
Approval rating?
So what is an approval rating?
I
Line
wouldn't be able,
29 on the strike through.
I didn't know you guys gave ratings on inspections.
it's either pass or fail.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, yeah.
So yes, we do,
Pass.
we do do that, so. I wouldn't be able to answer on this one, only because shall issue an approve rating on the inspection. It mentions the building official, so I don't know what they're talking about either. But we do rate them, either approve or disapprove, so. And sometimes we do partials, so there are different ratings.
So it's not just pass or fail.
Right, so there are 3 options. So, and then we do charge them for the extra inspection.
You do? Oh,
Absolutely.
yes, sir. Like
Absolutely.
that. All right, did you find what you needed, Commissioner
Yeah,
McDowell?
commercial is not defining or including industrial or manufacturing.
It's
If you
not,
look,
in the definitions you're looking?
I am. In the definitions, it's basically just the purchase and sale transaction of article, substance, commodity, service, conduct of office professions, recreation, amusement, enterprises conducted
Industrial storage.
for profit, and also including renting of rooms, business offices, sale and display of rooms and premises. Nothing about industrial and manufacturing.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, but don't they do that?
Not always. I mean, you could have an industrial complex that doesn't sell a thing. They produce something and then it gets shipped out. It's not, commercial to me is Starbucks or Walmart, and it's,
That's retail.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Absolutely.
we can change that to non-residential
thank you.
so
That's
that it
better.
covers everything.
I think that's what they-
Non-residential is not defined.
We can add a definition as well. We'll do both.
It's the opposite of residential.
Exactly.
And we can include that definition to include industrial
Thank
storage and
you.
manufacturing.
That's exactly what I was looking for.
All right.
All right, what do you have next?
Okay, does the building official on line 29 in the strike through, it says here that other laws enforced by the building official, what about the fire marshal? Fire marshal is mentioned a few times in this TCO. I'm wondering about the
Right.
fire marshal being mentioned in
In
line
the C of O?
in the
Talking about-
TCO.
Oh, in the TCO, I do have jurisdiction in TCO. Ultimately, I have, they can't issue a TCO without me saying yes. Because they have to have everything on board. All the fire life safety has to be working and in order and accepted by us. So they can't move forward to the TCO without us. So they cannot get a C of O without us. Everything has to be in working order for us to give a TCO to begin with. So when it goes to the C of O, all we do is have a final sign off when we sign off. They can't issue the C of O without that.
So a CO, the certificate of occupancy, does that also require your
Yes.
approval?
We do have a signature, but we don't go out and actually do any inspections because in order to issue TCO, we've already done all the inspections. We're complete.
Okay. Because it's a CO, that's what I'm asking. So does all development first get a temporary CO, or do they sometimes automatically jump right to the CO? Do you, as a building marshal, have to inspect and give the passing grade for a CO?
Yes.
That's not stated in here.
Because when you look at the inspections, the TCO and the C of O, one's a 598, one's a 599. So we have to approve the 599 before we approve the 598. Even though they don't ask for a TCO, sometimes they ask for be able to bring the people in just to train them. That's what we do. So the C of O, we just have one signature where we sign off on. And that's it.
I'm reading this, that it's only the building official that issues a CO.
He does.
And
He's
he
the
makes
only one
all of
that
the
has jurisdiction.
determinations.
He has the jurisdiction, right? Issue the C of O, I do not.
I don't know what a CFO is, I'm sorry. I don't.
Certificate of occupancy.
Oh.
CO.
He's
certificate.
using the word
CO.
of.
Sorry.
He's using the words of in between it.
Sorry. I just want to make sure that the building official weighs in on a CO. Is it part of the building official's approval that the fire marshal sign off to?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that?
He has to say okay or that it passes before I will issue a CO.
Gotcha, thank you. All right.
While she's looking for her next one, can you tell me what a dry hydrant is?
It's without water.
Why would you have a hydrant that doesn't have anything in it?
Well, there are areas in our jurisdiction that do not have access to the city water, and thus they have the use of what they call a dry hydrant, which they can actually prime the pumps and actually prime and be able to pull water from like a pond, say, or well.
Really?
It's all in the rural firefighting.
Oh, wow, okay. Go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
Line 41, it says fire hydrants in commercial and multifamily, and then it says 3 or more attached units. Multifamily is already defined. You don't need to put that additional language in there.
What line is that?
41. It says multifamily, and then it says parentheses, 3 or more attached units. It's already defined as 3 or more attached units.
We can strike that.
Okay. Do you need a consensus to strike that?
Oh, that's grammatical. It's fine.
A lot of these, I don't know which are Scrivener's and which are policies, so I just, all right. So the fire department. This fire code, there is a large section in chapter 12 that starts on line 369, article 4, that talks about the fire department and fire lanes and standing and stuff. It's called Emergency Vehicle Lane and Open Access Areas.
Oh, in parking.
I do not see that. There's like 3 or 4 pages pertaining to the vehicle lanes incorporated in this. I don't know if it's 2 separate things, but kind of wondering, do you want fire stuff all together with fire stuff, or do you want them separated out? I'm just looking to get a better understanding so that fire's not all over the place, or if you do want it in one place.
Are you you're referencing the parking chapter?
Yes.
I believe we had struck that to move it to this chapter.
And it didn't get moved to this chapter is what I'm trying to say.
We will make sure it gets moved with the rest of the fire stuff. I don't remember. It was definitely moved out of chapter 12.
Right. It might have been already moved to the city code.
Why would it be in the city code?
Well,
She just said it's going to 14.
most of our chapter was chapter 60 was removed, and all we left in here was 60.9 through 12.
This wasn't in chapter 60.
No,
It was in parking.
no, mine was. Those were. No, but she's talking about yes.
Right.
No, but I'm just saying some of the stuff was moved. All of my chapter that had all that included also was moved into different, like the city code. We had some movement, and then we had 60-9 through 12 here.
If I may clarify what the fire inspector is referring to, our office is currently working on, and has been for some time, I think we have 7th version going now, a comprehensive ordinance related to some of the fire safety regulations in the city, some items that need to be in the city code, and a few items that will be repealed out of the ULDC. So that has not been done yet. It is in process. And so what he is saying is out of our current ULDC that it's existing, what you're seeing in this new draft in chapter 14 is just 4 or 5 sections that will be remaining because this ordinance will come to you before the new ULDC goes into effect.
In the clean version, line 152, it talks about roadways, parking lots, and driveways.
What section is that, ma'am?
14-5.
Yeah, but that's not emergency vehicle lane requirements for commercial and industrial developments, which is in Article 4 in Chapter 12.
And then you've got 14.3, 14.4, talks about in the clean version, fire rescue access during construction, fire lanes, fire rescue district, accessibility to buildings. That's in the clean version.
And
Yeah, those are all the ones that aren't moving.
just to,
But they're there.
No, they're there, yeah.
but the demarcation and connections and emergency lanes, those things, all of that was supposed to be moved to this chapter when we discussed the parking ordinance. And I'm just sharing with you,
Yes.
some of it has, some of it hasn't. The majority of it has not. And I'm just making sure, since we're having this discussion, that something doesn't drop off and cause a hell of a mess at some point later on.
Right.
Well,
We'll
it
make sure
sounds
it gets
like-
moved to the correct location.
Well, it sounds like the ordinance that legal is working on needs to be addressed too before everything's finalized also. All right, Commissioner McDowell, go ahead.
I'll verify the language in chapter 12, make sure that it is incorporated into either or.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. I'll keep that note there. If you go to line 206, line 206 says, all new subdivisions or developments shall have a minimum of 2 fully functional access drives. Yay, it's in the code. I love it. But if you go down a little bit further, residential subdivisions with no more than 100 dwellings shall require 1 fully functioning access drive and 1 emergency access. So that conflicts what I just read in 206, on line 206.
Yeah,
I
it
don't think it
should
does.
say
Sure it
all
does.
new subdivisions and developments with more than 100
Thank
dwelling
you.
units.
That's what my notes, what about those over 100 residential units? Because subdivisions mostly are residential. And if line 209 says no more than 100 dwelling units, so that's 99 dwelling units, what happens with 101? So you're going to add language that says over the 100 dwelling units?
See, I took it as saying that anyhow, that all of those are going to have 2 roads unless they have less than 100. So I saw it that way anyhow. All right, go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
So going into line number 241, and this is just a general discussion topic. It is not in the code. I just want to have a discussion about our waterways. This is talking about docks and seawalls and mooring structures. Our waterways is our drinking water. And I had heard at one of the meetings, somewhere along the line, that we do not allow gas-powered boats on our waterways. And I think it was when we were talking about creating Passovers north of like Price Boulevard for canoeing and kayaking. And they said that we don't allow gas-powered boats in our waterways. We shouldn't, in my opinion, be allowing gas-powered boats in our waterways. They should all be manual or electric or wind-powered or solar, because the gas leaks into our waterways. The oils leak into our waterways and contaminate our waterways, which is our drinking water. So I am wondering if there's somewhere in our code that says no gasoline powered or diesel is allowed in our waterways. And if there isn't, can we add that? So that way then we get to remove those gas or diesel boats and things out of our water, so it doesn't contaminate it.
This is one of those subjects, I think, that has been going on for quite some time.
And since we are,
And a lot of people wanted those waterways to be water recreational and have these speed boats or fishing boats and stuff like that. And people have deliberately purchased property on the waterways for those purposes.
this is our
That's
water.
gonna be really hard that,
Especially all those residents on that lake right by Salford,
exactly right.
because that drains down into the Cocoa Plum and so on and so forth.
Yep,
And
and to
into our
tell
water
them
supply.
now.
Yes,
Yep.
it does.
And
and
it's contaminating it.
I fully understand everything that you're saying.
So
City
I just,
manager, go ahead.
The only issue, it would seem like it would be easy to enforce. It may not be as easy to enforce as you may initially seem. We could outlaw it, or we could address it, we could regulate it, but would you want to, would we need to start funding a skidoo for the PD? I mean, I'm just saying there's some things to think about from an enforcement perspective. How would we go about doing that? And Ralph, first blush, I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying it may result in some additional budgetary implications that we hadn't thought through. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you did something like that, though, like if you said skidoos, or sea-doos, that's still gas powered there too. What are we gonna do, chase them down in a pedal boat?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's like, it is a difficult thing, you'd have to catch them on shore or in their residence. So
Well,
it can be done.
Yeah, but there's a
You can see where the
difference, though.
vehicles are coming from.
Between being able to enforce something like 100% and at least have a start that we don't permit these. And that starts sending the message out there that people would know, I can't put my gas-powered boat in there. And also people that have contacted me that live on some canals, they talk about like a large boat that goes
Mhm.
by.
I've seen a
And it's
few.
not just gas powered because they're going fast. There's the wake, and then there
The
goes
huge wakes.
your bank, your embankments are being eroded away. And,
Absolutely.
and obviously they're not pulling that out every day, so it's just sitting there moored in the canal somewhere. Or it's pretty, if you really wanted to go after them, it wouldn't be that difficult to find them. But I think when people know they're not permitted, that at least gets us one step closer to then worrying about, yeah, we're not gonna be chasing.
I think
down.
this is another agenda item.
Okay, all right.
For that workshop that's coming up. I don't
We
know
can
if we're
put that
gonna.
in with camping and ATVs.
Yeah,
Let's just take
exactly.
all the fun out of Northport.
Well, just so you remember, the 28th is your regular city
It's our
commission
6
meeting,
PM meeting.
and it's at
Okay.
night. So you don't probably want to load that one up.
I'm not
too-
talking about loading that one
Yes,
up.
ma'am.
Actually, I think it needs probably be a workshop or something
Yes, ma'am.
anyhow on these ULDC type stuff or a special meeting, one or the other, not an agenda item on a regular meeting.
Yeah, I
But
just
I-
wanted to have a conversation
that was
because
great.
these gas-powered boats,
Yep.
and you already alluded to it, is causing a huge problem with wake and just destroying the embankments that the citizens are responsible to maintain.
Right.
They're not causing the erosion and they're not causing the problems. And some of this erosion isn't just a little bit. I have seen it in just a few years erode that much. And then they're told, well, you could put up some riprap and you can do this and you could put up a seawall. Why the hell would they want to do that? That is so expensive. And then going through all the permitting process and stuff, all because of something somebody else is causing, and the gasoline and oil stuff is harming our drinking water, which then puts a bigger burden on the utilities department. So I just wanted to see, if there was a way to add it in. It doesn't sound like there is at this point. I will create an agenda item
Thank you.
for a discussion. Because something needs to be done. We cannot keep up at this pace with all the growth and development and putting this on the backs of those property owners that don't even have a dock or a boat, and they have to maintain it. It's not right.
Well, something that gets me is these canals have the dam things, what do you call
Those
them?
The weirs,
The
yeah.
weirs. Some of them are only 3 miles apart, so they've got this speedboat.
Yeah.
And they go
They
from
can
weir to
only
weir.
drive, ride 3 miles this way, 3 miles back. That's it.
But they're having a good old time doing it, though.
Oh, yes,
Like,
And
they
they're
are.
flying
And their
creating
kids, their
weight.
kids are having a great
yeah,
time.
that's what I mean, yeah.
So, yeah, that's definitely a larger topic because that would be totally reversing something that's been permitted for a long time in the city.
Line 247, thank you for the discussion and just kind of putting some planting seeds, that's all. 247, it is the intent of the city commission of the city of Northport. Can we strike of the city of Northport? Obviously, I don't know what other city commission.
It doesn't matter. You guys can strike it. That's no problem with me.
Is that all
Anybody
right?
else have an issue?
No.
All right.
Line number 279, the provision of this article is about dredging, material excavation for installing structures. Does this include bridges, pedestrian walkways, or vehicle roadways over? And the only reason why I'm asking is 348 is talking about the repairs to those structures. So I'm just wondering, what is included in 279 to 282?
We can get that clarified.
Clarifying that? Thank you. Do you need a consensus to clarify?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Line 290, provisions of this article shall not be applicable to existing water-dependent structures authorized prior to 1990. But then it goes on, the approval of this ULDC ordinance number, including single-family and multifamily docks and marinas and waterfronts. Is that language necessary? I'm trying to understand the purpose of the rest of that after the first 9/17/1990.
I would say the ordinance number may be important, but after that, we could strike through.
Do you want to clarify that?
Yep.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I had a little note somewhere. Oh, there it is. Water dependent use is not defined, but water dependent structure is. And I am wondering if a water dependent use is different than a water dependent structure. What's
Where do you find the use? What line?
use is on line, oh, I just took it off. It's in there somewhere. Oh, line 401. And the only reason why I have this note here is because this is the first place that's talking about a water dependent structure.
There should probably be a definition to it. Unless you're meaning the use as a structure.
Yeah, I have no idea what it means. I just wanted to get some clarity.
Structure, water dependent structure. Yeah. I think it's just talking about the use of
Referring
the
to an
structure.
island?
Yeah.
The
I
only
think
way to
they're-
get
they
to
are two
an
different
island?
things.
No idea.
Water dependent structure.
Mayor, maybe what we can do is have staff, it's 4:45, and I know everybody is really tired. This has been a very long and productive meeting. Maybe we could have staff just look at water-dependent use and water-dependent structure, the definitions and the purpose of the two different terms. If we could get a
In
consensus.
relation to that, we don't need a consensus for it. That's fine.
Yeah, we got it.
Go ahead.
Some of this is redundant, I'll get with staff. If you go to line 303, or generally 299, it's talking about permits. Don't permits require engineered plans as part of the permit process? Because I don't see that in the list of what is required under item number 2. Under item 2, you have sketches and exemptions and other state and federal agency permits, but there's nothing about engineered plans.
Staff, can you look to see if that is a requirement that is necessary to be added under that? Thank you.
Yeah. I'm wondering if that's what the sketches is referring to, but it should be
Probably
clarified.
is. It's not stick figures they're talking about.
Yeah, you don't want my sketches as engineering plans, I promise you that. So you'll clarify that?
Yes.
And in that same section, there's nothing mentioned about paying all fees associated with it. If you look at line number 20, there's a specific section that says all appropriate fees shall be paid prior to the issuance of permits. It's common sense. that you have to pay your fees to get your permit, but if it's not in the code, how do you enforce it?
You said that was line 20?
Line 20 is TCO. I was just sharing the
Oh,
language
I see.
about how,
So it's covered in TCO, but not this permit?
yeah. It's just language for reference, that's all it is.
Okay.
So that we can put something in there that says you have to pay your fees before you get your permit. I don't want somebody saying, well, it doesn't say I have to pay this. I want to get my permit. It's understood to the common person, but if it's not in code, it's questioned.
Probably on the application, but.
Yes, yeah, it would be on the application, the completed application form, but it's not clearly written.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
Sounds
We're going to try our best to wrap this up in
I am doing my
14
very
minutes.
best. Line number 324, my note shows, is this really necessary language? Isn't it part of the permit application for development? I'll just leave that go. I'll focus on number 5. Impact to listed species not authorized by this permit, protection of listed species. Can't we just require an environmental report too, and as referenced in Chapter 11, Article 9? I mean, if this is part of getting a permit to do this stuff, especially close to the water's edge, especially when there's protected species there, wouldn't we want to include an environmental report in these areas?
Yes.
I would think absolutely, positively.
Well, it's supposed to be done to all development, so, yeah. So you're just adding it, the language to this.
Yeah, so all you could do is basically just say that an environmental report is required per Chapter 11, Article 9. And that way then you can just kind of.
Okay, next one.
And Mayor, I'm going to assume, since there's no pushback from anybody else, that everybody is okay with this, with these suggestions. Line 337, it says, all docks, piers, similar structures shall, to the maximum extent possible, avoid impacts to native habitats. How do you do that? They're native habitats, they're already established, and somebody wants to put a dock or a pier in. You can't, there's no way to avoid impacting those habitats.
Doesn't the environmental study take care of that?
I agree, but this is kind of different. It's saying, because it's saying that they're going to avoid these habitats.
Well, I kind of understand it to a point, because if the seagrass goes out in this area, but it's not over in this area, they're going to recommend that they avoid that and put it over here, or the length of the dock, depending upon where that habitat is located, or how far out it goes, or something like that. So I understand why.
Does this number 6 say that, though?
Does to me.
Staff?
We could change it to maybe protected species habitats to make it a little more clear, because I think I understand where you're coming from, that everything is native. So if we want to be specific for what the mayor's explaining, we could maybe say protected habitats or protected species habitats.
Yeah,
to be a little bit more specific.
Are you guys good with that?
Mm-hmm.
Good with that? All right, you got approval.
Line 348, does that include docks?
The
Docks
dock would
don't
never.
span.
No, dock wouldn't span it.
Don't?
No, goes into it, but doesn't span
Okay,
it.
it doesn't go all the way across. All right.
That's what spanning is.
I'll get with staff on line 361 because it's redundant language that's already defined. Line 368, inspections, perform on-site inspections. I know we kind of touched on this a little bit, but bridges and walkways are not included in that list. And I would think we should be able to inspect the bridges and walkways too. especially for safety.
Jurisdictional waters. Or other, yeah. I'm trying to think of a bridge that it doesn't, the city, I don't know if
Do you guys agree with that?
yeah, we can add bridges and.
Commissioner, are we fine having that added? Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We got 10 minutes.
I'm getting there, Mayor. I'm on the last two pages, the last few pages, I should say. Exemption, line 390. I kind of touched on this, replacement of riprap at the toe of the existing seawall, provided that no native aquatic vegetation is removed or impacted. How is that possible? Of course, they're going to be impacted, but at the same time, if they have to replace the riprap or repair for existing seawall, how does that get done? It's kind of contradictory to me.
It should be minimal impact.
Yeah, I agree. Minimal instead of no aquatic.
Right.
Because there you're saying you can't touch it if there's aquatics nearby.
Commission, do you agree with making that section minimal impact?
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, we're good with that, adding minimal instead of no.
Line 402 and all the way through, here's another one where it says water dependent use, just pointing that one out, but residents, offices, we need to stick with using defined terms. And there's a lot of items on here that are not defined. And maybe that can be condensed. Sticking with defined terms is always a good thing instead of adding to, just pointing that out. All right, 416, and this is splitting hairs and maybe just, the prohibition shall not apply to fixed structures that were fully permitted on September 17th, 1990. Well, how about permitted on or before September 17th, 1990? How many permits were issued on September 17th, 1990? Okay. You understand what I was?
Yeah, it should say prior to.
Yeah, prior to or on or before, exactly. Line 436, it said, my notes say, please see line 330. Line 330 says, no more than one dock may be permitted per single-family property with no more than 2 vessels. Do we need to put no more than 2 vessels in this line also?
What was the other line? 436 and?
436 is where I'm at, asking to see if we need to add additional language about no more than 2 vessels, as it's stated on line 330.
Okay, so there was 330.
Oh, 339. 339.
339.
Oh, did I say
Okay.
3?
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, it specifies 2 vessels.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it being repeated there. Does anybody else have a problem?
Does it need to be there at all? If it's already covered?
Well, I think this is talking about
336.
granting a permit. And this is some of the things that they will be granting permits for. They're saying you can put a dock for a single-family property, should be single-family residence, defined terms, but no more than two vessels.
Okay, what else you got?
The map, and I'm not too sure which map is The one that's usable, again, I didn't look at the clean version.
The bottom one.
Okay, the
So
bottom one.
striking the top two.
So that needs to be made readable. Gosh, even with my glasses on, I still can't read that. But where's the setback and easements? I see the property line, but there's no setbacks and easements. Should those be reflected in this diagram too? And this is just a question for staff to make it easier for in the future and see if the commission thinks it needs to be added. It's just a question.
But we'll look into it.
And those are motorized boats, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
That they're showing.
Maybe they should put some
Yeah, little canoe.
sailboat or something. All right. Time's a wasting here. You're going to define non-residential, so I can take that note off. Line 479. And line 480, it's talking about deviations. Deviations to this criteria, is that an exemption? Is that what you're meaning by deviations?
Differences to these criteria, maybe, I think it means like a difference, a change
I don't see
from
the
these
word-
criteria.
I see the word deviations on my copy.
It is deviations. I'm saying I think in that context, deviations is a change or a difference from these criteria, not necessarily an exemption.
Deviations to this criteria may be permitted for non-residential docks or similar structures on a natural or artificial lake with the review and approval of the SDR team and the ULDC administrator. So if we have a code and they want to deviate from that code, isn't that a special exception
Or a waiver.
or a waiver?
But those are in specific instances, so I think this is trying to avoid that process.
Because having the word deviation is saying, yeah, we have this code and this is what the code says, but if you're going to deviate from that, then you're setting yourself up for failure and creating a slippery slope. Either it's an exemption and waiver or.
Because waivers can only be done with a development master plan, and conditional use is a completely different lengthy process that involves commission, going to city commission for approval. So I think this language is trying to offer an alternative to that.
But that's what a conditional use is.
Correct.
So instead of using the word deviation, a conditional use may be permitted.
But then they would have to go through the entire conditional use process.
Okay.
So and that's, if that's the intent, that's fine. I just think that was not what this was trying to do.
So everybody else has to go through the conditional use process, but because you're non-residential and you want to put in a stairway or pilings and stuff, you can do it without getting a conditional use, even though it's not, it's part of the code. This is.
I think just because it's a dock, it's not something envisioned for a whole process to go for commission approval. Which those are done by resolution as well. So it's a much more lengthy process, an involved process.
Very specific.
Sorry. It's specifically stating for those on lakes, which means that you don't have 100 foot. You might have 1,000 feet or whatever. So your dock may be allowed to be out a little further, or you may be allowed to have a little bigger because you're on a lake instead of a canal. And I think that's where they were getting. I don't know how that would work. Maybe additional information on how you would allow those deviations. In that, okay, if you're on a lake, you can have 300 square feet instead of 250. On, how do you determine how much deviation from these rules? And you're saying ULDC staff development review, and the ULDC administrator will make the decision on how much you can deviate from this. Maybe more modified way of doing that? Not to the extent of a conditional use or a waiver, but a little more than just saying somebody said they could do it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, when you're deviating from the code that's established, and then what's the point of the code? If it's not a conditional use to deviate from the code, what's the point of the code if you're going to allow certain things to be deviating from the code? I know I sound like I'm repeating myself, but it's a very slippery slope y'all are going to be entering in.
I
with these
understand
deviations.
where you're coming from. I think, like Nita was saying, it's a lot of our dock regulations are thinking of waterways and canals and not lakes. And so rather than putting in code language for lakes, we put this language about allowing a deviation.
So I know when I hear lake, I'm thinking out in the West Villages, that humongous lake. But there's also lakes here in Northport, right there on the, trying to remember what that
Blue
waterway is. Will that code apply here too?
That is not a lake, that's a stormwater area. In Blue Ridge? Blue Ridge?
Yeah.
Okay, it is named Blue Ridge Lake. It is not a lake. We discussed this, at a different meeting. So it is not, it's a stormwater pond facility. Yes.
But it's called a lake, which then brings into the
They'll call it
code
that.
here. So
They can call it whatever they want.
To wrap this up, because it is now 5:02 and we need to be closing, I am in full agreement that you don't deviate from the code and you don't state that you'll deviate from the code. I truly believe there needs to be standards or criteria for lakes. If you're going to talk about lakes separate from the other waterways, you need to put the criteria in there and make it specific to the lakes. Is anybody else in agreement with that
That
statement?
makes sense to me,
Okay,
yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, that sounds
Okay.
good.
Instead of saying you can deviate for a lake,
What do you have to do?
define it, put it in, put the code
Yeah.
in for it. And that way, whoever's approving it knows what they have. Commissioner McDowell, how many things do you have left?
I only have one left, and that's because it's redundant, and it's regarding the four.
But that's not policy?
I don't think so.
Do you have
It's-
anything that's policy?
I don't think so. 543, isn't this required? It's talking about a licensed engineer shall be employed in designing a seawall and shall sign this permits. Isn't that required with getting a standard permit? And this is going back to the other conversation I had about the engineering plans.
I don't have a problem with them stating specifically, because it's talking about a seawall.
Right.
And so I have no problem that they're designating that they have to be professional engineer in that
And
field.
again, because it's listed in this permit section for seawalls and bulkheads, it's not listed in other sections requiring the engineering plans in all of the necessary sections. So it's just making sure we're covering all parts of it, or removing redundant language. That's all I'm looking at. And Mayor, that is exactly all I have, and I appreciate the indulgence. And
I only have one question. All of my stuff was hit except for one. It's not really pertaining to this sort of stuff. Do we have to have a permit for somebody to put a sidewalk in? No?
Yeah.
Or yes, whichever. I mean, if somebody wants
If it's in a right of way, yes.
Okay, suppose it's coming out their front door, going to their driveway, has nothing to do with your right of way. Do they need a permit?
Yes.
More concrete.
If I want to put a sidewalk from my driveway to my back back door at the back of my house, I have to have a permit for that.
Okay, that was a question that came up when I was looking at that material.
Because you're creating impervious surface, you're doing all kinds of different things.
Okay.
But you can put down pavers by hand and it's okay.
Right.
That's not.
There's no
Sure it
permit.
is.
No, you can pick them up. You can pick them up again. Yes, plus you can take them up again, right? They're not cemented in there, are they?
No,
No.
but they're down.
It's,
Water goes to
Like, yeah.
No.
Can be if you grout them
Not the way I put paper.
so you're saying you can put down a paver
Yeah.
sidewalk and not get a permit?
Right.
Yes.
But you,
I know.
suppose I want to pour it with pervious asphalt.
And I'll be glad to talk to you about offline about that.
That is, wow. All right, with that, that concludes chapter 11 and 14, and we've got many items to discuss. Is Mr. English still here?
You
All right, so 5:06 and we are adjourned.